you Hey, what's up, Pipsy Pinko? What's up, TK and Dave and Gabby? What's up, everybody? Got a fresh cut, and I am just waiting for my coffee to heat up, and then we'll get to it. How about it? Wasting no time. I'm not in the business of wasting anybody's time. I like that emote, Pipsy. V-tubing. Absolutely V-tubing. Alright. We're ready. What's up, dude? And we'll keep the same thing going, which, hey, it wasn't my idea. It was a viewer's idea. 5 gifted, and I'll put on the eyeliner. The thing that I used to do. Yes, I did used to do that. I'm not ashamed of it. Okay. Not saying it needs to be in one shot just throughout the stream. I'm not saying it has to happen at all. I'm just saying it's a fucking streak that a viewer said that we should start doing. Anyways, yeah, it feels good to be here. Fresh cut. Hit the gym pretty hard this morning. Did like 4 miles on the treadmill. A little bit of leg exercises. Did some goblin squats. It's where you hold a dumbbell with your palms up like this and do a bunch of squats. I did a 40-pound dumbbell. So my quads are kind of in shambles right now. It is what it is. Can't really get around it. But that's not what we're here to talk about. That's not what we're here to do. This is our 3rd stream in a row. 3rd Saturday in a row doing this. The last Saturday we watched the HD collection and we streamed for about 7 hours on the HD collection review alone. Oh, I was, Ryrog. Yeah, I certainly was. I did preacher curls today. I did goblin squats. And I did chest press, the machine, where I have like the 2 levers. Press your chest out. Make sure you squeeze as you push out. I did like 40 reps of that at 80. Yes, your elbows are fixed and you pull up on the bar. Yes, a lot of people tear their biceps on that. That's why you need to be careful. Lots of people tear their biceps on those motherfuckers. Okay, I'm making our SyncTube lobby right now. By the way, if you guys don't know about SyncTube or what it is, you should definitely give it a shot. It's really cool. It basically...
That's special.
Appreciate that. It basically, if you are anywhere in the world, you can watch a YouTube video with other people, and they will have the ability to pause it as well as you. So it's actually really good for React streams like this. So this way, even though Future is in Japan and I'm in Keikona land down here in the good old US of A, we can both pause the video to make our points whenever we need to. So it's awesome. Yeah, SyncTube is what it's called. Now let's get the video in here. All right, got the video loaded up. Let me send him the lobby. Yeah, goblin squats are good for testing balance, and you have to have proper form or you can even hurt your Achilles. If you go way too hard and you try to hold like 50, 60, 70 pound dumbbells and do that shit, you can actually pop an Achilles. So that's why you got to be really careful with it. Make sure you're using proper form. Use your quads to lift, not your fucking ankles. Your ankles do not have the muscles to do that. Much like lifting with your back is also very, very dangerous in that way. You should never, ever do that. Ugh. Never had to compensate with my ankles. No, you should never have to. As long as you don't lean forward, you're good. But if you squat straight down, you're perfectly fine. If you lean forward, that's when bad shit can happen. You need to make sure you don't do that. Okay. Well, Future is ready. I sent him the sync tube link. He's in the voice chat. So you know what? Like I said, we're not in the business of wasting anyone's time. So let's kill the music and let's get to it. Let's switch to the podcast scene. What's up, man? I'll turn the echo off.
Give me a minute.
All right, let's pop this out. Hide all this bullshit that Discord loves to show me for some reason. All right,
I missed the part where I was supposed to copy the sync tube link.
I thought you were about to hit me with the I missed the part where that's my problem. I saw this really stupid Spider-Man edit the other day where it was like Spider-Man, but he always misses the part where that's his problem, and they just edited that stupid line in virtually everywhere. And there was a part where at the very end, he's like, whatever life has in store for me, I will always miss the part where that's my problem. It's like, wow. Incredible. That's some deep stuff, dude.
Way funnier than it had any right to be.
It's always, it's really the simple stuff I've learned. It really is. Yeah, fucking Bully Maguire. All right, let's swap over to the podcast. Oh, dude, perfect.
You always remember the one where it's like it's all like Spider-Man 3 quotes where it's just like, "Oh, baby, gonna cry."
Yeah, I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye. Are you now, Peter? See, Ryrog in the chat. Did you watch some of those? Because I mentioned Spider-Man YouTube. No. This was weeks ago. That's one of my favorite channels, the Human Spider. And then there's an even dumber one where it's like Spider-Man 1, but he has cancer. And so instead of him looking in the mirror and he's like buff, he just looks in the mirror and he has cancer all of a sudden. Like his hair's all gone. It's so fucking stupid, man. Like it's the cheesiest editing ever, too.
Also, hi chat. Hi everybody.
Yeah.
Hey Pipsy.
Damn, we got a fucking full house tonight. We got TK, we got Ryrog, we got Pipsy, we got Dave, we got Gabby. Damn, we got a fucking crowd, dude.
Family going on over here.
Yeah.
I am happy to have this hoot.
Yeah, exactly,
Hoot
dude.
the chat.
The Human Spider's a gold mine of Sam Raimi Spider-Man. Yeah. I also love Spider-Man, but he has brain rot. And he tells the fucking professor on campus that he's on a mewing streak, so he can't attend class right now. All right,
okay. This is a really quick anecdote.
Yeah.
What was it? Was it Wednesday or Thursday? I can't remember. It was either Wednesday or Thursday. I was on the train on my way to work, and like this group of foreigners were just going on, and one of them looked at me and then brought up Johnny Somali. I was livid.
What the fuck?
Livid that anyone would think that I would have anything to do or be associated in any capacity with that fucking troglodytic malcontent. I was so pissed off.
Why would they even bring that up?
Because skinny black guy in foreign country.
Must be a nuisance streamer. Yeah, see, that's why, that's why I believe that South Korea or the Philippines is definitely going to make an example out of one of those two guys. Like, I don't think that they're going to put up with it anymore. And they'd be totally valid to do that.
No, absolutely, absolutely, they'd be justified in every capacity when they're doing this. What is it like? He's been in South Korea for like a year now because he's been awaiting trial, and I hope that the judge literally gets up from the dais and beats him repeatedly with a book. Like, no, don't throw the book at him. Bludgeon him with it.
As they're getting ready to sentence him, the judge just gets up, cracks his knuckles. Well, I'm gonna take matters into my own hands, boys. Just fucking beats the shit out of him live on camera for our entertainment.
No one would get mad. No one would get mad. No, it's a closed courtroom. It's a courtroom.
True.
Everything that goes on in that courtroom is everything the responsibility of the judge and their behavior. No one can say anything. They can report it. They can't record it.
Yep. Hey, what's up, CPT Coitus?
That's one of my boys.
Ah, nice. Yeah, we got the crossover gang. Welcome on in, first time chat. All right.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to get that out. I wanted to get that out of my
No, you're good. You're good.
I'm really frustrated about this week.
Also love the use of the word troglodytic. That's awesome. The worst part, Johnny will not excuse his actions. He's proud of what he's done, I guarantee you. Oh, I mean, since the time. Yeah, just since the time he's been in trouble with the law, he's added like a fucking decade to his potential sentence because he's doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down on it and done worse. Like deep faking, some shit that the prosecutor said, which is highly illegal in South Korea. So. And
he films it.
Yeah, he films it all, so there's no way to deny it. And he just continues like showing up. He's doing these stupid publicity stunts, like showing up to court in a MAGA hat, like obviously just trying to stir the pot as much as humanly possible. So if there's any person to make an example out of to shut down this nuisance streamer arc that we're on right now, it's him.
Absolutely.
And
keep in mind, I have absolutely nothing to do with him. I live here. I'm married. I pay my taxes, and I fucking do this. Okay.
You don't get elbowed by people because you're streaming and fucking with everybody that you run into. So there's a big difference. They already beat him senseless.
Big fucking difference.
Dude, they rolled up on Johnny Somali like 3 separate times. They were using a bunch of apps to communicate exactly where he was to track him down and jump him because of the shit he was doing.
There's like a fucking like a golden bag or something or other where they're like, okay, we're gonna get this guy. We're gonna stop him. Whoever stomps on him hardest gets like $100 or some shit.
Yeah, because he did that thing to the statue, which I'm not gonna say. I mean, you guys know the whole situation there.
We don't need to talk about it.
The
comfort of statues. Yeah, we don't have to talk about that.
Yeah, but that's what really went over the edge for a lot of people, and that's why he perpetually has black eyes because people keep beating the shit out of him. So he's fucking around, or he has fucked around, and he's now in the find out stage.
I'm Bruce Wayne in Batman Begins talking to Ra's al Ghul when he says, "I won't kill you, but I don't have to save you."
Yep, exactly. Like nobody's gonna cry about your downfall, dude. You got yourself here. If they omni ban him on social media, maybe that will teach him. No, I think he'll still find a way. Because remember, you know who has been omni-banned off of YouTube, at least, as a platform? Keemstar. You know how he got around it? Basically, Keemstar was IP banned off of YouTube for the stuff that he did in a group of gamers that were trolling, and they were literally called FAG, the Federation of Asshole Gamers, and obviously the implication is, you're supposed to say the word, you get it. Pile of sticks. So he did a bunch of dumb shit, a bunch of racist stuff. He dropped the N-word several times. Like, he was IP banned off of YouTube for his behavior on that channel. A week later, he comes back as the host of Drama Alert. Now, how's that possible, you ask? Well, what he did is he had one of his boys start a YouTube channel and an LLC where he was then hired as an employee. And so he got around it by saying, well, I don't run the channel. That's my friend. He has the LLC that's behind this channel. I'm just the host. See, so there's still ways around it. And Keemstar built like an entire fucking media empire, with his, he sold several podcasts. He sold a bunch of podcasts to Spotify. He owns Happy Punch, which was like the very first creator boxing circuit type thing.
Now, we don't think that Johnny Somali has this kind of perspicacity. We're not implying that he's that smart.
No, he's far from it.
There are ways around it. There are circumventing avenues for this.
Yeah, so there are ways to get out, get out from underneath permabans on virtually any site. Like I would imagine Twitch, it doesn't work that way though, because unless you are on like someone else's account, but Twitch actually has a stipulation in their terms of service, which is if you feature or display or interview a banned individual, you yourself get banned. YouTube doesn't have that stipulation. You can show or talk about or display or interview banned people, but they just ban you from creating your own personal account. So he basically had his boy, like his friend, he's like, hey, you make an account, I'll help you set up an LLC. You can be the MCN, which is the managerial channel network for the channel, and you just hire me to be the host. We'll split revenue. However, they decided to do that, and he got around it. He was able to build a massive YouTube channel in Drama Alert, which still to this day maintains relevancy because it has like millions of subs, and it started what we call now the drama slop arc on YouTube. It was all started by Keemstar way back in like 2014. So we have Keemstar to thank.
Streamer drama.
Yeah, we have Keemstar to thank for all the drama bullshit that we see on YouTube nowadays, because he decided I'm going to be the TMZ of YouTube.
And to be fair, he makes a lot of money. So
he does. He has what's called fuck you money, as he describes it every fucking day. He's retired. He's like, 41, 42 years old. He's fully retired now. All he does is do this weird like lolcow live podcast with Boogie and Wings, and like every week one of the two of them is fired for some dumb shit that they did. Anyways, so
anyway, what were we talking about? Silent Hill?
Yeah. So the video, this in my opinion is the best Twin Perfect video they ever made. It is basically a feature length film. And it pretty much aims to be a complete and utter takedown of not only Downpour, but everything that took place post Team Silent, and it is incredibly effective in doing so, albeit a little uppity, a little stuck up in its delivery. But what they say is not wrong. It's just that their delivery was harsh, and that's why it kind of created a divide in the community. Because some people felt they were putting too much blame on Tom Hewlett. Some people felt they were putting too much blame on Devin Shatsky and these individuals, when ultimately this was a project that was fueled by a 50-plus person team, and it came out the way that it came out.
It is an unfortunate side effect of an industry that is essentially built on top of itself.
Yeah.
And this goes for like any industry. The animation industry the same way. An idea is proposed by a group of people, and some people are responsible for showing their faces to the public in order to demonstrate that we are paying attention to the audience. We're paying attention to the audience. Tom Hewlett, Devin Shatsky, and etc. These were the people that were responsible for representing this project.
Yep.
And all the ire was put onto them because they were the faces of the project. By no stretch of the imagination are these people inherently responsible entirely for everything that happened. They signed off on it, sure, but like everything else, it's get it done or I get fired. So just let it be. At the same time, however, this is the worst thing that has ever happened to Silent Hill. This is the worst video game that has ever been made with the Silent Hill title attached to it. I'm just going to say that out loud. That way we don't have to do this for 8 hours.
Yep. It's very true. Captain Coda said, really quick, he said, what I loved about iDubbbz's recent vids is that all of his fan base is now 30 plus and comments, who the fuck cares? I got kids and taxes, mang. So true. Yeah, Sam Hyde made a total joke out of him.
Streamer drama bullshit. It's a bunch of like 30-year-olds bickering at each other for no reason.
Yeah.
It's really petty and petulant. I don't know.
This is worse than Book of Memories.
Because it's funny.
Yes. It's worse than Book of Memories because Book of Memories was always advertised as a spin-off. And spin-offs inherently have less like canonical value attributed to them. They're just a spin-off. They're just meant to be a fun thing with motifs and items and funny, little memes and mentions from the main series. This was touted as a mainline series.
Exactly. This was touted as the evolution of the Silent Hill main narrative. This was the next story. And there have been reappraisals of this thing, like, in recent years, and people like actually like defend this. And it's like, you know what? Fine. If you like it, like it. Like it for what it is. I'm glad that you like it. Don't don't call it Silent Hill in front of me.
Right. And that was basically the point they made in their original 2010 series of videos, which is you can like them all you want, but you cannot accept them as real. That's, hence the title, The Real Silent Hill Experience. You cannot accept them as real Silent Hill properties because they fundamentally fail at expanding on the canon in some meaningful way. Quick shout out to Maxi Lobes. He's a big horror streamer. He literally has a channel point redeemed that just says Downpour sucks, where when somebody redeems it, he will tell you exactly why Downpour sucks. And he has had that for like almost 10 fucking years. So there are some big people in the horror community that know the fucking truth about this game. Although it is a big meme, like in Eternal Enigma's stream, people love to watch him play it because it's so hilariously bad that it's good. It's like The Room situation, or Rocky Horror Picture Show, where there's like audience participation in how cheeks it is. Rocky Horror Picture Show is fucking awesome, but that's, what I mean, as far as like the audience participation.
But it's about the community. It's not about the film being good. It's about the community being good. And we just enjoying the stupidity that's on screen, which is what we're about to do right now.
Yep. And really quick, just talking about Downpour. My brother got this again on launch day. I told him that it looked terrible, and he got the PS3 version. Arguably one of the single ugliest and worst performing multi-plat games of that entire generation, and there was especially no excuse because this came out in 2012, 1 year before the announcement of the Xbox One, PS4, and subsequent launch of both. So the graphical presentation of this game mirrors something more akin to like a 2007 game, and I wish that was a joke. I've played multiplats in 2007 that looked better and ran better than this shit, and so for it being so late in the generation, there's especially no excuse. So that was my experience with it. I always thought it was a shit game, and originally Twin Perfect, this channel, was not going to talk about it, and then their comments kind of were starting to get a fervor. They're like, nah, we want you guys to do a review about this. So they said, okay, if we crowdfund copies of the game, one for Fuge and Rossiter, one for Fungo, we'll do a review. And so people paid for the review. They paid about $120 for 2 copies of the game. They went to Walmart or wherever, picked up 2 copies, and then they spent a whole year making this review. And that's why it's 2 hours. It is the most in-depth takedown of a game you'll ever see in your life. Are you sure Nintendo won't sue you for the official Stampede seal pick? Well, the color is different and the font is different and it doesn't say Nintendo, so I would hope not. But I mean, their
song went like doom 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 doom, but my song goes doom 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 doom.
Yeah, the Vanilla Ice. But yeah, if it ever came down to it, I would just fucking throw a blur filter on it so it would be invisible.
Sure, Nintendo has other things to worry about. I doubt they care.
Yeah, I highly doubt it. But anyways, so I'm writing an angry letter to their HQ as we speak. Dude, with how litigious they are, I wouldn't be surprised if they at least contacted me. But
if you do go about doing that that Pokemon knockoff where all of the Pokemon are just like Stampede G memes, then maybe they'll talk to you. Maybe.
Yeah. Or, like the whole Pal World situation where they just made Pokemon with guns and then Nintendo freaked out about it and decided to sue them for like $100 million or some shit.
Oh, going on too, isn't it?
Yeah. It's still ongoing right now. I think that the courts are more in favor of the Pal World devs right now because they have not been able to definitively prove that any of the characters resemble the Pokemon characters, and they're saying that the aesthetics aren't really something that Nintendo has a license on. I mean, they're just anime looking characters, really. It's just they're very generic characters in Pal World, and Nintendo is even alleging that they're stealing like the models, like the guy and girl Pokemon trainer models, but they're not. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah. So anyways, after Twin Perfect got their copies, they basically laid low for about a year. They made this review and they just launched it. And they actually thank the donators toward the beginning too. They can't prove likeness. Don't they have a literal Mewtwo with hearts? I think they were able to prove in a couple of instances, but Nintendo is I mean, if it were to come down to it, I think they could probably just axe those particular characters. But most of the ones that they've tried to make the point on, it hasn't held any water, at least not legally. Didn't Fungo get DMCA'd by Rossiter? Long story, and this will be.
Let's do it. Let's just get it out of the way now.
Yeah, this will be the last thing before we start the video, I promise. Someone caught a comment a long time ago on the Twin Perfect forums, which they did have a forum back in the day. And no, you're good.
No, you're totally good. I want to know.
Yeah, Rossiter alleged. No, this is all alleged. I need to put a massive alleged disclaimer. Okay.
Stamp of alleged.
Exactly. Stamp of alleged. Nothing up. Okay. Anyways, so Rossiter alleged that Fungo was beating his girlfriend. And because of that, they distanced themselves from him and said that they weren't going to work with him anymore. Fungo then decided to, behind their backs, log into the Twin Perfect YouTube account and change all the Google AdSense information to his information. And when he did that, they had to contact Google, and then they officially cut ties with him forever. That was the story, the alleged story way back in the day. Someone caught a YouTube comment that the Twin Perfect channel uploaded when they were asking, like, hey, what happened to Fungo? And they apparently said that on their forums. Fungo claimed that they were slandering them. It was a whole thing. But we're talking about 10 plus.
Back and forth, too, on Reddit? Like Reddit where Fungo and Rossiter got into it?
I believe so, yeah. There was a lot of stuff like that going on at the time, so. But, yeah.
Allegedly.
Yep, big alleged. I'm writing an angry letter to Fungo HQ. Well, you won't reach anybody. He's basically been MIA off the internet for like 5 years at this point. I think the last stream he did was 2019, after he had just bought basically the same hardware I used to stream. He bought a Go XLR and an SM7B and was talking about it and how excited he was to use the voice effects and the soundboard and everything. He had it for maybe 2 days and then disappeared off the face of the earth. So I don't know what the hell happened to him. But
in the woods somewhere.
Anyways, this one's being presented in glorious 720p for the first time. Back in the day, this was considered high definition, but no longer. So let's get to it. So, warning, this video contains nothing but lies and misinformation. Proceed with caution. Some individuals may have been known to agree with Twin Perfect in their membership after exposure to their videos. Stop watching immediately if you experience any of the following symptoms: enjoyment, gullibility, elitism, racist impersonation, or a sudden preference toward...
Hold on a minute. I don't see what you're saying.
Oh, it's just the intro section of the...
But it's not even playing. It's just...
Oh, no, it's not playing. It's literally just the intro screen where it has the warning message on it.
Fine, I'll just look at your stream then. I'm not going to complicate this any further.
See if you can hit play. I just promoted you.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that screen. Or a sudden preference toward games made by Team Silent. If the condition persists, consult a psychiatric physician. This product contains spoilers for Downpour. Minor spoilers for Silent Hill 2. Sinner's Reward and Past Life may also be present. Yeah, Fungo really spammed his soundboard. Like, he had way too many applause and laughter sound effects that he would spam. So, all right, let's get into it. And I'll make sure the levels are good. I forgot about this intro too. It's so stupid. By the way, he's humming the Six Flags commercial theme song from the 2000s, if you guys didn't know. I'm that deep in this lore.
Well, it is actually a song, but Six Flags
used it, yeah.
For their advertising.
Right.
Happiness is just a...
It's an anthem, dude, back in the 90s.
Oh, hey, just make some pickle stew. I hope you're hungry. What's that?
You tell me.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, you don't know what that is? I think you do know what that is. That's a present from the viewers. You know what they're saying about you? They're saying you tried to speak for the other side, only you didn't really speak for the other side. You misrepresented them. That's what they're saying. Yeah,
so after the HD collection videos, people got really mad and they're like, why'd you why is he saying all these stupid things? And this was his defense. He's like, hey, every line of dialogue I wrote for him came from your guys' YouTube comments. Don't get on to me. That's what this whole section is about.
They're calling
you straw man.
They're calling you straw man.
Is that right?
That's right. Now, I can understand you playing devil's advocate, trying to bring some context to the situation. I can appreciate that. But what I don't appreciate is when something you said reflects poorly on me. As if somehow your attempts to bring the context to the situation is the worst thing I've ever done. Does that seem fair to you? Is it fair? Every line of dialogue I write for you comes from personal emails and YouTube comments. So don't you think for a second that I'm gonna feel guilty about something your precious other side said to me. That's what's unfair. And now you're gonna nod your head in agreement, and you're gonna go back to cooking for me, because that's what I wrote for you to do in the script. Isn't that right, straw man? Right, straw man. Now I'm gonna go collect my basket. I'm gonna go out to that beautiful little cherry tree in the back, and I'm gonna pick some
Wait, this is AVGN skit vibes.
Yeah. Best part.
and I'm gonna pick out to that beautiful little cherry. Here's your little knife.
I will say
And
this:
let your
as much
tears spoil my stew.
as much as I don't disagree, I think James Rolfe is not as competent as a filmmaker.
No, I think that the magic.
He's not a bad filmmaker. He's a filmmaker's filmmaker. He loves the craft, but he's
not able to produce on that level.
Right.
That's why he calls himself a curator these days. You know, he watches and curates them and reviews them, but he doesn't do so much in the producing side of things. But yeah,
you can tell that he loves it. He loves the process. He loves the art. He loves the craft. You know that. You can feel that. You can understand that. But some of the creative decisions he makes you question, why did you choose to do it that way?
yeah, like the entirety of the AVGN movie. Anyways, too soon. Too soon.
Moving on.
Yeah, too soon.
Moving on.
Instantly. This editing is kind of crazy though, even for 2013.
Very, very good.
Yeah. I'm such a baka gaijin, I only know one word. Kimochina means that it feels good. That's all I know from this.
Like, this is actually impressive. For what it is, for
Yeah.
720p.
This is like peak 2013 editing.
Yeah.
Fucking cowboy hat.
Silent Hill Downpour was released exactly 1 year ago on March 13th, 2012.
Tell me about it. What took you guys so long?
What do you think we are, IGN? We're supposed to throw a 4-minute review together and slap a number out of 10 at the end? These people paid for this. We need to give them their money's worth.
And knowing now that they fucking use plagiarism in the majority of the reviews that they've made, that speaks volumes.
Wait, who did?
This is the part.
IGN.
Oh yeah, IGN. Yeah, even before that guy Philip Mewson got exposed. Yeah, people found a bunch of articles that IGN plagiarized around this era.
Video where we thank the donators. This video would not have been made without you.
Hey, by the way, Oven Donkey, who they shout out here. Where's he at?
Donkey, the purple one in the middle.
Yes, this guy is not only was he at the time a world record Mirror's Edge speedrunner, he actually had just been hired by Naughty Dog to be one of their primary QA testers. Just wanted to say that because I followed his channel for many, many years.
An oven donkey hoot. Holy shit.
Yeah,
That's
check
awesome.
check this out. Oven Donkey 186. You see him right there. I will show. I'll back up my words because you guys know my brand is not lying, right? Everybody says I sound crazy because of the shit I say, but my brand is not lying. So Oven Donkey 186. Here's his channel. I'm a speedrunner. I consider Mirror's Edge to be my main game, but I run other games. Then, when you scroll down, hired by Naughty Dog 10 years ago. But in the past, check this out. These were the videos I used to watch. Former world record on all the individual chapter speedruns on PS3. So, world record PS3 speedrunner, Glitch Hunter, hired by Naughty Dog to work for them. How cool is that?
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, so the crossover here is interesting. But yeah, my boy Oven Donkey. As soon as I saw that name, I'm like, dude, I've been following him for years.
Don't be proud
So
to beg
Oven
for
Donkey's the
money,
best thing
panic.
about this game.
Dude, he was fucking awesome. I think he actually eventually left. He worked for them for about 5 years, and then he left whenever Uncharted 4 came out. But he did actually come back to the PC Mirror's Edge community and set a few more world records.
Handlers.
Begging? There's no begging here. This is an even trade. This game for this review. We didn't want to play this game, but they're paying customers and they paid us for a review. And they'll be happy to know that despite having given Konami the revenue for just 2 copies in exchange for this review, Downpour has only sold about 500,000 units in the year since its release.
Technically, that qualifies it for a greatest hits release. But to look at it from a different perspective, compare it to Silent Hill's long-running rival Resident Evil, whose latest entry managed to quadruple that in 2 days. And everybody hated that game. Capcom talks about these sales being disappointing.
I like being
Compared to
referred to
that,
as a paying
Down-
customer, to be honest.
Yeah, it does sound weird, but to be honest, they flat out said like, we're not doing this video. And people were like, no, we want you to do this video. So I think it's fair. You know, they paid the community at large paid for the copies, but they couldn't guarantee like, we're going to be working on this for like a year. And that's why it turned out so long. But I think it turned out fucking awesome. It's one of my favorite YouTube videos of all time. So
Downpour is not going to be winning any bestseller awards, or any other awards for that matter.
Indeed, the critical reception was, if you can believe the internet,
mixed.
But no matter what the final verdict, you'll be hard-pressed to find any reviewer that doesn't compare the game to its predecessors. Silent Hill is a big name, and Downpour has an enormous apron to fill, much to the dismay of its producer, Devin Shatsky.
There are a lot of Silent Hill fans out there we would love to silence. In a perfect world, our game would be judged on its own merit and not how it matches up to its predecessor.
Yeah, so again, he's stoking the flames just like Tom does, where he uses these euphemisms. You know, just like Tom about the Mary Elizabeth McGlynn casting, instead of legitimate criticisms, he described it as griping. There's been a lot of fan griping about this. And here's Devin Shatsky right with him that, you know, we have legitimate criticisms about the game and he's calling us haters. What the fuck is wrong with these people, man? Have they never been PR trained?
I truly believe
No!
nostalgia has a way of skewing people's perception, so we're never going to please everyone. That's a reality we accept. That being said, we're still trying very hard to appeal to the core SH fan as well as to a more mainstream audience. And believe me, it's a tough line to walk.
Yeah, the Devin stare is the photo that's blurred in the background, where at Konami's bizarre E3 2010 presentation.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
That guy in the front is Brian Gomez, and he was like the creative director or some weird title on Downpour, and for some reason Devin thought it would be funny to stare at him like that. Yeah, Konami's E3 2010 presentation is one of the most fucking Black Mirror things you'll ever see in your life. We should watch it after this as a bonus.
We
Basically
actually
what
should.
he's saying
But I was
is
gonna
that
say
they knew
they
they-
had nothing.
They had nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
They had like this weird dancing game that they clearly like replayed pre-recorded footage and pretended to dance to, and then they had this insanely anime game that just
luchador wrestlers? Like what the fuck?
Yeah,
What,
they had-
what are you doing?
they had like these shrieky anime girls in this game called Excel. It was like Excel Saga or something like that. I don't even remember exactly what it was called, but it was just
Don't
like
you dare bring Excel Saga into this. Excel Saga knows what it's.
it wasn't.
No,
It wasn't Excel Saga. It was like God, it's gonna kill me now. But anyways, yeah, we'll show that.
They wouldn't be able to make a game that lives up to the
I'm still trying very hard to appeal.
of the originals, and that they would need to cast a wider net with their target audience to make up for the fans of the originals they were going to lose.
Yeah, that happened there too. 1 million troops.
Oops.
Hello there.
Nobody says anything. Hey, what's up, Stoned? Welcome on in, bro. Oh, let me shout him out. How was your stream, sir? Trackmania. That is like the fucking Minecraft of racing games, dude. But yeah, it was this game called 99 Nights, and the director was on stage, and he starts talking about how you can control 1 million troops, and then nobody in the audience says a damn word, and then he just leans in and goes, 1 million troops.
That was Tak Fuji. That's who that was.
Still credit, and it was still crickets, and he goes, wow, and then you just hear some people laughing. It's so fucking embarrassing, man. And it's ended early to watch this. Hey, I appreciate that, man.
Laughing, and then he goes, stop.
Yeah.
And then he's like, bring it back in.
Yeah, it's so bad, dude. When you have to when you have to hype the crowd up to get pity claps, you know it's bad. Oh, fuck me. I just spilled some coffee. Give me a second, you guys. The pressure, dude. The pressure got to me. Hold on a second. I got to make sure I don't lose any of my audio gear. Hang on. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay, hang on.
How much did you spill? Okay. Well, he is doing that. Hey guys. Hey, how's everybody doing? We're getting really excited apparently. Oh my. Hey, Stoned. I'm all right. I'm just a little tired. Just a lot of work. It's just been a busy week. You know, this is what I look forward to. At the end of the week, I get to hang out with Stamp and you guys, and we get to yell at Silent Hill for 8 hours. We're not gonna do that this time. We're gonna try and truncate it, but I'm cool. I'm happy. I'm doing a happy dance right now. It was fuck. It was a 3/4 full cup. Jesus. Dude loves the spotlight. Get the fuck out of here. What time is it? It's 9:45 a.m. It's morning time. Today we're gonna do the wife and I, we're gonna do a date thing. We're gonna go see The Substance. I was not sure if I was gonna be able to show it to her, but she wanted to see it. So we're gonna go watch The Substance tonight. So that's gonna be fun. Fucking existential body horror mocking the Hollywood industry. Yes, please. I'm gonna do that. Yes, it is Sunday morning. It's Sunday morning for me. I got 6 more hours on my shift, so please keep it up. I'm gonna do the best I can. Hopefully, Stamp is okay. Stamp. Hopefully, Stamp is okay. Future from the future. Hoots, by the way, everybody. Stamp's audio equipment is okay. Hoots. What are you guys up to? What are your lives about? Talk to me. Bring it in. Let's do a back and forth. What are you guys up to today? You got 3 hours left on your shift. Hoot. Yeah, of course you're not gonna. Come on. You know hoots don't need to be alcohol. You of all people, Coitus, know that alcohol doesn't have to be the hoot you take. You can do other hoots. You can do Gatorade hoots.
Crisis averted, boys. Hang on, I don't have my headphones on. Sorry.
God.
I don't mean to talk over you.
No, not at all. I fucking do it all
By
the time.
the power of towel, I stopped a disaster from taking place.
Oh, thank God. Okay. So everything's
Dude, it was
good.
like a 3/4 full cup. It was kind of fucked, but you know what? The carpet took the brunt of the disaster area. So I got a towel doing God's work right now, and all the electronics are safe, so we're good. Holy shit! Right. I gotta be more careful, dude.
The carpet will survive.
All right.
Wait, just night shift, sleep 8 festival in the city. Hopefully not a bunch of intoxicated people that are gonna keep me busy. Oh hell, that's right. Okay. Godspeed, Coitus. Hopefully nothing gets too crazy. You might get 1 or 2 stragglers at the end of it all, but I think you'll be all right.
You're watching us at work. Hey, I appreciate that. I only watch streamers I really enjoy watching when I'm at work or I need a distraction from things. So, hey, I take that.
That might be saying something, Stamp. That might be saying something about you, don't you think?
Oh my, I was gonna fish for it. I was gonna fish for the compliment until somebody else said it. You know, just narcissist tings. That's what we do here. Okay, anyways, so back to the video.
Anyway, so
Just-
crisis averted. Moving on.
hit it with the hashtag just narcissist tings. I found a lot of my favorite streams browsing at work. Oh hell yeah, me too. All right, let's go.
After all, Silent Hill.
So the point he was making before I created a torrential downpour of coffee is Devin Shatsky, the producer of this game, is complaining because he knows that people are going to compare it to the predecessors, and that he believes that nostalgia has a way of skewing people's perception. So they're trying to make the point that he's not following this because the game tries very heavily to lean on the nostalgia, even just with everything going down to the packaging. So they'll get into that. Most of the best small streamers I found at weird AM hours. And you know, people always think I'm full of shit when I say this. I love being the size of streamer that I am because I can read every message in chat and it doesn't just blow by. I love being able to actively participate with every message. You know what I mean? And give everybody the chance to have that conversation. If chat gets too big, you end up losing so many messages. It sucks.
Sure.
as well as to a more mainstream audience. And believe me, it's a tough line to walk.
Basically what he's saying is that they knew they wouldn't be able to make a game that lives up to the standards of the originals, and that they would need to cast a wider net with their target audience to make up for the fans of the originals they were going to lose. After all, Silent Hill fans are unpleasable.
On the contrary, Silent Hill fans are very pleasable. Just make a good Silent Hill game. That would please us very much.
Yeah, this was bullshit propagated by Tom and the gang, which was after Homecoming, Origins, and Shattered Memories all had very mixed, lukewarm receptions. They basically just threw their hands up and said Silent Hill fans are unpleasable. So that's what that whole reference. They're just making a jab at some
nuance. I hate the fact that everyone has to fuck. I'm sorry. I don't mean to talk over you either.
No, you're good.
Fuck. I hate that it's such a like a binary conclusion. Like you're so distraught with how to navigate a narrative that you just throw your hands up and just say, fuck it, we don't know what we're doing, you guys are unpleasable and we can't be bothered.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you're not trying.
Don't listen to our feedback. You know, don't listen to our meaningful feedback that we're trying to give of people that have obsessed over this arguably more than the dev team has. Just throw your hands up and say, you fucks are unpleasable.
Like, what are you, Philip Burnell? Like, what are you?
Yeah. Where's the support for the meaningful content, guys?
But there is something to what Mr. Shatsky is saying, even if he doesn't know it.
Gosh, Shatsky, what a name.
The way we judge late entries in the Silent Hill series is the same way we judge any adaptation of source material.
Whenever a new director attempts to make their own version of something that already existed before, there are two questions we ask in order to measure their success in doing so. Is the work functionally good? And is the work contextually good? In Downpour's case, we look at functionality in terms of gameplay and context in terms of canonical accuracy and ability to expand upon the story in some meaningful way.
If you can nail both, what you've got is a genius game. If the story is non-existent but the gameplay is just phenomenal, that would be enough to get you over the bar. There are plenty of games that get by with no story at all. If the game is a piece of crap, but it tells a good story that's true to the spirit of the material, in a Silent Hill game, that's equally important, if not more so.
We've always applied this reasoning to a new Silent Hill game, and Downpour is no different.
Yeah, I don't think anybody in the history of Silent Hill has ever said that the story sucks, but the gameplay is phenomenal, so we love it. So I agree with everything he says. Like, that would only be enough to get you over the bar, because a functional game that has fluid controls and this, that, and the other, that's just not really a priority. Play Silent Hill 1, that is certainly not the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, Devil May Cry, Rule of Rose, exactly. You know, Rule of Rose controls terribly, but it has a good story. Devil May Cry 1 is jank as fuck, but it has an awesome story. So, yeah, that's just never been a priority for Silent Hill, so I 100% agree with him there. That's not going to win any awards, having a great gameplay. You have to bring it with the story with Silent Hill. It's the only way to get there.
So with this video, Devin's going to get his wish. We're not going to judge the game in a vacuum. There has to be some basis for comparison among games in general. But the first part will be untainted by nostalgia with no unfair comparisons to the originals.
Yeah, no problem. Untainted by nostalgia, he says. Yeah, and this was an argument too, that my brother was an idiot and he propagated this as well, which is that we just needed to get over the originals and move on. But you know, I just fundamentally disagree with that. I think that I agree with their conclusion of the original Silent Hill, the real Silent Hill experience, the first like parts 12, 1 through 11A, 11B or whatever, where they said, why can't we just leave good things alone? Silent Hill was a great story and now it's over. You know, appreciation doesn't have to stop here though. We can still go back and play the originals. They're great. But it is what it is. You know, we don't have to continue milking this series for all that it's worth. We can just sit back and say, you know what, it's over now, and that's perfectly fine. Nuking, yeah, at this point, it is nuking a dead horse. And who would have thought that 10 years after this video, we would have got that October announcement of the Silent Hill 2 remake and all the statues and all that shit, and we're in another resurgence of Silent Hill, you know, content, so to speak.
Shaven creep.
Nice. I just steal Bridget's. That's all I do. I just steal her stuff. But yeah, I paused it right when you got up.
Are we nuking a dead horse now? What are we doing?
SH2 remake was a gift. Yeah, we were talking. I was saying that my brother was one of the people who originally was like, you know, we just need to get over the original Silent Hill games and just accept what they are now. And I was like, even at the time when I was a kid, I fundamentally disagreed with that. I was like, no, I just think that they're much lower quality and I don't accept them. Like, why do I have to accept them as a Silent Hill fan? That was a very frequent argument around the time, which was either support the new games or get out of the fandom. You know, as if it was like a gatekeeping situation. I'm like, okay, well, if that's the case, fuck you, I'm out. Like, if you're gonna play it like that,
it's first of all, it's a reductive opinion. To say that if you don't like it, you can get out. It means, okay, your opinion does not align with mine, therefore I don't want to hear it. But also,
I don't want to engage with it.
Do you care about the title of the game you're playing, or do you care that you like the game you're playing and don't give a shit about the history that came before it?
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, the culture for media at the moment is just revival/remake mentality. Dude, it was at the time. HD collections were popular around this time. And movie remakes were starting to pop off around this time too. So I think it was a problem even then. But yeah,
you can argue that it's a cultural zeitgeist issue. Like, we are so incapable of consuming new things because we're so tethered to old stuff that we think is, I don't know, objectionably better.
Yeah.
Because of the experiences we had growing up with it, and it's gonna happen to our kids later. Like, it's gonna, like, not our kids because we don't have any, but you know what I mean. Like,
yeah,
people who come after us who are revisiting things that we consumed back in the day, they're gonna be like, oh, this is the stuff that we have now, and how it ages is going to be a completely different monster.
Yep.
But with Silent Hill, the reason why we care about it is because of that history. And if you don't pay attention to it, and you make something like this, which we're about to get into, and then complain to me that I care more about the thing that came before than this thing that does not represent it whatsoever,
guilty as charged is what I would say.
Things.
I would say guilty as charged. Of course I cared about those because they had significantly more effort and were, you know, they were fundamentally aligned as far as their motifs, their story elements, the atmosphere, you know, the mechanics even are correct as far as 2, 3, and 4, like, or 1, 2, 3, and 4 because of like the enemies changing design based on who's projecting the nightmare. You know, the mechanics all aligned perfectly. It was like a Terminator 1 and 2 situation where they were just perfectly tightly wrapped, and then they just decided we need more, and eventually you have to break it.
So it's not even stop not liking what I don't like, but goes beyond that into stop liking the thing I also like, but in the wrong way.
Yes, it was like a Smash Brothers Melee versus Smash Brawl situation at the time, which was, if you like the originals, you need to wake up, you need to, you know, get with the times and, you know, either like it, or if you don't like it, you don't deserve it and you should exit the fandom. That's what it was. That's kind of what
it's gatekeepy.
It was. The culture just let Jason and Mikey. Yeah, Jason and Michael Myers needed to die 10 years ago. 100%.
And then in the second...
I think the argument here is if you care enough about something, you would care regardless. And if someone's going to go that extra step and say, I care about something more than you do, they should back it up.
To put,
Back it up with something.
To put like stipulations on it, as if I need to follow your fucking guidelines to like something. Fuck yourself. Like, I don't care what your parameters for me are. Your parameters end where mine begin. I choose what I like about Silent Hill. You can get fucked. That's how I always felt about that.
Hey, but Stam, if you knew, I don't know if you knew, you might not know, but if you did know and just forgot about it, Silent Hill is based off a town in Centralia, Pennsylvania.
I need a moment. I have to process this. Goodbye.
I'm sorry. It's going off the rails. We just started, man.
It was all just a tee-hee. Okay, we're back. It was all just a tee-hee. Did you know gaming? All right. We can get back to the video now. I'm done tea-rolling. All right.
Has to be some basis for comparison among games in general. But the first part will be untainted by nostalgia with no unfair comparisons to the originals. And then in the second part, we're gonna judge it based on the friggin' title.
Goated show right here. This was my shit growing up. Are you afraid of the dark? Are You Afraid of the Dark and Goosebumps were my favorite anthology shows.
You know what I'm talking about? Like the Saturday Night Nickelodeon?
Yeah.
You don't remember Snap?
Yeah, no, I do. I also remember Teen Nick that they replaced it with.
Alex Mack. Yo.
The goats.
Submitted for the approval of the Midnight Society. I call this story The Tale of Prisoners Past.
Let's say you've never played a Silent Hill game. You walk into a GameStop, they treat you like crap, you walk back out of the GameStop and into the Target next door, and you see a copy of Downpour sitting on the shelf. What is this? I've never heard of this before. You turn it over to try to get some idea of what kind of a game it is. All you'll see is the phrase, "Who can stop the rain? A dire warning against the people of Luvia, Finland." And this sentence right here.
Because it rains a lot there.
Join convict Murphy Pendleton in Silent Hill, where fear and torment are inescapable.
And that's it.
And that's it. The rest is just a bunch of legal information and stuff like that.
Already they're banking on brand recognition. 2 sentences isn't enough to get you to risk a $60 investment on something you have no experience with. So you're going to go back over to the GameStop and wait in line for Battlefield of Halo's Future Warfare 5. Nobody's going to buy it on its own merit.
Absolute dunk on everything Shatsky was saying pre-release. You want us to think that it's something that should be accepted on its own merit, but then everything about the game screams the only reason you should buy this is because it has the word Silent Hill on the cover. So he's already not even being consistent with his philosophy here. If you wanted it to stand on its own, you wouldn't even title it Silent Hill. Halo chugging buddies at it again, dude. At it again.
The game's manual isn't much help either, containing nothing more than some technical information and a controller layout in 3 different languages. And this pitiful black and white 3 pages has a freaking table of contents. If you happen to be familiar with other games of the same publisher, you will know that they can do much better with their manuals. Look at there's comics and there's all kinds of information. It's freaking awesome. It's like 100 pages. So no, 50 pages or something like that. Turns out you have to go online just to find out what kind of genre.
Oh my god, you guys, I see the biggest time capsule. Fucking 3D. If you didn't know, if you really wanted to vomit your guts out playing this game, run Downpour in stereoscopic 3D. If you just really fucking hate your digestive system, give that a shot and tell me how fun that is to look at.
This game falls into. Turns out it's survival horror. Downpour is a survival horror game.
Oh, it is?
No way.
Could have fooled me. There's nothing horror or survival.
Yeah, it just immediately fucks your stomach and makes you want to throw up. That was a big gimmick at the time. Like 2011 to 2013, 3D was like this massive, massive gimmick. Every TV that you would find in Best Buy and Walmart was advertising 3D. Fuck's sake.
This is like, dude, stereoscopic is so cool.
VR without having to strap LCDs to your face. Yeah. Your Halo chugging buddies don't care about fine digital storytelling. True.
About it, contrary to what many reviewers would like you to think.
Yeah, look at these clowns. Look, the people glazed this story so crazy when it came out, and I never understood it. Offers what is undeniably old school survival horror. True survival horror, not just empty promises.
How can you say glazed like that with such confidence?
Conviction, because it's the truth. You can easily say the truth with conviction.
Not all of them are full, but most are. The one thing all the reviewers have reached a consensus on is that Downpour's story is very good and well told. We respectfully disagree. The way Downpour tells its story is convoluted, vague, and confusing. That's not a bad thing in itself. For example, the movie Prometheus came out last year, and it too had a convoluted, vague, and confusing way of telling its story. That movie is part of our Essential Viewing Collection series because of the way it told its story. It had a single driving question and then placed clues here and there.
Great movie.
Challenging viewers to piece them together for the answer.
But
hey, challenging viewers to piece things together for the answer. That sounds a lot like Team Silent's variations of Silent Hill. What are they getting at exactly?
Prometheus did have a definite answer.
Yeah, I like Prometheus.
Yeah, I saw it in theaters. I thought it was alright. I think it was just Alien again. I think it was just Ridley Scott retreading old ground with new material, but I thought it was an interesting perspective.
Yeah, it's kind of like it was basically like a prequel, but kind of giving you some answers as to how things ended up with the Nostromo situation and the recovery efforts and all that. Twin Perfect introduced one of my favorite movies, Let the Right One In. Do not ever watch the American version of that. Watch the Swedish version.
Let me in, get the fuck out.
Watch the Swedish version in Swedish if you want to watch the movie. If you don't want to fuck with it, read the book. It's even better. Yep. Can't do that. Every consumer is now assumed to be a brain dead baby. Very, very true. They did a horrible, cheesy dub of the Swedish version that was on Netflix for a while, and it was so goddamn awful it made me want to put my head through a wall. Listen, I don't care.
Watch Let the Right One in its proper
native language.
In its proper language with subtitles.
Yes.
It's good.
I don't give a shit what the country of origin is. I'm not a weeb. If it's Japanese media, I want to hear it in Japanese. If it's Swedish, if it's German, if it's Russian, if it's Polish, I don't give a fuck. I want to hear it in its native language. Get fucked. Otherwise, do not cheesily dub it in American so that K-Konas like me can understand it. Just give me the captions, dude. That's all I need.
Yeah, exactly, TK. Let me in. Yeah. Let me in. More like get me out.
Or like get me the fuck out. Lest I gouge my own eyes out. It was that bad, dude.
Answer. Whereas Downpour looks like it's convoluted not as a way of challenging you to figure out what's happening, but as a way of purposefully avoiding having to give any kind of concrete answer as to what's happening. Every clue given has any number of possible explanations, and there's nothing to tell you that any one of those explanations is right.
Compounding the convolution, the game has 5 different endings, and every one of them has the possibility of not only changing the conclusion you reach, but changing the story itself. One ending even reverses the roles of the characters. Any conclusion you draw can be the right one, with the result that there are no conclusions and there is no story.
Yep, this was a part of their focus testing, where they determined somewhere along the way that Silent Hill fans are not to be given a singular answer. They decided that they wanted to support all the crazy, wild, kooky fan theories out there. And so they made a game that is so open-ended, it really just has nothing. You know, every ending, like you just said, every ending changes things. You know, there's so many different endings that it's basically a choose-your-own-adventure novel at that point.
Like, why tell a story if the story has no ending? Like, why bother? Why bother telling a story that is an endless? Why?
Yep.
And why bother? Why bother do this to people?
They'll get into that when they start talking about it being a multifaceted, subjective. Anyways, it's a quote, but we'll get there.
Nobody's right. Everybody wins. Trophies for participation.
True.
Trophies. for
The story, as
participation.
everyone understands it, and as the game developers describe it, begins with convict Murphy Pendleton's prison transfer gone awry as the bus crashes in
2 + 2 = 4. But don't tell that to someone who can't do math, or you might make someone sad. Oh no.
the woods on the outskirts of the town of Silent Hill. Murphy must try to escape the town, but the town has other things in store for him. He'll have to fight hideous monstrosities across hellish planes of existence in the ultimate battle with his greatest foe, himself.
You should have written that on the back of the box.
True. That would have been infinitely better than Who Can Stop the Rain? And that's like the main tagline. I feel like Morrowind and the Elder Scrolls in general did it right with going the multiverse route. So all mods, DLC, headcanon, etc. is canon. Yeah, if you're going to go that route, just fucking lean into it. But the problem is you have to do that from the beginning. You can't come in 5 games in and then say, oh, now it's like that, when it never was in the past. You know, if you're going to do it, perfectly fine. But don't bulldoze established, canon to do that 5 games down the line.
5 games in with none of the original developers associated with the project whatsoever.
Right.
Being the one saying, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing.
Yes.
Fuck
and
you.
Now this is what it's about. Nobody's going to accept that.
The box.
The general idea with Downpour is that the town of Silent Hill forces people to face their guilt by trapping them and manifesting creatures of the night and nightmares of the day from the depths of their psyche.
Such an
How it's
ugly
able to
game.
do this and why, you'll never know. They'll only be able to get out of the town once their emotional baggage is sorted out.
This town, it knows me. It showed me things.
This frame rate is like average on PS3, by the way. It's like 15 FPS in cutscenes. I wish that was a joke.
It wants me to finish this.
Look how awful that looks.
Don't you understand? It'll never let us go until we finish what we started.
The story as it unfolds while you're playing is maybe about Murphy Pendleton's quest for revenge against Patrick Napier, the man who raped and murdered his son. Murphy got himself arrested by stealing a cop car so he could end up in prison with Napier, where he could exact his revenge.
You stole a police cruiser and led him on a 10-hour chase down the eastern seaboard. What makes a guy with no priors and a clean sight do something that stupid?
Yeah, our first image of our main character is him brutally beating and stabbing a guy. Now that's a character I relate to, guys. I don't know about you. I see this and I think, that's my guy.
How did Murphy know he would end up in the same cell block as Napier, let alone the same prison? Child murder, rape, and Grand Theft Auto aren't in the same league.
Well, Murphy was counting on the assistance of a dirty cop, Officer George Sewell, who arranged the situation in exchange for a favor.
That's what.
Yeah, that also doesn't make any goddamn sense. Sorry.
No, it's true.
I
Like
had to pause.
the whole foundation falls apart. It's like he gets himself thrown in prison by stealing a police cruiser and leading them on a high-speed chase, and he somehow gets thrown in the same security level as a child murder rapist. Make it make sense. Already it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, was he in talks with this dirty cop before he even got thrown in jail? Did he go to a jail, get with the warden and say, hey, let's do this, and you can like rig the system to where I get placed in the same like cell block as this guy? Like, what is the logic here? Why?
How would a fucking jail warden have anything to do with your court case? Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
How could this guy be such an influential dirty cop that he could pull that many strings? Like, come the fuck on, dude. Makes no sense.
That there might be a dirty
sense.
cop that would arrange everything.
Yeah, like he says here, that's wishful thinking that there might be a dirty cop who could arrange everything.
That's wishful thinking. That there might be a dirty cop that
Convoluted
would arrange
plan.
everything.
In exchange for the opportunity to murder Pat Napier, Sewell wants Murphy to murder off Officer Frank Coleridge, the primary witness in an investigation of Sewell's dirtiness.
Should have learned to keep your big fucking mouth shut, Frank. Now my friend Murphy's got to shut it for you.
Frank is severely mutilated during a prison riot that Sewell stages, and Murphy is convicted of the crime. The transfer to Silent Hill's Alcatraz Penitentiary has something to do with this conviction. After the bus crash, Officer Ann Cunningham, Frankie's apparent daughter, chases Murphy through the nightmare in order to see to it that Murphy fries for the vegetabilization of her apparent parent.
Can I just say I love that word, vegetabilization?
This bastard. You don't deserve to live.
Whether or not Murphy attacked Frank depends on which of the 5 endings you get, along with whether or not Murphy killed Pat Napier, and whether or not Murphy Pendleton is even the main character.
In the best ending possible, Murphy could not go through with killing Napier, and it turns out the scene at the start of the game where he kills him was actually a dream.
The guy kills your boy. You go through all the trouble of getting yourself locked up with him, and what happens? I serve him to you like a fucking Christmas goose, and you can't even finish the job.
If we're talking about cliches, can you think of any more goddamn cliche than it was all a dream? Just completely wasting your time with hours and hours of gameplay by saying, oh, actually, it was a dream, teehee. You think anybody on Team Silent would so much as touch a bullshit conclusion like that? No. And you might say, well, Silent Hill 4 was all a dream. No, it was a ritual that caused people to actually die. There was a big difference.
Right. Coitus is like, what is this, America?
Yeah. But yeah, it was a big difference because they were trapped asleep in a ritual that was used to actually kill them. Like they could die in these dreams. Not in this, it was literally just, oh, it was a dream.
Absolutely not. Silent Hill 1 was not a dream. Silent Hill 2 was a man going through the motions of guilt, regret, and shame, and the town fed off of that. Silent Hill 3 was God baby in belly and crazy woman make baby come out. Not a dream. And 4 was a ritual. None of these are dreams. None of these are actually happening.
Yep. And that's why
in the context of the game.
That's why every ending of Silent Hill 4 involves him waking up, but the events that took place were all real because the other people in the ritual are still dead. Cynthia's still dead. Richard is still dead. You know, Jasper's still dead. The only two that survived are you and Eileen. Yeah. Dude, my English teacher when I was 13 would tell us not to use the "it was a dream." Yeah, it's the most stereotypical shit you'll ever see. It's a terrible idea.
And no one can do it right. The people who have done it right once and have never done it again. It was a one-time thing. You don't do it again.
Holy fuck, I 100% wrote a short story that ended like that in school, and I thought it was the most profound shit. We've all done it, dude. We've all done it.
It's not your fault. You're all right.
I serve him to you like a
We've all done
Christmas goose, and you can't even finish the job.
And then he couldn't kill Frankie Coles either.
You can't do this. I didn't. Whose prints do you think are on that ship?
So there is no reason for Murphy to feel guilty about anything. Throughout the game, Murphy is being tormented by the guilt of having murdered nobody.
What I did to
True.
Napier didn't solve anything. Charlie was still gone, and I was stuck in prison. Everything spiraled out of control. It was my fault. I just want my life back.
Through the magic of Silent Hill, Anne learns that Murphy never hurt her father and releases him from custody, bypassing the United States criminal justice system and ignoring the charge of Grand Theft Auto, which was the reason he was sent to prison in the first place.
I want to point out, because they don't show it, in the best ending possible, they spawn outside. Again, exactly what he's saying is so true. She literally bypasses the U.S. criminal justice system because remember, as far as the prison system is concerned, they're still mid-transfer and they've only lost a day. So he still needs to be transferred and he's still in maximum security prison. Nobody has acquitted him of those charges, but she lets him go and they hug it out and she says, thank you. And he says, for what? And she says, the truth. Dear God, what in the fuck were they thinking with this writing, dude? They don't show it in here, but that's literally the best ending in the game.
my light died.
It's so bad. Remember, if you get into trouble, just find a peace officer to forgive you. Yep. And then you just waltz on back into your regular life. No problems here.
So exactly. What happens is they say, I forgive you, and then the justice system lets you go.
Yep. And then you tell the judge,
That's
hey,
how it works.
you tell the judge, look, we already hugged it out. I said sorry. She said cool. And then the judge goes, oh, get back to your regular life, dude. What are you still doing here? Bailiff, get this guy out immediately, dude.
Crazy kid.
I forgive you.
You little scamp.
I have this insatiable desire for justice, and I will not rest until I make you pay for every crime you commit.
It's just a prank, yeah.
It's a prank, bro.
Except for the only one you actually did commit.
In the second best ending, Murphy also did not hurt Pat Knapp or Frank. According to the game's senior associate producer Tom Hewlett, this was a mistake, and Murphy was supposed to have killed Napier. Nonetheless, it wraps up in much the same way as the other, except that this time Anne goes to take revenge on Officer Sulu.
We need to talk.
In another ending, Murphy kills Nappy, kills Frank, kills Frank's daughter, kills himself, and then Groundhog's Day's back to the beginning of a prison nightmare sequence to try again.
Wait, stop! This is all wrong, please!
In the second worst ending, Murphy is magically back in custody and being
ugly.
It is disgusting. So that ending once again bulldozes established mechanics in Silent Hill. In Silent Hill 2, anyone that dies, do they come back to life and start teleporting all around? No, the fuck they do not. When Eddie's dead, he's dead. He does not appear in the hotel. He's dead. In fact, you know, the eggs that you get after defeating the two Pyramid Heads are a perfect representation of James's two victims. A scarlet one for someone killed in a violent encounter, which represents Eddie, and then the rust-colored one that represents Mary, who primarily died by disease. Obviously, James accelerated it, but she was in hospice care anyway. You get the idea.
Yeah.
So that ending bulldozes. Yeah, that ending bulldozes established mechanics too, because it says, well, if you make the wrong decision, the town goes, and then pulls you back and respawns you into a nightmare sequence. You did something wrong. You're not correct. Yeah, you're not correct. You might got to try again and do it right this time, and everybody's magically alive again. Like, what the fuck is that? Revisionist bullshit.
executed for murdering his own son.
Assembled here to witness
the bail is set to exactly one hug. Yes, if you're able to somehow get a hug out of an officer, good to go.
And being executed for murdering his own son.
Assembled here to witness the state's execution of.
Can you imagine? Wait, no, seriously. Can you imagine if our fucking justice system was set up to like bail is set to one handshake?
Yep. If you're manipulative enough to get a handshake from the bailiff, they'll let you off. So this is the worst. This is the second worst ending, where this is basically if you just kill everybody and you say all the. Every time you get into dialogue in this game, there's a good option and an evil option. It's literally just two buttons. It's like X and circle, the good option or the asshole option. If you choose the asshole option the whole time and you kill a shit ton of enemies, you get this ending where he's being executed for some reason.
In the second worst ending, Murphy is magically back in custody and being executed for murdering his own son.
Assembled here to witness the state's execution of Murphy Pendleton.
Yeah, for real. Execute this fucking game already.
Murphy never needed to seek revenge on Pat Napier, and yet in this ending, he is still guilty for the death of Frank Coleridge.
More recently, Pendleton was tried and convicted for the murder of decorated officer Frank Coleridge during a Ryle State prison riot, which expedited Pendleton's execution sentence amidst public furor.
Why would Murphy make a deal to kill Coleridge?
Wait, hold on. Why isn't this game about Sewell instead of Murphy? This guy clearly has a. If you're gonna play the whole I have baggage and I don't want to admit to it, and Silent Hill feeds off that shit, why not make him the primary protagonist in your weird ass prison story? He has way more baggage.
Well, the argument has been that Anne should have been the main character, which I actually agree with, because she.
Oh, Cunningham?
Yes, because she actually does not know the truth about the situation. And so it actually would make more sense for it to happen from her perspective. But I'd say the reason why Sewell isn't is because he's painted as the main antagonist. They even gave him like a typical evil guy face, you know, where he's got the angry smirk the whole time, and he's just a really smart ass type guy. I just don't think anybody would have liked Sewell.
Okay, fine. All right. Well, in that case, make him part of the cult.
Yeah, or something.
Why not be of the order?
Yeah.
Something else instead of just being, oh, he's the devil on my shoulder. Like, it's just so corny. It's just corny writing, man.
And what Stoned is talking about is so true. They show in a second that they redesigned Murphy to make him look super similar to Tom Hewitt.
Yeah.
Fucking self-insert bullshit. Yeah, don't forget.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Don't forget the main producer of the game is literally too dumb to understand the cult elements of the story, so keep that in mind as you watch this.
To kill Coleridge in exchange for the opportunity to murder somebody who didn't kill his son and may not even exist.
What I did to Napier didn't solve anything.
Yeah, how does this dialogue make sense if it was all a dream? Explain that one.
And in the very worst ending, the whole game is revealed to have been the dream of Annie Cunningham, in prison for who knows what, and that she was dreaming about Officer Murphy Pendleton.
This leaves everyone wondering whether she was dreaming about chasing Murphy or if she was dreaming about being Murphy, whether or not Anne was really the one who killed her father, if Frank even was her father, if she's the one whose son was murdered, if she's the one who murdered her son, if she's the one who murdered someone else's son, if she's the one who raped her own or someone else's son, if she's the one who stole a cop car in order to be sent to prison, and a million other legitimate possibilities. In the end,
if it is supposed to be Anne Cunningham's story, why the fuck would the game be played in his perspective and not hers?
I can explain because after the game came out, they released a series of graphic novels called Anne's Story. So they wanted to do that to set up ancillary bullshit to sell on the side. They literally sold story DLC. Yep, Anne's Story. You gotta look that up. A fucking graphic novel, because we were all just hyped to find out what was going to go on with Anne, right? But yep, it's a real thing that exists. So to curtail us into buying more bullshit that we don't need, they couldn't be bothered to put her story in the game as like a sub scenario. You know how the Maria sub scenario exists? They wanted to make us pay extra for another form of media. So very cool.
I don't care very much for that.
I certainly don't either. Hey, I was mad about that with Mad Max Fury Road as well. Furiosa's story was hidden behind graphic novels. And I wish it could have just been included in the movie, but it is what it is.
in the end, the moral of the story is that Murphy needs to just get on with his life. Murphy, escape from Silent Hill and just get on with your life. People are dead. Get over it.
You won't find yourself until you face the truth.
Sorry.
You're good.
Unless your real identity is Anne Cunningham, in which case Anne should just stop dreaming about Murphy and just get on with making license plates. Unless Murphy died in the bus crash, in which case he'd just get on with his death. Actually, we wrote that as a joke, but then we thought about it, and it turns out it's just one of the many possible conclusions that can legitimately be drawn.
True.
For all we know, Murphy could have been dead and running around in purgatory. Or it all could have been real, right up to the point he gets shot, and then he's in purgatory. Or it's real up to the second time he gets shot. Or up to the time he shoots himself. Or maybe he was knocked out after the crash and dreamed the whole thing. Or maybe it's all real, and the town just won't let you die.
I love the way he says that. Or maybe it's all real, and the town just won't let you die. I mean, I think that's the case, because every time he makes a quote-unquote incorrect decision, it just teleports him back to make him try again. So maybe that is what they're trying to get at. It's like such a therapist town that until you admit the goddamn truth, you're not leaving.
Game is torture. They just made Silent Hill. It's not even a therapist out. It's more like it's torture, like cruel and unusual punishment.
Yeah. God, it's so fucking lazy, dude.
Or maybe it's all real, and the town just won't let you die.
That straight up just looks like Mortal Kombat Mythology Sub-Zero.
It's a friggin' mess. What is this game trying to tell me? How is any of this happening?
Oh my god, this game is awful.
You're given notes throughout the game called mysteries that I guess are supposed to fill in the gaps and minor details, but those only make things worse. There are a bunch that have to do with children at an orphanage, but all their names are crossed out. Murphy talks about being in an orphanage.
Oh, they do this shit so much in this game. They have these long novels of memos, and a ton of information is purposefully crossed out to leave it open-ended. Like, for fuck's sake, if you're gonna make me read this much, at least give me names.
But these memos are about children that had a personality disorder.
It's like, when they do this, they are screaming to you.
Silent Hill 2 gave you names.
Yeah, when
Joseph Davis.
When they do this and they cross things out, they're screaming to you, this represents the characters in some way. That's why they cross the names out, because it's supposed to be representing something of Murphy's past or Anne's past. Like, just fucking make it more on the nose. Why don't you? It couldn't possibly be more on the nose when they do that.
Like, it's just so, it's I don't want to keep using the word reductive anymore. It's bland.
It's so
Joshua
reductive.
Davis, Joseph Parker, these are names. These are people that I can associate with. Stanley Coleman is a name. These are people that I can identify with, and it means something more because these are individuals that have something more to apply. This is just like fill in the blanks.
Yeah.
Fill in the obvious blanks.
Yep. It's like so you're in an orphanage, right? And he reads a memo and then he says to himself, reminds me of my own boy. Gee, what the fuck do you, like, why did you have to tell me that? Why did you have to make Murphy tell me that? Wasn't I allowed to infer that for myself? I guess not. I'm not allowed to infer that, guys. They have to tell it to me.
Shock therapy and
Here's how I know
lobotomy.
you can't tell a goddamn story.
Yeah.
You can't be bothered to provide me with a context strong enough to have me apply this to a theme or a motif. You just
have to tell me.
You're giving me nothing. You're giving me nothing and expecting me to fill in the blanks for you because you can't be bothered to tell a goddamn story.
Oh, Lime Jim. That was my least favorite time to be a Silent Hill fan, because when we would point this shit out back in the day, that's what we would get told. You just don't get it. It's like meta, bro. You just don't get it. I was like, no, I get it.
Weirdos who fucking talk about fucking Szechuan sauce and Rick and Morty. You don't get it.
You need a very high IQ to process Downpour BTW.
Murphy have the disorder? Was he given those treatments? There are 2 kids running around the...
Yes, look at that. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Oh, who could they possibly be referring to? Our main character who was married and had a child? Oh, wow. That's really deep, dude.
Orphanage, a boy and a girl. Orphanage,
got me.
A boy and a girl. Is this a clue? Are they saying that Murphy's kid was in the orphanage? Is the girl Anne?
Have we considered they just tried their best and are sad too it didn't work out? I would accept that as the truth if they didn't basically go on a rampage calling the fans, big nerds and that they care way too much about this and all these other like pejorative terms that they used.
I'm not upset at the people, the unsung heroes who grit and bared it. Bore it?
Grin and bored. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the past tense of that.
The folks who fought tooth and nail to get the goddamn thing done on time, to get it released.
Right.
I am not shunning them. The people who are responsible for, again, at the beginning of this video, we said this, the faces of this project who thought that it was proper to go on camera in front of microphones and say that we don't give a shit about the game that they're making because we aren't pleased. We're not pleasable. We can't be satisfied.
Yes, you make a great
Those are
point.
the people that we're talking about right now.
The people that were working at their desks and modeling items and, making animations and modeling textures, these people they're not responsible for this at all. They were just there doing their job. And in some places, there are a couple places in this game where they did a really good job. The only ire we have is for the people making the creative decisions on this game. The writing, the characters, the memos, all the creative decisions are what we have an issue with. We don't take issue with anybody who worked on the game in earnest and just put shit in the game to fill it out.
Make fan service game for nerd fan base. Call said fan base nerds. Pretty gamer move.
I mean, honestly, dude. Why? Well, wouldn't you want to encourage people to look deeper into the lore and things and not just call them like hyper? I think somebody labeled them as manic. Like they're, Silent Hill fans are just manic people that want to find meaning in everything. It's like well, yeah.
Anime fan on prom night.
Yeah, it's like, why wouldn't you encourage that? Wouldn't it just mean that more people are participating in your IP? Yeah, just let Jonathan Davis write it.
Is she also in the orphanage? There's a side
At this point, might as well.
quest about a kid with autism that drowned, just like Murphy's kid that drowned. Are they saying that Charlie Pendleton was autistic? Did they give him those treatments? The autistic girl's mother didn't want her anymore. Is that how Murphy felt about Charlie? Is that why she put Charlie into an orphanage? Or is it just all coincidental and none of it has anything to do with Murphy? If so, why include it? Do they want us to solve the puzzle, or is there no puzzle to be solved? If not, why are they called mysteries? And why should I even care?
This
reminds me of my own boy.
So you have to be told, because when you see this, you're not able to make the connection. By the way, this takes place like well into the game. This is like 60, 70% through the game that this happens. So if the mysteries, like Rossiter said, are completely unrelated to the main character because they don't give us a single name on any of this stuff, then really, why do we give a shit? We're just reading about completely unrelated people. So who gives a fuck? But they throw these little thoughts that Murphy has, like reminds me of my own boy. So that's literally telling you it represents his child. But then they don't give you any names or tell you the reason why this stuff is here. So it just ends up not answering any questions anyway.
Why put it in there?
Exactly. Why put it in there? Because they wanted to make us feel like we got our $60 worth. That's why.
Within 10 minutes of play, the fact that Murphy needs to face his guilt is made obvious.
Yep.
You can't undo anything you've already done, but you can face up to it.
So the only thing keeping you going is learning what he...
Can you imagine if Silent Hill 2 had a segment like that? Like James's doctor telling him, you can't undo anything you've already done, James, but you can face up to it. As he gets out of the bathroom. Can you imagine?
He feels guilty about, and if he gets over it. But we don't care about Murphy.
The remake kind of
so why should
does
we
do
care
it,
about...
though. It kind of hammers it in. I feel like the remake does a bit more, like, over-elaboration to the point.
It definitely makes it more clear earlier that something is off, but they don't just come right out and fucking say it with reverb put on somebody's voice as if it's a memory being unlocked. This is right after the bus crash. You've played for 5 minutes. You walk up a hill and you go to a gas station and this plays. This spoils the whole game. He did something and he's feeling very guilty about it. Oh, wow. I wonder what this game's going to be about.
But you can't
smother your wife, bro. Not
so the
cool.
only thing keeping you going
Not
is learning
cool.
what he feels guilty about and if he gets over it. But we don't care about Murphy. So why should we care about his conflict? The protagonist is supposed to be a sympathetic character that we can all connect with. But Murphy Pendleton is a remorseless murderer who got himself thrown in jail just so that he could murder someone and get revenge. He feels worse about a guy that he didn't hurt. And that's only in the best of endings. In the worst of them, he killed everyone, even his own son. And now he feels so much guilt and remorse, he's mocking people from the execution table.
And I sure as hell never hurt any kids. I wouldn't be able to live with myself.
I'll see you in hell. Cupcake.
You know,
Racked with guilt.
you know, they were sitting around the boardroom when they wrote this scene and they thought this was going to be their fucking Dark Knight Joker moment, dude. You know, they were like, oh, this is going to be so badass, dude. He's going to look over at Sewell and say, see you in hell. Cupcake. And they just uproarious applause in the boardroom and they just start fucking throwing a party, dude. They thought they nailed it with this shit. You know.
I'll see you in hell.
They hit that 100 goal. They're going to have that pizza party.
Yep.
You knew it.
Pizza party for the staff, baby. Let's go.
The endings are
Where they get the fucking, you know, razor thin slice with a shot glass of Coke. That's all.
partially decided.
Two pizzas for 100 employees. Let's go.
Decided by these pathetic moral decision scenes where you think you have the choice between saving someone's life and letting them die.
Yeah. First of all, look how goddamn awful even these icons are. But regardless of whether you choose help her or leave her, she falls before you get a chance to do either. So, complete waste of time. And this is, again, the first one in the game.
But there is no real decision. They're following either way. And Murphy's such a shallow character that it ends up being a choice between Murphy not caring at all or Murphy showing the slight glimmer of a passing interest.
Can't believe he jumped.
J.K. Rowling, the guy Murphy is refusing to save here, actually does feel remorse for unintentionally stealing a busload of
It's about the intent. No.
and crashing it into Silent Hill.
What happened? That was an accident.
Actually.
I didn't mean to hurt nobody. I didn't murder nobody.
He'd be a way more sympathetic.
Can you hear me? Is my microphone all right? Am I good? 'Cause
Yeah.
I know I get very animated. So
No, you're
my
good.
bad if I like. All right.
No, you're good. Yeah, it's coming in perfectly fine. What I did is I put a pad on Discord. So the volume mixer in Windows is minus 10% only, but you're still coming in on the meters at -10 to -5, so it's perfect. Yeah, I put that pad in last time, so it's flawless now. You know, I'll toot my little horn, but you know, I know how to I know how to mix. I know how to do these things.
The man knows what he's doing.
JG Wentworth. Yeah, this fucking guy.
JG Wentworth.
This character is such a clown because, again, they tried to do a Silent Hill 2-ism by, you know, like you pointed out in the last time we did this, accurately, that Angela and Eddie are not just characters that are inconsequential and they just happen to be there. They do still represent aspects of James. They go, again, 100% on the nose with this, and they have the characters that Murphy interacts with straight up tell you concepts as they they have their dialogue. They just straight up tell you why they exist. That's why it's so fucking lazy. Like, this guy here is clearly representing his guilt toward his actions and is just screaming it to the heavens with his dialogue. It couldn't be more obvious.
And that's the issue. And I'm sorry. I'm gonna get on my like
soapbox.
My writer soapbox and shit. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. This is called bad writing.
Dog shit writing, some would even say. And by some, I mean me.
The reason why Angela and Eddie work so effectively is because they are reflective of Jamie Boy's psyche in ways that are reasonable, understandable,
and subtle.
knowable, and subtle. Yes, thank you. Like, subtlety. Why does everyone think that subtlety is like a fucking cinder block to the head? I don't understand why people don't get this shit.
Because it doesn't do well when you focus test for the mass market. That's why. And I'll tell you, this is the truth. Prometheus flopped because people were like, I don't want to have to think. I just want to be told. You know, how many movies come out that are very meta, or they try to get you to think about certain things, and then people say they're terrible or that they're about nothing. I've seen that so many times. Well, that movie was about nothing. Nothing happened. So because subtlety doesn't do well with the mass market, that's why they just axed it entirely and replaced it with characters that just tell you exactly what's happening. Yeah, perfect example. Absolute perfect example. Blade Runner theatrical cut.
As often as I possibly can when I talk to an audience, I'm going to do it to your audience too. Read.
Yep.
Please learn and read. Read and read some more. If you think you're done reading, you're not. Read some more. Read. There are really good books that evoke imagination.
Yep.
That demand you imagine things, and they use subtlety and nuance and context and structure and plot and depth and meaning.
Books are for nerds. Show don't tell us a dead philosophy. Well, I was going to say the perfect example is Blade Runner's theatrical cut. When Blade Runner came out in the theaters, the distribution company, which I believe was New Line, said this is way too difficult to follow. So what they did was they went after the fact and they made Harrison Ford ADR, which is additional dialogue recording. They made him ADR narrations for Deckard that told you everything he was thinking, the reason why he was going to every spot in the movie, exactly what he was thinking at all times, what he was doing there, what he intended to do, and what he was going to do next. Because they figured the audience is so dumb, they'll never get it. There's a reason why that theatrical cut is universally reviled as insulting and just pointless. Nobody prefers that theatrical cut. You'd be hard pressed to find anybody that prefers it.
Want to watch Blade Runner?
Yes, director's cut or final cut. My preferred version is final cut because director's cut. Long story short, there's a couple times where you see stunts and you can see that it's doubles. In the final cut, they actually digitize the actors' faces onto the stunt doubles, so it's even more immersive.
See, this is how you know Coitus is one of mine, because he's like, bro, that sounds like a sick watch.
Yeah, thanks for telling me what to avoid. Yes, do never, ever, ever watch the Blade Runner theatrical cut. If you're going to watch the movie, watch Blade Runner, the final cut, because it's Ridley Scott basically bringing the whole movie to fruition and exactly what his original vision was, and not in a George Lucas insulting way. It's actually very, very beautifully edited. Like I said, they patch up some things like the stunt doubles being visible. If you're going to watch it, watch that version. But yeah, the point is the equivalent of the theatrical cut.
Storytelling.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, that's all I was going to say. This here is the theatrical cut of Blade Runner, is what it equates to.
That's giving it way too much credit.
True.
Sorry. All right. All I'm saying is subtlety in storytelling involves telling people as minimal as you need to in order to expand on the themes that you're attempting to build. Think of it as poetry, not the don't do the George Lucas joke. Think of it as poetry. Poetry working in its stanzas, working in its contexts, building on something that's a bit more romantic, a bit more expansive, and a bit more impactful because of how it's telling its story. Poetry can tell stories too. Walt Whitman can tell stories in poetry. You don't need to have all of the information. You just need enough of it to understand that the audience is smart enough to put the pieces together on their own. You don't need conceits. You don't need depth to go that far. You just need enough. Give them enough information and allow them to provide for themselves what it means. Meaning and significance are important in storytelling. Do it right, and you have something like Silent Hill 2. You have something like Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment. You have something like, I don't know, Taxi Driver. You have good stories. You know how to tell good stories. Downpour is not a good story. I'm not even entirely sure it's a story. I think it's just a lot of angry white guys being like, we know Silent Hill better than everybody else. And then they did this.
I mean, it just helps with realism. No one talks or has conversations like lazy scripting writing does. Yeah, like they never interrupt each other. There's never any like subtlety in the way that they talk. It's always you delivered a line and now I delivered a line and now you delivered a line. Like you can see bad writing from a mile away.
Yep.
And we all inherently know what it is. Did this guy just equate Silent Hill and Dostoevsky? Well, it's an apt conclusion because
Punishment light when you look at Silent Hill 2.
No, I mean it's an apt one because Ito has directly referenced Dostoevsky as a major inspiration for Silent Hill 2. So it's a perfectly apt comparison.
It's also Coitus. It's Coitus being quick. Come on, Coitus. He's my boy.
did this guy just do this? But yeah, I was gonna say when you bulldoze subtlety, that's when stories turn into time capsules. The reason why so many are still around decades later, especially in movies and games as well. Now, we're getting into the age where, these fine digital storytelling type games are now 20 plus years old, is because they're timeless and allow all this space for people to theorize. And so the interest and the buzz around them can essentially continue as long as it's relevant. But when you tell people the concepts and you just give them the answers straight up, well, your ability to theorize begins and ends with the product. And so that bulldozes any interest post-mortem because who cares? It's all been told to you. It's already been given. The curtain has been pulled back, So that's why.
You see the wizard pulling the levers.
Exactly.
Right?
And once you've seen that, your interest and your wonder about how these things are happening is completely gone.
Murder nobody.
He'd be a way more sympathetic character than Murphy if we didn't think he was a pansy so much.
That's not what happened. Next, you'll be telling me Eddie shot a football coach.
I do believe you helped me address that issue on part 13.
The point is, he molested those orphans, and he feels bad about it. So we feel bad for him. No, we don't.
No, we don't.
Nobody
I'm sure
does.
We're supposed to feel bad for Anne Cunningham, but she's a dick.
You're gonna get yourself killed.
Shut up. Keep your goddamn hands where I can see them. On your fucking knees. Well, let's see how funny it is with a fucking bullet in your head. Shut the hell up. Fuck off.
She's a dick the whole time and just won't tell Murphy why she's
To be
being
totally
such a
honest,
dick
I feel
until
like
the end
Anne
where
is
she's
just like the
"Now I'm gonna
audience. Like,
finally-"
fuck off with this game.
Yeah. Potty mouth. Uh-oh. Yeah. I don't know what they were thinking with this character, dude. They make her this militant lady that's out for like this insatiable desire for justice, like Rossiter said. And then all of a sudden a switch gets flipped and then magically she's just BFFs with Murphy because the town has shown her the truth. It's so fucking just, it's just exhausting, really. And then thank you for the truth and they hug it out. Like, God, who wrote this Disney ass ending?
Really tell you why I've been such a
sorry,
dick
keep going.
this whole time. And Murphy's like, that wasn't me, I didn't do that. And she's like, oh, sorry. Hugs.
And then, all these characters start adding to the confusion, and we hate them even more. J.G. Wentworth couldn't be more obvious with his dialogue.
Wait, no, go back.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah,
back.
he
Go
said
back.
she's a dick the whole time. She just won't tell us why she's being a dick. And then finally she's like, I'm going to tell you why I've been such a dick the whole time. And Murphy's like, that wasn't me. I didn't do that. And she's like, oh, hugs.
Cunningham, but she's a dick.
You're gonna
Hugs.
get yourself killed.
Oh, my fucking camera. Hold on.
Where it is, see them. On your
I'm
fucking
sorry.
knees.
Yeah. My bad. I screw
With
up.
a fucking bullet in your head. Shut the hell up. Fuck off.
She's a dick the whole time and just won't tell Murphy why she's being such a dick until the end where she's like, now I'm gonna finally tell you why I've been such a dick this whole time. And Murphy's like, that wasn't me, I didn't do that. And she's like, oh, sorry. Hugs.
And then, all these characters start adding to the confusion, and we hate them even more. J.G. Wentworth couldn't be more obvious with his dialogue.
When we're the ones who decide
Yeah. Ooh woo. Ooh woo hugs.
But certain lines of dialogue Howard Blackman, DJ Jazzy Jeff, and that old nun lady speak seem to be written to dodge the question. What is the question?
Howard Black Guy acts as Murphy's
Oh my
spiritual
God.
guide throughout the game, telling Murphy his next tour destination and being rather unspecific about to whom he's delivering the mail.
Here we go.
I suppose if
This
you're
guy.
really desperate, you could
Not.
try.
Oh my
Just-
God.
I'm gonna go ahead and not. I'm just not.
Look at the background. It looks like paper. How does the background look less convincing than the Lake Toluca background of Silent Hill 2? What in the fuck? It looks like paper, dude. And it looked like this on PS3 too. Just because they're using a standard definition capture card, don't think it looked much better. It looked that bad.
It just looks like this.
It looks goddamn awful.
Fuck.
Yeah, Howard Black. I think his actual name is Howard Blackwood. But yes, he got his own comic.
Skytram. Well, this mail ain't gonna deliver itself.
Other people here or not, Howard?
Can't say I understand the question.
God, this writing.
This is a busy town. Do you think these letters deliver themselves?
Are you talking about residents or other people who are trapped like Murphy?
If I had a nickel for every time I heard that.
Yeah? Then what?
Well, let's just say I could finally put this damn bag down for starters.
Why don't you put the mail in the boxes like you're supposed to? Stop walking away without answering my questions.
The nun is there to not answer questions and play host to the most confusing cutscene in the game.
The bogeyman. Remember, guys, pre-release, everybody was pressuring them and saying, you better not use Pyramid Head again. And they said, don't worry, we have someone who's worse than Pyramid Head. And this is the fucking shit they came up with. A dude in a raincoat. A big guy in a raincoat. Wow.
You can take him home.
And a gas mask. Oh,
Yep.
that's super different.
Wow.
This thing's a monster, a murderer!
Yes, well, I suppose that runs in the family.
What the hell are you talking about?
Don't you know, child?
He's certainly worse, but that's not the flex that I think that they meant it to be.
No.
What the hell are you talking about?
They were trying to illustrate that the bogeyman could be a manifestation of either the monster Murphy's become or the monster he saw Napier as. But
Oh my God. As if it wasn't already on the nose, they have this fucking flash back and forth to really hammer it home. It's like, just in case you're really that stupid, we're just going to spell it the fuck out by making the face, transform between the two. My God, that's so lazy.
Talking about?
They were trying to illustrate
Look.
that the bogeyman could be a manifestation of either the monster
And when I see this as someone who enjoys subtlety in literature, I'm just seeing them screaming, hey, dumbass, this is what we're telling you right now.
Murphy's become or the monster he saw Napier as. But for whatever reason, this crazy nun introduces the body of the bogeyman as Murphy's son, who died peacefully.
Yeah, totally not PH, by the way.
He died peacefully.
Totally not. No.
And is finally at rest.
And that Murphy is the only family
He's wearing
they
a
could locate.
raincoat.
You were the only family we were able to locate.
What if it's nothing more than a way for them to get Murphy into the room with the boogeyman?
No, because you could think of a better way than that. He knew his son was dead already, and he knew his son didn't die peacefully.
Well, they're trying to say he's the creator of this monster. He's the father of his own rage.
Yeah, who died peacefully. We need you to come and collect the possessions of your son, the Rage Monster, who died peacefully. There isn't a single character in the game that died peacefully, and it can't be the spirit of his rage because his rage isn't dead yet. Not until after the boss battle that ensues immediately after that cutscene.
But is it his son or not? Murphy was supposed to have been in an orphanage, so are they saying that he's playing out the fantasy of his father coming to get his body at the orphanage where he had the lobotomy? Assuming the mystery of the lobotomized child has something to do with this, because we still don't know what they're trying to say with that message.
No, that can't be.
Bless you, child. I understand.
By the way, you see how they even did the whole oversized utensil weapon thing? Where he has like a massive stick with a cinder block on the end. Again, just a fucking reduction of Pyramid Head's concept in the worst way possible.
And this must be very confusing for you.
DJ Ricky Bobby doesn't confuse the story so much as
Worst cutscene in the game.
he does the story so much as he does the mechanics of the situation Murphy is in.
Chill out, man. If you don't keep your voice down, you're gonna get us both in trouble.
In trouble, he
I want
says.
that mixing board though.
No one might be listening. You understand? This place, it does strange shit to reality, man. It's like
Fucking dialogue.
rules you gotta follow. You know what I mean? I don't even know what. Bobby Riggs.
So is there
It's a fucking jigsaw trap, dude. There's this place, it does strange shit to reality. There's rules you gotta follow. You know what I mean? What are you talking about? What are you getting at? Is this literally a game show and we're trapped in it right now? The fuck is this cutscene?
Did they just take like the Silent Hill 2 game show in the elevator and just like crank it to 11?
It's so stupid. And then of course,
the guy.
and then of course, remember guys, this game stands on its own, but we're just going to use actual songs ripped off the soundtrack of Silent Hill 3 to play on the radio here.
There's someone in charge of this twisted purgatory reality that's in control of the
Stands
monsters
on its
and
own merits.
non-reality shifts. What are you trying to tell me, game?
Yeah, exactly what Fungo says here. Is there someone physically in charge of the, otherworld to reality shifts? Like, is somebody pulling levers? Is it a fucking...
An HR department to Silent Hill.
Yeah, is there a fucking gnome that's just on a fucking bicycle spinning out random times that the other world is going to take over? What the fuck is happening?
So is there someone in charge of this twisted purgatory reality that's in control of the monsters and non-reality shifts? What are you trying to tell me, game?
They're coming.
Who?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, I see what you're trying to tell me. You're trying to tell me that
coming.
whatever
Who?
I think Silent Hill
Doesn't matter.
is right.
Anyone you think that it could possibly be, you're right. Just like Fungo says. The town forgot to give Murphy the Welcome to Therapy Town pamphlet with the rules on it. Yeah, there's rules you got to follow. Okay, what are they? What a stupid concept.
That's what you're
Did
trying
Roger
to tell me.
Whitmark have like a rule book?
Yeah. God.
Unless someone else joins the conversation, in which case they are also right. That's definitely non-committal.
The only thing we can learn from this cutscene is that there are other people in Murphy's situation and that some of them are unlucky enough to have to spin records for eternity.
I can't even tell you how long it's been just spinning record after record after record, hoping someone.
There is no explanation for his character, and after the cutscene, you never see him again. Was he trying to work out some kind of guilt of his own, or did the town
just disappears?
Just need a DJ? Or did he even exist at all? And now we're just going in circles asking the same questions over and over for which this game will give no answer.
That's the whole point. It's multifaceted, subjective experience where no interpretation negates another.
By the way, I actually caught the YouTube comment that they pulled this from. It's probably the most brain dead take ever, but my brother played into this, much like a lot of other people. They basically said you can't really criticize the story because it's a completely open-ended thing that's just open to interpretation, and they were just trying to go the complete open-ended piece of art angle. So here's how they pretty much demolished that. His crime was playing too much Jimmy Buffett. Yeah, too much cheeseburger in paradise,
Even exist at all. And now we're just going in circles asking the same questions over and over for which this game will give no answer.
Just ruined it.
That's the whole point.
Just ruined
It's
Silent Hill.
multifaceted, subjective experience where no interpretation negates another, designed to inspire conversation and introspection.
If we were talking about a work of art, that might be true, but it's the exact opposite. It's a cryptic, speculatory nightmare where every interpretation negates every other, designed to inspire arguments and confusion.
Yes. I'm going to go ahead and go a little bit further with that whole piece of art argument.
Yeah.
An artist has intent and a point to make with the art they produce.
Yep.
There's a reason why they do the things they do and create the art they make. This is a demonstration of stupidity where the story can be open-ended and anyone can think about whatever the fuck it is that they want to think
Yes.
about. That's not art.
And we know this is true because Tom was asked in that very infamous interview where he knows that Pyramid Head only belongs in Silent Hill 2, and then they show a clip of him in Homecoming. It's the same interview where he says, we're not just trying to make a game with Pyramid Head and nurses in it and they fight. Like, this is a new game with new things. And then they proceed to put a Silent Hill 2 story with a Pyramid Head archetype character. Like, they don't have anything. They don't know anything about how to create something new. They just make another reductive Silent Hill 2. That's all they do.
You tell me that Hung Lu wasn't telling stories about the atrocities of the Chinese government. Or you tell me that Enka Essenhai wasn't talking about existential crises in her work. You tell me that these people didn't know what the fuck they were doing because they wanted to be open-ended.
Open to
and
interpretation,
introspection
BTW.
and conversation.
Yeah.
No! They're fucking a point to the art they're making.
Oh, and also in that very same interview, the lady tries to probe for answers and she goes, "What do you think? Do you think it's hell? Do you think it's purgatory? What's your opinion?" And he goes,
Right, is it basically hell?
Yeah, he goes, "Well, the important thing in Silent Hill," and then he starts doing, he's like, "is that we support all these different things. It's like, no, that was never, ever the important thing. There was an answer, and you were challenged to find it. It was never, well, Silent Hill 2 priority was to make sure that we support all the wacky, quirky theories out there. That wasn't the case, ever.
And the argument is that these people were responsible for the production because their faces were on it. It's not that they were inherently responsible for everything that went down. I'm saying that they're the ones that signed off on it. They're the ones who gave their faces to be representative of it. And they had the nerve to claim that they knew better than anyone else what Silent Hill was about, despite the fact that they've demonstrated they know absolutely nothing about what Silent Hill is about.
Yeah, what do you mean James is
I'm
walking around the
offended by
town in a hallucination, murdering civilians he thinks are monsters? Yeah, and to your point too, Future. Like, you're telling me they didn't know what their answer was? They just were like, oh, we'll just throw this out there and let the fans decide. No, they had a definitive answer, and that they were trying to illustrate. The reason why the theorizing exists is because there's so much subtlety and so many things are open to interpretation. But the core story is set, and it has never changed.
Well, I mean, it did, and that's why we have Downpour.
Yeah, people claiming to know better than Team Silent, but
the story is only half the
I need
story.
another hoot,
The
if
actual.
you don't mind.
yeah.
Let it ride. Let it ride.
No, I'm actually going to take the opportunity to refill my coffee too. Good point.
Okay, cool. All right. Take five. Take five,
Yep.
everybody.
Yep. 5 minutes, everybody. Get yourself some snacks, get some drinks, and we'll continue because they're getting out of the story elements and starting to talk about the graphics. And this is one of my favorite parts. Ooh, resting comfortably. All right, I'm back.
Alrighty doody.
All right, ready when you are.
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm ready to go.
I will try not to spill it.
I'm sorry.
All right, so he says the story is only half the story. Now we get into one of my favorite parts, which is the graphics.
Arguments and confusion. But the story is only half the story. The actual game is the method of telling it, so if the story doesn't hold up, the only thing that can save it is the execution of the game itself.
This mess of a story is primarily told through the cutscenes, which I thought looked pretty detailed at first.
They look like crap!
I wasn't finished. That was before I realized I was talking about their preview images and not the finished product. Konami's official promotional material download page has a ton of preview images, some that are flat out lies. Their apparent pre-rendering of...
Yep, and that's an accurate representation of the difference. It's really that drastic. Just take a look at these. This, you can see Colt Series 60. You've got a serial number here. You know, and now watch the final product here.
Development team was more skilled, tricked us into thinking that the development team was more skilled than it turned out they were.
Oh my god, look, you can see the fucking pixelation on the gun.
This is false advertising. Game
so
companies are no
ugly.
strangers to
It's
this
just
practice. I'm sure we all
ugly.
remember the unbelievable Killzone 2 preview running on PS3 hardware. But we expect better from Konami. Actually, we don't expect better from Konami because they're a bunch of liars.
Don't expect
Everyone is a damn liar. I don't know who to trust anymore. They all lie and cheat to get your money, and then the game comes out and you're like, what? You said it was gonna look better. This doesn't look better.
You can trust me, especially when I say the graphics look like crap.
I thought you were supposed to be the guy that says all the contradictory stuff.
I'm not gonna lie like you two.
The character models have the most limited animation we've seen since the Dreamcast days.
By the way, do you hear the Singing in the Rain starting in the background?
The character models have the most limited animation we've seen since the Dreamcast days.
I can't hear it now
Motion
because
capture
I have
is
the volume
fine,
turned down,
but
so
the
it
faces
doesn't come
have
up in the
very few
microphone.
points
But
of articulation.
I know.
I work in the harbor. My job is to operate a forklift. I'm a hard-working man. I'm a pro. I work efficiently and fast, and that's why I make
So
lots
Shenmue is a
of
good
money.
game. Don't.
It is a goated game.
That's when they choose to give the characters emotion at all. 90% of
We were
the
talking
time
about
they're-
this the other day when we were talking about the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast got robbed. The Dreamcast is one of the greatest consoles that was ever made.
100%, dude.
Time possible.
100%. Sorry,
Sorry.
Okay.
of the time they're straight face.
Shoutouts to Mercari finally giving me a refund after like 6 days when I got gypped on a Yamaha mixer. Anyways, I'm not gonna put that burden on you guys. That's a me problem.
Oh, you use Mercari?
Yeah, I tried. I was gonna get that black and silver AMG 10XU off of there, but
You didn't get it?
yeah, no, the seller canceled on me, and then I went to them to get a refund, and it took them like 7 entire days to get back to me. So I finally just now got the refund.
Right?
Yeah, finally. All right. Sorry, I know I shouldn't have my phone. That's bad etiquette. But check this out if they show it in this cutscene.
The character models have the
In this cutscene where they're getting on the bus, by the way, in the background, you can see a guard that they literally pasted Anne Cunningham's hair with the ponytail and everything onto him because they didn't want to model any new hair. I'll show it to you guys.
the most limited animation we've seen since the Dreamcast days. The motion capture is fine, but the faces have very few
There he is. This guard back here. When they show him as you're walking out, you can see he literally has her hair. You can see the bangs going down and the ponytail.
points of
Wait,
articulation.
where? On the left or the right?
On the left.
Go back?
The character models have the most limited animation we've seen since the Dreamcast days. The motion capture is fine, but the faces have
This person here. Earlier in the cutscene, you get a clearer look at them, and he has Anne's exact haircut. And later in the game,
the one on the far in the far end on the left?
yeah, and later on in the game, there's a part where you go to an apartment and someone hanged themselves. That person, that body that's hanged, also has her hair. There's like 2 other effigies that have her exact haircut because they were too lazy to model out any new hair. I wish I was making this up.
have very few points of articulation.
I work in
All the
harbor.
tracks they use in this
My
review are
job is to
related to
operate a
rain.
forklift.
Yeah.
I'm a hard-working man. I'm a pro. I work efficiently and fast, and that's why I make lots of money.
Haha.
That's when they choose to give the characters emotion at all. 90% of the time, they're straight-faced and emotionless. They're relying heavily on voice acting to give the characters the emotion they cannot convey graphically.
But then the
Shut
voice acting
up.
is bad too, because the voice direction is bad and the writing is bad. So like,
Whether or not they're
Bro.
able to convey those emotions is a
Charlie.
matter of opinion. We think the Nun Lady is the best actor in the game.
There were those who dwelt in darkness and in the shadow of death, prisoners in misery and chains, because they had rebelled against the word of God.
And that little kid is the worst.
Okay, so quick question: is the nun supposed to be of the order? I know that they don't give a fuck about the cult, but like, is the nun supposed to be of the cult?
I would assume so. And again, this gets into like the same problem Origins had with there being like 3 insane asylums in one town. So there's Wish House, Hope House, and this orphanage. So now there's 2 orphanages in a resort town. What are the odds of that?
Right. Remember, this is a resort town for people to visit on vacation.
Right. It's meant for them to like go to restaurants and the park and different things, like general tourist attractions. Not, now there's 2 orphanages, one religion based and one cult based, and then there's 3 insane asylums. Like, what is this fucking town? I guess it's just whatever it wants to be at any given time. Yeah.
Roger Widmark knows how to sell. He's a seller.
Well, it is a seller's market after all. I apologize.
Sister said we're not supposed to talk to strangers. Oh, it's just you.
Murphy isn't too great either.
Can you at least tell me
orphanage with a morgue? Now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Been calling in, making these
PTVs
dedications to me.
Why do people think he's so badass? He just mumbles to everyone and states the obvious to himself the entire time.
Something is very wrong here. This must be the ticket machine. Take a piece later. That's the guy I met outside. Looks like the candles reveal hidden symbols.
As for the poly count, who the hell cares? It's artistry that counts. What about the artistry count?
The game's color palette itself is one big cheat. A few years ago, someone figured out that the colors blue and orange complement each other so nicely. It's all blue and orange, they go together. Oh my god.
So sure enough, it stands to reason
I'm not gonna do it.
It's very true though. All this stuff is spot fucking on.
Pleasing color palette could be composed
it's correct.
of nothing more than skin tones.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, this is such an expose. Yeah, I didn't even know this before I watched this video because I have no idea about like color grading and LUTs, and I didn't know about any of this shit.
It's just a complementary color wheel, dude.
Yeah.
Red, green, blue, orange, yellow, purple. All of this shit, none of this is new. You learned this shit in doodle school.
Yep. Yeah, if you go, that's what I learned because I had no experience with like art school or digital editing or anything. So when I found this out, like everybody in the comments was like, "Oh yeah, they teach you this shit day one, like to utilize complementary colors with color grading."
This is foundation year, mate.
Yeah. And Industrial Light and Magic is a huge studio, by the way. They do a ton of Hollywood work.
And teal. And in fact, you will notice that almost every movie you see has exactly this color palette.
Yep.
So that's the dirty little secret of almost
Here's an
every
argument
movie you're going to see in the theater. And according to
I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. I was going to say that a lot of editors at the end of the day, they will rely on LUTs for color grading solutions because one, it's fast and it satisfies either the director or the director of photography at the time to present whatever it is that they need to do. Like things happen in cuts. So things that happen in cuts, it's an animation too, but it happens in film. When you have a cut, and you have a storyboard. You have a cut scene, and it's between like cut 182 and cut 186. I need you to do this to make it look like this, and then an editor goes in and then does that, and then they'll rely on an LUT to do that, and then that LUT looks really really good, and then that director's like, oh, I really really like that. Can we do that for like the whole scene?
Yep.
And they're like, well, no, I don't think the LUT works for all of it. It's like, I don't care, do it, and then they do.
Yep, because those colors go together. I want whole movie to look like that. Is the mentality. And
I'm using an LUT right now. I don't know. I don't think anybody noticed it, but I'm using one right now. I'm literally using this.
See, I only don't because I'm using an ND filter on my lens. So it actually is like it's a polarizing filter. So it's like putting a sunglass lens over here. So my ISO is really high. It's letting a shit ton of light in, and then I put the filter on it. So that's why it looks clear, but it also doesn't wash out. So that's my dirty little secret, you know.
But that's why you would be a really good assistant for a DP.
Director of photography.
Director of photography. Come on. Don't get weird.
I tried to get cute with it. Yeah. But yeah. Dirty secrets. What's up, Junkyard?
Hey, Junkyard.
Various theories about complementary and pleasing relationships between colors.
Is it lazy or is it just what they're taught in school?
Bit of both.
I don't know. But most of the screenshots you take of Downpour...
These dudes have setups way beyond 10K viewer streamers. You mean us? Because if that's the case,
what?
absolutely
I'm pretty
not.
sure they mean TP. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
contain about four colors. Gray, blue, gray, black, and this peachy light orange color.
Sometimes sections of the game will be tinged kind of green, but only because the gray-blue
No,
is
you're good.
overlapping on the peachy-orange. In the game's on-and-off sequences, the color palette is mostly the same, but with lots of red and the occasional green spotlight.
Oh, sorry, dude. Yeah.
No. Let Coitus post links. Coitus is good. Coitus
Yeah,
is...
no, it's not that. He didn't even intend to post a link. He just put wish.com and it created a link, so Nightbot sniped him. He didn't even intend to post a link. You're good.
You're good, Coitus. You're always good. You know.
He said, doesn't Germa use a $90 Logitech webcam and a wish.com ring light? I mean, you can cheat it. My background is cheated. Dude, these are $1 foam panels that I stuck up with hot glue and command strips. My entire background costs like $30. There's nothing fancy about it. It just looks fancy. And that's the trick. Like using gaff tape to block, certain elements in a shot. Cheap, but effective.
Christmas! Merry Christmas, everyone!
Spending way too much
Gray
money.
blue, peachy the same, but with lots of red and the occasional green spotlight.
Like Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everyone!
Gray, blue, peachy, orange, gray, blue, peachy, orange, gray, blue, peachy, orange, gray, blue, peachy,
There it is.
orange,
There it is.
red, and
There
green.
it is. Pause it.
Look at that. You're trying to tell me they didn't use him as like a face model? Come the fuck on, dude.
They fucking used him as a face model.
Self-insert Hewlett. My
He always wanted
God.
to be in a video game.
His life is truly like a video game, trying hard to beat the stage. You know what I'm saying?
Purple.
Well, now, Larry, that would be your husband.
Yes, Tom Hewlett starred in Metal Gear Solid 4, which was like this little prequel sequence where they show the different TV channels in the not too distant future.
Of course.
Yeah.
Huh. Hi there, Larry.
James? Wrong day again. See you tomorrow, James.
Starred, yes.
There are so many recycled textures. Every other texture is a texture I saw 2 seconds ago in a different room.
We counted these, by the way. When I started to notice this in our first playthrough ever, we started to count how many of like the same pegboards were in the school. I think we ended up with like 30 of them being in one school. So much Control-C, Control-V going on here.
Or even a different place in the same room. The repeating textures are almost as bad as the repeat.
To be honest with you, it's not even that big of a deal, but this is a 5th generation console that we're talking about here. This isn't PS2.
This was 7th, dude.
This is inexcusable.
Yeah, it is. And they make the point that Silent Hill 3 didn't have these problems and it was 10 years older than this. So what's their excuse?
The image
The
of a
answer is
desk
none.
with calendar, tray, and 2 pens is burned into my vision like a bad LCD screen. I have seen countless pegboards covered in the same letters and pictures, entire kitchen layouts, beach balls, building interiors, old televisions, old broken television sets, rocking chairs,
no
building
excuse for this.
exteriors,
There's no excuse.
matching sofa and love seats.
No excuse.
It speeds up so much because there's so many fucking examples.
Does. Look at Half-Life 2. Same props and textures everywhere.
Half-Life 2 was made in 2004. That's 8 years ago. You want to know what else was made a whole year before that on the PlayStation friggin' 2? Silent Hill 3.
Silent Hill
Want to know
3.
what kept the prop reuse to a bare minimum? Silent Hill 3.
Silent
and
Hill
every
3.
room had something new to look at.
You said you weren't going to compare it to the other games, you hypocrite.
You're right. That's not fair for me to do. It's not fair at all.
Right, and the reason why they did that, Junkyard, is because they wanted to give the illusion that it was a large open game. You know what the solution for Silent Hill 3 was? Just don't let you go into every fucking door. Block the doors off. The lock is broken. I can't get in. Only let you enter relevant rooms that they like painstakingly model and put interesting things inside of. In Downpour, they said just make everything accessible and just fill it with bullshit.
Half-Life 2, Coitus says, Half-Life 2 also has soul.
Yeah. It has...
They cared about the fucking thing they were doing.
Yes, for sure. They wanted that open world appearance. Yeah, they wanted an open world appearance without doing the work that is required to make an open world game, which it requires a hell of a lot more work than just copying and pasting the same room layouts all over the place. It gives you areas to roam, but there's half of the rooms in Downpour. You guys know I've played it on stream many times. Half the rooms don't have shit in them. They're completely pointless and just a time waster.
They wanted that open world appearance, so that was going to happen. So why the fuck are they making a Silent Hill game?
Yeah, because Silent Hill's so known for being open world, hey.
Right? It's a fucking town. What the fuck are...
The remake had some texture model reuse as well. Not as bad as this, but it was still there. Yeah, and to Fuja's point here, even though he's playing devil's advocate, every game does it. Resident Evil, RE Engine does it all over the place. The same elevator you run in to escape like the demon baby thing in Village is the same elevator from RE4 Remake. Like, they use the same elevator models and everything. They're identical, but you don't notice that because they intelligently place them. I got it backwards. The elevator that Ashley rides in to go to the basement of the castle and run away from the knights is the same elevator that you ride up to escape the demon baby in RE Village. That stuff happens all the time in the RE engine, but you don't notice it until someone points it out because it's intelligently used. And across different games, not within the same fucking game.
What we're saying is the people who are responsible for developing Downpour are not intelligent.
Got him.
Got him.
But true. It's like, oh my god, how could you say that? But true.
You'd think the repeating textures would allow the console to keep them in memory for scene changes and loading, but every single time this game loads a new area or cutscene, the game loads the low-res textures first, giving the game what we can only describe as a kiln-fired look.
Oh my
Then
god.
it fades back to normal to ease you in.
That's not their fault. That's the Unreal Engine.
Well, maybe if they made their own engine like Team Silent did. Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm stupid. I'm so stupid.
Okay, that is also kind of incorrect. Team Silent isn't responsible for the engine they made. They were running on SolidWorks, so that's not entirely true.
It was a customized version of it, but yeah, it wasn't as if they created an entire engine from scratch.
From like fresh code.
Yeah.
Because if they were, Stamp, they would have saved it.
Yeah.
And they would have used it
For
in
HD collection.
So stupid.
Moving on. Sorry.
You'd also think repeating the same preloaded textures would help with the stuttering. You know about the stuttering, don't you?
Everybody knows about the stuttering.
They said they were going to patch the stuttering.
They also said they were going to patch the HD collection too.
Are you calling them liars? Hypocrite?
I would never call Konami a bunch of liars who'd never do what they said they were going to do and then tell you that they did. Ever. Watch out for that save icon. It's a harbinger.
Didn't Half-Life 1 use a modified Doom engine? Pretty sure it did. They used more 3D assets than 2D, if I remember correctly.
Even Valve did not make an engine from scrap. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, well, I mean, it's it's free source code, by the way. Like, was it Ion Storm? I don't know who owns it anymore. It's not id, because it doesn't exist anymore. But like,
yeah, I'm not sure.
Isn't it?
Because id got purchased by Bethesda in like 2012 or something, so they ceased to be like an independent company.
But like, but Doom like is still free source code. Like people still use it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Hold on, I gotta fix the light.
Yep.
I'm running out of batteries over here. All right, good.
Should replay Half-Life 1 soon. Amazing game. You can play it Black Mesa. Black Mesa is like a modernized remake in Source Engine.
Frustration.
Modified Quake 2 engine.
This looks like one of those weird paintings.
Yep, this was my experience on PS3, by the way. Horrifically ugly game that hitches and jitters like no fucking other. It's like a beta game.
Oh wait, the gameplay now?
Yeah.
What, like it stutters like that?
It really does.
It did that?
Tom Hewlett mentioned on some forum that most of the time it's supposed to be a loading icon, but they never changed it. I don't know why that matters. I'm just kind of saying it.
I think he was trying to say that the game stutters because it's loading.
I know, but it loads so much. It never stops loading. It's best to avoid
I don't
turning
think
the
so,
camera as
Codus.
much as possible because it'll jump and do its stutter and you'll end up getting disoriented and lost because it's pretending to load.
At one point in the game, I was fighting some dude, right? And in the middle of fighting, it cut to a 2-minute black loading screen.
I know why this happens. Whenever the cars roll up and the enemies get out of the car, they were too lazy to model them getting out, so the whole game fades to black and then they just appear outside of the car. Yeah. That's why this happens. It's so fucking dumb.
Interrupting my actions, so that by the time it finished loading, I'd forgotten what I was doing and was getting beaten.
Animate folks getting out of a car.
They couldn't be bothered, dude. They said, we don't have the time, dude.
I had an issue where the stuttering was happening at
funny.
regular intervals no matter what was going on in the game, even during cutscenes. I thought it was the PS3's hard drive going bad. I almost spent money replacing it. But it's a good thing I didn't, because I got a new copy of the game and that fixed it. So apparently there are physical copies of the game out there that are unplayable.
And then there's the freezing.
Is that the video, or is that just how the game plays?
It was his. So it was his specific copy was having like freezing at regular intervals, and he got a new copy and that fixed it. But yeah, they didn't even animate the transition from the mirror world when you turn the valve. The screen goes black and Murphy just yells. Yes, there's a lot of that in the game. They were like, you know what? Don't put an animation here. Just fade the fucking game to black. Nobody will notice. Oh, we notice. Yeah, PS3 version does in fact hitch that bad.
There are checkpoints. You won't lose any progress. The worst frame rate drops are in the one place that shouldn't have them. The menu? Flat images on a flat background? Are you kidding me? It should not take this long to do these things,
man.
This game will test your patience, not only in the aggravating aspects, but also
All right,
in length.
this light is dead.
Downpour takes a
I'd have to go buy new
long
batteries.
time for nothing to happen.
Nah, it looks good, dude. Don't worry about
It
it.
takes
Hang on just a second. You know what? I went DSP mode and I DoorDashed some beef. I'm not ashamed to admit it. Literally just beef patties. That's the carnivore. That's the arc of carnivore that I'm on right now. I'm DoorDashing nothing but burger patties.
You're gonna cook them? They're not grilled and then sent to you, right? It's. Oh wait, did he actually go pick them up? Okay, he has to go pick them up. Okay. I wanted to say something to Coitus real quick. Does Black Mesa include blue shift in opposing for? I don't think Black Mesa was actually developed by Valve. I think that was a there was a fan game, and then Valve was like, yeah, it's pretty good, so we'll just make that legit. And then everything else that happened after that, I think that was Valve. But I don't know if they're all like in the same canonicity. I don't know, but I definitely know that Black Mesa wasn't Valve developed. It was produced by folks who really, really liked the game and did it good. And they're like, yeah, we'll sell it. But then they also sold, what was it? Hunt Down the Freeman? What was that stupid bullshit that happened? That happened? That happened. What I really wanted to play Half-Life Alyx. Yeah, the VR one, which apparently was really, really good too. But that was also like Valve developed. They didn't even animate the transition from the mirror world when you turn the valve. Like the game is awful. It's ugly looking. It's poor storytelling. It's baby puzzle telling. It's baby puzzle making. There's nothing good about this. There's nothing good. There is nothing good to this. There is no good to this, except making fun of it. The fun is making fun.
All right, if you guys ever wanted to know what my McDonald's order is, check this out.
I gotta see. Hold on. I'm gonna look at the.
It's literally a tray that they usually put biscuits and gravy in that has just 9 patties in it. That's it. Nothing else.
The lighting is so dynamic, but okay. Wait, they actually cooked they cooked the patties prior?
Yeah, they just throw them in a. This is I'm doing carnivore coitus, so this is my McDonald's order right now. It's literally just a tray full of burger patties. I don't ask, dude. No, I'm not memeing. I'm genuinely doing carnivore diet right now.
The man's putting in the work. The man is putting in the work.
I'm locked in, bro. I'm locked in. Okay, I'll turn my camera off, but I'll still chime in while I devour this.
No, don't you dare! Oh wait, you're gonna eat it now?
Yeah, fuck yeah, I am, dude.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna fight you.
To get to the point, long time for nothing to happen. It takes 20 minutes to get to the point where the game actually starts, and that 20 minutes is mostly comprised of regular cutscenes and forced interactive cutscenes that force you to walk through them.
Come on, Murphy, stop screwing around. I don't have all day.
All of the cutscenes are unskippable even after you beat the game. And most of the time, nothing even happens during the cutscenes, just people talking to each other and looking at each other funny. It's frustrating if you already know what's going on and you just want to play the game.
Right. These are unskippable, by the way. You have to do these, right?
Yep. Quality of life, out the door. Who needs to skip? Even after you've beaten the game. Who gives a shit?
No, fuck it. These people worked on this project. You need to see the work that they did. All the time, forever.
Designed to frustrate. There's only one save game allowed, and you have no control over where
To answer your question, Coetus, desperate times call for desperate measures. I didn't have any here, so I had to get some here.
it saves. Downpour works on a checkpoint system where you can only load the last 5 checkpoints, and starting a new game overwrites any checkpoint saves you may already have.
Wait, okay, you have to explain this to me. Did they actually set up a loading or a game saving system where you could only save 5 saves at a time?
Yes, and you're not even allowed to have 2 files, ever. You only get 1 file. So if you want to replay the game and like go to a specific part, there's no chapter select, there's no, there's nothing like that. It's 1 save, no multiple files, so you have to play the whole thing from start to finish. Basically, they eliminated all quality of life improvements of virtually any game from the past 10 years prior to this coming out.
So, unskippable cutscenes, 5 saves to a game file. None of this makes sense. None of this makes sense.
Yes, you have to enter the statistics screen to even see your health. That's how shitty it is.
Part of the game again, you'll have to play through the whole game up to that point and sit through all of these long, uneventful, unskippable cutscenes.
Pendleton.
Alright, this part I thought was funny. I remember this bit. Get on the bus.
Get on the bus.
I want out. Get
The pacing of the story is very poor. There's a smidgen of important story at the beginning, and then hours and hours and hours and hours of gameplay and cutscenes in between where the narrative kind of just meanders around, not telling you much you didn't already know. And then the rest hits you full in the face in the last 20
God,
minutes.
there's a fucking meme for it too. Fucking TK is throwing out.
That's an Enigma emote.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
In the last 20 minutes.
The gameplay is as eventful and slow as the cutscenes. Wandering around an abandoned town isn't the rip-roaring good time you'd think it would be. The developers say there's a large focus on exploration, but it isn't rewarding when there's nothing to discover while you're exploring. You'll spend hours limping your way through empty streets lined with empty buildings filled with empty corridors, leading to empty rooms. The only things to discover are the occasional enemy, of which there aren't many, a few ghostly hauntings, and the side quests, but the last 2 are a discussion for another time.
The game picks up during sequences where reality dissolves before your eyes, leaving Murphy in a twisted nightmare world of illusion that doesn't really resemble the rest of the game, looking more like it was ripped straight from American McGee's Alice. But these sequences aren't nearly long enough, and there aren't enough to satisfy. In these crazy reality-shifted areas, players switch between solving puzzles, minor platforming, and being chased by a rip in space-time that makes no sense.
Okay.
No.
4 patties obliterated. I'm back.
Go for it. Wait, did you eat all of them?
No, only 4. There were 9 total. Yeah, so American McGee's Alice, if you guys don't know, was a... You know how there's like this trend now of them taking pre-existing entities or pre-existing IPs and making like horror versions of them? Well, Alice in Wonderland... Yeah, Alice in Wonderland went public domain long ago. No, Coetus, I'm over that phase. That happens in like the first week of Carnivore. You're right, but I'm over that phase. That's
what he's doing.
In American McGee's Alice, they have a section called the Fortress of Doors that has this, it literally is like copied and pasted. This, when you look outside,
Looking more like
you see like this wind effect.
it was ripped straight from American McGee.
Just like you see right here, they actually did steal that shit like 100%. It's pretty shameless.
Well, it's a motion blur, isn't it?
Yeah, on the outside.
But But these sequences aren't nearly long enough, and there aren't
That at the very top, you can see where it's like, you know, clouds moving by super quick on the outside.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about like the motion blur of the camera.
Oh, no.
Okay.
enough to satisfy. In these crazy
Yeah, I see
reality-shifted
it.
areas, players switch between solving puzzles, minor platforming, and being chased by a rip in space-time that makes no sense. What this thing is and why it exists are unexplained, but you don't need to worry about that. Your job is just to run away from it until it either stops chasing you or you escape.
Yeah, we can't talk
These
about it
chase
because
sequences seem to be ripped straight from
it's
shattered
gotta stand by
memories,
its
right
own
down to the
merit.
ability to knock things
Not
over.
like
No.
Totally reference
You're supposed to be
Silent
judging
Hill
this
3's
game on
Haunted
its own
Mansion.
merit.
You're right, sorry. They didn't exist. They didn't exist. They didn't exist.
Nope.
These chase sequences are easier than they should be. There are things in cages you can knock over that are supposed to slow the rip down.
By the way, that animation is stolen right from Shattered Memories of him knocking things over.
Somehow, but it's just as easy to get away from it if you don't knock them over. And if you stop to turn a crank, the rip is polite enough to wait for you. The level appears
Which again isn't inherently a bad thing. They own those FBXs. They own those BVH files. It's fine. I don't mind that. It's the fact that you claim that you're doing everything right about Silent Hill when you're not.
And the fact that you claim that this game stands on its own while you borrow derivative versions of mechanics from prior entries. That's also
You're also referencing from Silent Hill. Like,
so fucking lazy.
using at first, but pretty much just keep running until you hit the water slide.
And
Yes, the look back feature as well. Yep.
Wait. Oh no. Wait.
And that's about it.
And
Virtual
that's
Bart,
about it.
dude.
Just repeat all that for hours and hours. During those hours, you start to see the parts that make up the sum of Downpour, which is not more than them.
Or the Super Famicom.
Also, shout outs to Rossiter calling out the pacing being dog shit. He's 100% right about that. They place that little "you won't find yourself until you face the truth," at the very beginning. You
Right,
can't undo what you've already done. Yeah.
You can face up to it.
Yeah, they put that at the very beginning, and they don't really expand on what it is until almost 90% of the way through the game. So after that, he's like, there's hours and hours and hours and hours of gameplay and cutscenes where, as he describes it, the narrative just kind of meanders around, not really telling you much you didn't already know, and then the rest just slams you full in the face in the last 20 minutes. That's just awful pacing.
It's all these little individual parts that niggle away at your sanity and make you start to despise the creative team responsible. Things like QTE. Nobody likes QTE, you jerks! Nobody!
QTE sucks. You think you're keeping me in the game and immersed and more in tune with the action and reality.
Before you say, what about Shenmue Heavy Rain, they point that out.
All you're doing is interrupting my game. I had a nice flow going here until you stopped the game dead and maybe mashed on the button for 10 seconds. This goes for every game, not just this one. There are plenty of games that do QTE correctly, and those games save the QTE for cinematic moments. This is not one of those games.
Yes, their complaint is not that QTE exists, it's that you're forced to QTE basic things that are not even during a cinematic moment. It's just like opening a gate, and you have to mash X to open a gate. Why?
Balance moments are just as bad. They don't fit this gameplay. You associate balance moments in games that have a heavy emphasis on acrobatics like Assassin's Creed or Uncharted. This game's emphasis is on story, exploration, and puzzle solving, not feats of agility.
Like most of this game, the controls are deceptively nice at first. If you play the game for 10 minutes, you may feel like they were fluid and responsive, but like everything else, they seem only to get worse as time goes on.
And when you first enter combat, you realize how shit they really are. Agreed, it does feel okay in the beginning. Then when you get into combat, you're like, whoa, this is not responsive at all.
This controller mapping doesn't make sense in my brain or yours.
Get used to it or don't play. Isn't that what you said in the Homecoming video?
It's not an issue of getting used to it or not. You can get used to controls that don't make sense, but that doesn't change that they don't make sense.
No, they actually did say that in the Homecoming video, because they were talking about Shane Bettenhausen's dickheaded comment about how Silent Hill combat and controls were always shit.
Combat was
and he's
shit.
like, and they were like, they were intentionally designed. If you don't like them, then don't play Silent Hill.
Hold on.
And so he said, like, get used to it or don't play. Isn't that what you said in the Homecoming review? And he said, yeah, but what we didn't say is that Silent Hill isn't, or no, he's like, you can get used to controls that don't make sense, but it doesn't change the fact that they don't make fucking sense. He didn't say fucking, I did. That was a Stampede original. You see how I did that? So I just improved upon Twin Perfect's work. And don't forget that Jeremy Blaustein approved of that change.
In my brain
He said
or
that.
yours?
Get used to it or don't play.
I
Isn't that
approve.
what you said in the homecoming video?
It's not an issue of getting used to it or not. You can get used to controls that don't make sense, but that doesn't change that they don't
Yeah, I authorized it. And Jeremy Blaustein agreed with me. So it's perfect.
Signed off on it too.
make sense. Hold R1 to run.
God.
R1 to run.
Yeah. Right bumper on Xbox. Dog shit mapping.
In any other game, the shoulder buttons are trigger buttons. You know how to run in other games, you push the stick all the way. The way they've got it set up here, you hold the R1 button and never let go. Carpal tunnel all the way. Like Assassin's Creed, it's the same thing there. Hold R1 and just never let go. The thing about this game and that is that there's rarely a time when you don't want the character to be running. We should not be forced to hold down a button to make the character do something we want them to be doing most of the time.
Oh, and also, if you want to bring up, well, Silent Hill 2 and 3, you have to press a button to run. Not necessarily. There's a toggle for that in the menu. If you want to set it up to where you just push the stick and the character runs, you can do that. So they knew that it was up to the player to choose. In this, they say you get R mapping or get fucked, basically.
Regardless of what
I'm gonna go ahead and say this before before we keep going. I'm just gonna say this. I said this yesterday when you were live. The last console I purchased was a PS2, and I regret absolutely nothing.
Dude, the majority of games I play.
I sit on, game-wise, is fucking disgusting. The
Yeah.
practices that are employed by developers, their marketers, and the representatives are everything that is wrong with video gaming as far as I'm concerned, and I want nothing to do with it ever. And so the PS2 is the only console that's modern enough to be in my house.
Isn't it also
That is
funny?
it.
Isn't it also funny how a console that was released in October of 2000 has quality of life features that games in 2012 were missing? Isn't that a head scratcher? Astounding.
R1 is also the button used to block in Assassin's Creed, and in Prince of Persia, and God of War, and like a
Dude, PSTV is very valuable on eBay nowadays. If you sell that, you can get like $300 out of it, no lie.
buttload of other games. So the habit of using it that way carried over to
fucking
Downpour.
sell that.
We
Fucking
found
hold
ourselves
on to
hitting
that.
R1 to block
Cradle it,
attacks
as if it's
when we
a
should have been
child,
using the
because it
frickin'
deserves
triangle
to be
button.
cared for
This,
and catered
this
to.
the block.
It demands your attention because it gave you what you wanted. As a gamer, as a as a gamer, as a user, as a fucking consumer. Remember when people gave you things that you purchased with money and you got your money's worth for them?
Yeah, the biggest thing I miss about that era was unlocking the cool shit in the game by playing it and performing well inside of it. That's what I miss. Now it's like, oh, well, you could do that. Or Resident Evil has it set up now to where you could just pay for like a $5. They call it like an RPD key for Resident Evil 2. You just pay $5 and just get everything in the game. Wow. Well, I really feel like I got my $60 worth. Just throw an extra $5 and unlock the infinite launcher. Cool. Awesome.
Cheeto.
Yeah, for real.
Sorry.
Yeah, I used it to play Vita and PSP games on the TV because my PS TV is modded. But don't tell Sony that.
Never let go.
No, they didn't.
The
They
thing
will
about
legit
this
come to your
game
house and
and
like
that-
break the door down and arrest you.
FBI open up. They don't give a shit about PS TV though. It's discontinued in the States, so.
Exactly.
Is that there's rarely a time when you don't want the character to be running. We should not be forced to hold down a button to make the character do something we want them to be doing most of the time, regardless of what game we're playing.
Yes, Jonathan Sony he's en route to my house right now.
But R1 is also the button used to block in Assassin's Creed. And in
That's
Prince
a
of Persia,
throwback.
And
Yeah.
God of War, and God of War, and like a buttload of other games. So the habit of using it that way carried over to Downpour. We found ourselves hitting R1 to block attacks when we should have been using the frickin' triangle button. This the block.
Yeah,
And then we
terrible
got hit in the
mapping.
face.
Hey, what's up, Dingy? They gave hell to the guy who cracked the Blu-ray. Yes, they did. They also gave hell to George Hotz, GeoHotz, who was selling PS3 mods with custom firmware. You would send your console in and he would modify it for you. They obliterated that dude.
Multiplying
Yep.
the carpal tunnel effect by a factor of 8 million, Murphy sometimes decides he doesn't feel like running. Or he'll decide that he's running just fast enough, thank you very much. But you know that Murphy can run faster than that. You've seen him do it before. So your hand starts to hurt because of the death grip you've unconsciously developed on the controller, trying to get him to go as fast as I know you can go, Murphy. It's not like you do it on purpose, it's just how your brain works. Murphy's not running? Push the button. Murphy's still not running? Push the button harder.
There are whole rooms that force you to walk for no reason. It's not like they're using it usefully to heighten tension, at least not on purpose. I'm sure we're supposed to be thinking, oh man, what's Murphy walking for?
Yes, and these forced walking sections, they bragged about these before the release, but genuinely, there's not a single one throughout the entire game where any scare of any kind happens. It just, I guess, is supposed to make you think that one is going to happen, but it doesn't. But yeah, I've played this game multiple times. There's not a single one with any enemy encounters in it. Not one. Not even a scare, not even a jump scare. Right now in Texas, they're bringing the ISP to court because they want to deactivate internet services to people that catch pirating their shit. Oh, that's been around for a while. Spectrum is a popular East Coast ISP, and if they catch you downloading certain torrented movies from like New Line or what's the other one? There's like New Line and Paramount. You know, if they catch that, they'll actually shut off your internet connection and bar you from creating a new account with them and force you to go to another provider.
Oh wow, really?
Yep, it's been that way since about 2017 here in the States, in the South at least, where I live, and it sucks because
I know Spectrum, but I didn't know how litigious they were.
Yeah, there's a big problem with that too because there's a monopoly. Most of the providers in the South, you only get one option, so if that one option drops you, you're basically fucked. You have to like buy a hotspot or something and try to use it.
Sony's the one that wants to deactivate it. Wants it deactivated though. They want to be able to do that. The ISP is fighting against it.
Yeah. Nintendo and Sony are both. It's funny how Microsoft, as rich as they are, seems to be the least litigious of all of them. Almost got kicked out of my mom's house for pirating Saving Private Ryan. Dude, my brother was a dumbass and he pirated like Ant-Man when it was brand fucking new. Like, dude, of all movies to torrent, you're really going to pick the newest Marvel movie? Why not just put a giant target on your back and say, shut off my internet?
Really?
Yeah, please shut off my internet. I'm an idiot. Is basically what that says. Yeah, Spectrum doesn't fuck around. They'll send you a letter in the mail being like, hey, we detected that at this time you visited this website and you used this program to torrent this movie. Do it again and we shut off your connection. That was the letter I got. Going through arduous effort of making backups on PC games.
You told me the story. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Talking about those stories, that would be enough material for probably about 4 streams, so we'll call it there. But pirating EA games will call your house. Yep, wouldn't surprise me. That shit will never fly here in Europe. Yeah, Europe is a little further behind in terms of those types of rules.
Dave can't write an angry letter to HQ on this one. They're gonna send an angry letter from HQ to you.
It's already on the way, dude. It's already en route to my APT.
It's en route.
Yep.
Something bad's about to happen, but nothing bad happens, and the only tension they created is in your right index finger. It's especially bad when he decides not to run during one of the chase sequences.
The fucking sound. Ah! They replay that one sound of him. Never mind. I was gonna say something dumb and I stopped myself.
They do? Because they do.
I was gonna compare it to something, but filters. I got the mental filters going.
In other games, it's stop, walk, run. And in some cases, sprint when stamina is high. In this case, it's stop, limp, walk, limp, jog, limp, run, sprint, and you never know which one it's going to be.
Moving is frustrating enough on its own.
Just moving.
But when the camera starts jumping all over, he won't even not run in the direction you want him to. Developers talked about the fixed camera angles like they were a good thing.
At key moments, we employ fixed cameras for dramatic effect to set up a scare or to basically enhance the
atmosphere.
Where are the scares? I don't know where the scares are.
They
Where
don't
are the
exist.
scares here?
And Rossiter calls it out. I mean, if anybody's played the game, you know that's horse shit.
Frustrate the player and not any of the reasons you just said, because none of those things is the truth. Never does a fixed camera angle enhance the drama or set up a scare, and it most certainly doesn't enhance the atmosphere.
All the fixed camera angles do is jerk you out of the game while you try to figure out the new direction you need to push the stick in to get Murphy to keep going forward. You need to stop dead before.
Is the scare the fact that this game was developed and released? Is that the scare? Look at the perpetual scare.
And that's the other fucked up thing. The controls reverse too, so the orientation changes the controls. That's something that most developers fix because they're not idiots, but unfortunately.
Dead before you can reorient and continue.
Isn't there a camera reset button? Actually, I know there is. It's R2 or something.
No, R3 resets the camera. R2 is for accidentally throwing your weapon into a ditch. This happens whenever you give it a slight nudge with your finger or put the controller down for any reason.
Yep.
If they absolutely had to.
And
fuck this weapon button.
He points this out. On PS3, they have analog triggers. In a lot of games, they don't activate until you press them at least, halfway or a little bit further. In this game, if you move it a fucking picometer, a picometer, it hits instantly as soon as you so much as touch it. So they put no thought into making like a failsafe to make sure you don't automatically do it. I've accidentally done it many times. It's very stupid.
Do it this way, they could have taken advantage of the analog triggers and made it so you have to push them down at least halfway instead of having the slightest tap cause them to chuck that fire axe you were holding out for into an area you can't get to.
By the way, there are certain parts of this game you can't progress unless you have it. There's a hook and a pull you have to get. You have to pull ladders down to progress in the game. If he chucks that into an area you can't reach, you have to exit the entire area, come back and run back, and it'll respawn. So it can genuinely waste like hours of your time. Just horrible design. Like this is something that needed further QA testing, and they did not put any thought into it. Yeah, he doesn't just drop it, he throws it. Because you're supposed to throw it at enemies, but it's like if there's no enemies, he just throws it forward wherever he happens to be standing.
Where'd she go?
Yep, just like that.
My God.
I want to know what this design document looked like. I want to know. I want to know what this design document looks, because I know it's a bunch of fucking, it's like crayon.
Yeah.
It's just written in crayon and a child wrote it. There's hot dog mustard stains on it.
Yeah, the Konami just pulled the already existing QA testers from HD Collection. True. They said, well, we won't have to pay them shit. They'll do it for free.
Unless you're holding a gun, and then it's the blind fire button, which would be awful if he didn't automatically aim and fire at the closest enemy.
Yeah, so they basically give him aimbot. You can aim if you want to with the left trigger, but why would you ever do that? Because you can just hit R2 and he will automatically hit everything with 100% accuracy. He'll even aim the gun behind him and shoot like fucking John Wick. I showed how it works.
And that renders the L2 button useless. L2 is the button used to aim the gun or lock on enemies.
Yeah, worthless
but
mechanic.
All the combat controls function fine without it.
In many cases, you'll use L2 to manually aim at a monster that's too close, resulting in wasting ammunition, despite the targeting reticule turning red.
God.
What is this?
You'll miss all the time with manual aim, but he hits his target every time when you don't use it.
Look, see? Like John Wick. Every single time he hits.
Manual aim and lock-on is a waste of your time and a waste of what could have been a very useful game mechanic, if only because it would keep you from accidentally blasting rounds off when there aren't any enemies around.
And by the way, one thing I will give them credit for is they said before this came out they were going to make ammo very scarce. Well, they were not wrong. I think in this game there's maybe 2 parts period throughout the entire 5-hour story where you even get a fully loaded shotgun. So the ammo is very scarce, and I don't mind that. I'm okay with that. But I think they went too far. You should at least feel like it's possible to fucking find ammunition. But they made it so scarce. It's like you're playing on the hardest difficulty of other games, even when you're on normal,
L1 is also a waste of a button because it's used to look behind. But you never need to look behind. If you need to look behind, you turn the camera and look behind. L1 is really just the button they mapped as a reminder to check out the rip in space-time they spent so much effort making. Using L1 just confuses the controls, because the whole thing is based on him running in the direction you push, except when you're looking back. So you don't want to push it because you're afraid of what he might do.
How Deep Is Your Love cover is playing in the background, by the way. You just heard, you belong, you and me.
Do. But you don't need to look back anyway because you already know what's back there. The void! And nothing else. waste of 2 perfectly good buttons.
The circle button is also for chucking your weapon across the room, but not as far as R2. Since Murphy can't just drop weapons in place, you'll quickly learn to stop and face a safe direction before performing these actions so you don't lose your weapon again. But if you try to pick up a firearm where a melee weapon is still equipped, Murphy will drop the weapon instead of holstering it first, forcing you to pick it back up, providing he didn't throw it where you can't reach anymore. Just picking up a new weapon becomes a test of patience and concentration to keep it from turning into a crazy juggling routine.
And don't accidentally drop your weapon in a moving elevator.
Yeah, that's basic Unreal Engine inexperience is what that is. They don't know that the models need to move with the assets around. They're called actors. So real quick, nerdy game development thing. Actors are basically not items you can interact with, but they're objects that move. So say like in Zelda, if it's a boulder that you can push, that would be considered an actor. The elevator is an actor, and the models are supposed to move with the actor, but they're so inexperienced with Unreal Engine, which is like the most accessible engine in the world, that they didn't know that. And so if you drop items on the elevator, they just stay floating in the fucking air while the elevator moves.
Really?
Yep.
Wait, what version of UE are we talking about?
This is like Unreal Engine 3. This was way before 4 was even a thing. Yeah, this was like Unreal Engine 3 when it was in its heyday.
Because what are we on now? 5? Because 5 is...
UE5 is the newest one. Yeah.
Revolutionized everything.
Yeah.
You think it would have been better if UE5 was the thing that they were using in order to develop those? Do you think it would have been better?
Well, I think the traversal stutter would have been better. Because the traversal stutter is awful in this game. And that wasn't a problem with most other games. UE5 has like traversal stutter baked in because it's trying to render such high quality assets, So traversal stutter is like an impossible to get around obstacle right now. Really, really bad in Silent Hill 2 Remake. Holy shit, it's bad. You could have a 5090 and a 9800X 3D with 128 gigs of RAM, and you will still have traversal stutter. There's just no way around it. Until we get brand new, like next generation hardware, you're just going to have stutters. That's just how it is. It sucks.
Yeah, I thought I was supposed to be the funny guy in our dyad. When did you get funny? When did that happen?
I've always been funny. I've always known. Just make everything in RE Engine for real.
You've always had it. You had it in you.
For real, dude. RE Engine is so fucking stable. It runs so well. As long as they don't have Denuvo installed. When they put out Village and I played that shit on Denuvo, you guys got tired of me just endlessly bitching about how bad my performance was. And some people gaslit me into saying that it was only me. But it was not only me. Because when they removed Denuvo, it worked perfectly fine. So listen here. I'm sorry. We're getting off on a tangent. I'm good.
No. I'm listening.
I was done. I was just going to say, once they removed Denuvo, it works perfectly fine. So RE Engine without Denuvo is amazing. It performs super well. It scales with hardware beautifully. UE5 is dog shit. I said it, and I meant it. It needs work. It needs a lot of work.
UE6 is probably
if you hold the circle button down for a bit, Murphy will pull his flashlight out of
software that'll probably be used in movies. I'm not joking. They've been testing it, and we've just been looking at it from a consumer perspective, but they're using UE in animation now.
Yep.
So you're going to see it in movies.
You're
going to see it in movies a lot more often.
Also, just to get into game engine speak really quick again, since we're on the topic, the reason why so many companies use Unreal Engine, if you're wondering, is because the process of making an engine is incredibly expensive and just a very long, painstaking process. Very few companies can afford to do it, and it takes a lot of technical engineers, a lot of coders, a lot of programmers, a lot of modelers.
A lot of lawyers.
Yes, it takes a lot of incredibly difficult work to create an engine because you're essentially making the tools with which to create future games from scratch. Very difficult, which is why only the most wealthy companies can afford to do this. Capcom, Unreal, which is owned by Epic Games, so the Fortnite guys, if you're wondering why they have so much money, and various other things. But Konami actually made one, and it only got used in 2 games, Metal Gear Survive and Metal Gear Solid 5. Now, they are using it to make Metal Gear Solid Delta, which is the 3 remake, But that engine is called the Fox engine, obviously named after Foxhound. It was developed by Kojima and his team internally at their Tokyo studios right before they kicked his ass out. But the one that most people use is called Unity, which is it's just your run-of-the-mill tool for creating like these little indie horror games and stuff. Tons and tons and tons of indie games run off Unity.
And there are good games built on Unity.
Very good ones.
It's not
yes.
that Unity's a bad engine. It's that it's easy. And what is it called? The cost of entry is fairly cheap.
Yeah, the accessibility is excellent. You know, the ROI, like you don't have to invest into NASA tier hardware to be able to develop for it. It's accessible. It's got easy to understand tools, and I've played some very great games on Unity, like Lost in Vivo was built in Unity. Excellent game. Very Silent Hill inspired. There's a lot of great indie games that are built on Unity. So basically what it comes down to is if you're making a game for like Steam, it's going to be Unreal Engine or Unity. That's what it comes down to right now, because everything else is just too proprietary and difficult to work with. You could get away if you were making like a 2D retro style game with like RPG Maker or something. But for the most part, if you're going to make anything with 3D assets and models and environments, it's going to be one of those two.
Or you just make everything in Blender.
True. Yeah. If you wanted to, that's like the equivalent of, instead of building a Lego set, you create your own Legos. Like you 3D print your own Legos, you know? I made a game on Unity in college, Lost Media now. Yeah. Unity is awesome, man. Remember the SCP games? Like SCP, the staircase one. And then there was also the angel, the weeping angel mechanic where you couldn't look at it or it would like jump onto you. Or you couldn't look away or it would jump on you. The SCP games were all made in an early iteration of Unity. Very cool.
Fucking SCP, whatever the fuck. Markiplier played it a bunch.
Containment Breach.
Containment Breach.
Yeah. Yeah, that was in Unity too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did like a whole I don't want to say reimagining. Like
a reimagining.
In Unreal Engine, and then they re-released it. I think he played that like once or twice or something. But like, yeah, you can do a lot in Unity. Unity is not a bad engine. It's just it's a consumer's engine, and the majority of the stuff that we absorb, especially when it comes to console work, is built in-house with an engine that they develop in-house.
Yeah.
So a lot of the stuff we don't really fundamentally understand, and a lot of the code just can't be comprehended by us. But the reason why it works so well is because they made it, and they know what they're doing when they make it, and it takes a ton of time and years in development, where Unity and Unreal is just, buy a pack and drop it in.
Yeah.
It's not that hard, you know?
Yeah, and you just said the key point. You might ask, why do companies go through this painstaking and expensive process to make it? Because they don't want a revenue split with Epic Games for the use of Unreal Engine. They don't want a revenue split with the developer. I think Unity's open source, but you don't want to revenue split with Epic Games because you're using their engine. You want to create your own in-house engine. And you notice with Capcom, guess what they're using it for? Fucking everything. Devil May Cry 5 runs on RE Engine. Street Fighter 6 runs on it. Resident Evil games run on it because they don't want to have to revenue split with anybody. It's their own engine. They get to keep all the money from the use of the engine.
Yep.
So that's exactly why they do it. They don't want to have to revenue split with Epic Games or whoever else.
You can't argue.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't argue with it. It's fucking Capcom. What are you gonna fucking argue with?
Yeah, dude, it's insane when you sit down and think about how Capcom is like the number 2 largest developer only to Nintendo. Like Square Enix is comfortably in 3rd place, but as far as revenue generated, Capcom is a fucking powerhouse. They are a monolith in the industry. Resident Evil, Devil May Cry, Mega Man, fucking Dead Rising,
They're thinking about doing a Dino Crisis remake.
Yeah, Dino Crisis. They have so many franchises. Like, it's insane how many franchises they're responsible for. And way more than I just listed. Street Fighter, Breath of Fire, shit tons, man. A ton. Yeah. So they are a massive, massive player in the industry. They are a company that could comfortably afford to develop their own engine, and it was worth their while because now They invested all the time and money, probably hundreds of millions if we're being honest, to develop that engine. But look at the ROI. Look at how many games they were able to develop on it and how much money they've made. They've paid for that shit years ago. RE7 sold insanely well. So they're chilling, you know.
What are we talking? We're talking what? 7, Village,
RE2 remake, RE3 remake.
remakes,
Yeah.
RE4 remake. Like
Yep.
they're not
And
they're not strapped for cash.
The Shadows of Rose DLC for Village, the fucking Street Fighter 6, Devil May Cry 5. There was that one game called like Exo Primal or something. Didn't sell very well, but it was also built on the engine. Like at this point, they've paid for the engine. It's been worth its weight in gold. So
Definitely.
yeah.
They're not on the street shaking a solo cup for
spare change. Yeah.
You know?
But yeah. So yeah, long
right.
tangent about game engines, but my point is when they do shit like this and models disappear underneath the actors and the elevators and shit, it shows inexperience with the engine is all it is.
Stamp knows what he's talking about, Hoot.
For once. I'll say it.
Hand, which is another useless waste of a gameplay mechanic because he doesn't aim it any differently than when it's on his hip.
Although TK's last hour
What
of his
is the
shift.
point of this?
But
To
douche.
switch weapons, to keep picking a new one up from becoming
Huge.
a fiasco, you use the left D-pad, which creates its own fiasco because then you think, oh, well, left is switch weapon, so right must be to switch back.
Oh, so I said his. My bad. Sorry. TK. Not sure if I didn't know if I don't know how you identify.
Well, they just said my, to be fair.
There.
Last hour of their shift. Honestly,
Their shift. My bad.
I miss those days when I had the ability to just watch videos at work. I'm jealous. Not gonna lie.
Must be to switch back. And then you accidentally use a health item for the 40th time because health items are mapped to the right D-pad, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, so what Fungo just pointed out there is something that I got fucked by as well. By the way, isn't it funny how Homecoming and Downpour both have mechanics that trick you into using health items? Left is to switch weapons. So you think right must be to switch back. No, right is to use a health pack. What in the fuck?
Useless waste of a gameplay mechanic because he doesn't aim it any differently than when it's on his hip.
No, you're good. You're good, TK.
Point of this?
Future was just checking, you know?
Oh, okay, yeah, you did. I just wanted to make sure. Just wanted to clarify.
To keep picking a new one up from becoming a fiasco, you use the left D-pad, which creates its own fiasco because then you think, oh, well, left is switch weapon, so right must be to switch back.
Anybody would think
and then
that.
You accidentally use a health item for the 40th time because health items are mapped to the right D-pad, if that makes any sense.
Down on the D-pad pulls out the lighter, which is, guess what? Another useless waste of a button. You're not going to use the lighter if you don't have a flashlight, so why not have the flashlight button pull out the lighter if you don't have a flashlight? Then I guess that would free up the D-pad for...
watch as long as I have in this shit.
I guess you just wouldn't use it?
I'm glad that
If you hit the flashlight button while you don't have a flashlight, he pulls out the lighter anyway. So, yeah, it's friggin' stupid.
So there are really only 4 button mappings that
That
make
also
any
means that
sense.
you
and
don't
only
have a whole lot of heavy shit to go on right now. That's good.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, easy day. We all love easy days.
3 of those function the way they're supposed to. Action button.
Yes, we are still. Hey, if you're new around here, this is how we do it. The 2 hours of HD collection reviews took us 8 hours.
Attack button. Attack
Coitus
button.
has been here when I've done my
flashlight
12-hour shit.
Yeah.
And you can't change
Coitus
any of
is
it because
making
there's
fun
no
again.
control to remap.
Yeah, here's the best part. So all these shitty button mappings, and guess what? Can't change any of it.
The lighter anyway. So, yeah, it's friggin' stupid.
So there are really only 4 buttons.
Yeah, there is, TK. It happened last week.
Yeah, there should be.
Here, hang on. I'll find it for you.
Caught. You've been caught, bro.
Caught in full K. Oh, hey, somebody gifted me a sub to Stoned. I just caught it. Shout outs to whoever that is. Okay, here's the HD collection VOD. It is 7 hours and 56 minutes long, BTW. So there's that in case you want to save it for later.
Mappings that make any sense, and only 3 of those function the way they're supposed to. Action button, attack button, flashlight button.
And you can't change any of it because there's no controller remapping options. Not even a control style A and B, nothing. You're stuck with it. Screw you and your carpal tunnel infected hands.
You don't have a huge arsenal.
Shout outs to your mod then. I appreciate that.
You're stuck with it. Screw you and your carpal tunnel infected hands.
You don't have a huge arsenal of weapons, and you're not gonna feel like Superman. You're not gonna want to fight every creature you see. But then when you are in combat,
why do you
it's
think that
the character does what you want him to do.
You're not
when you
gonna
want him
feel like Superman. Yeah, they dismantle this in a second too.
to do it.
Slight correction, you're not going to want to fight any creature that you see.
Well, you should listen to Tom Hewlett talk because he sounds just like that. Junkyard, it's actually a super accurate impression.
Combat is such a problem and the enemy attacks so cheap
Yeah.
that, as the developers state over and over, it's best just to run. Get from point A to point B as fast as you can and ignore the monsters. You can fight them if you want, but you probably shouldn't do that because Murphy sucks at fighting.
Murphy's large weapon attacks are floaty, haphazard, and slow, while the enemies attack with brutal speed and precision.
It's like fighting tournament level frame
They're like
counters.
fighting tournament level frame counters.
I love
as
that
soon as
line.
Murphy pulls back to swing, they can interrupt mid-attack. Counter to general logic, you'll want to use the smallest weapon you can get your hands on, if only so that you can keep up with them in a fight.
But you'll only be able to get a couple of attacks in before they start blocking, and then you better start blocking immediately or suffer a vicious flurry of counterattacks.
By the way, something else that I hate about combat is they rubber band to you a lot. So even if you get out of combat mode and run away, they will teleport directly to you and hit you anyway.
If you keep mashing the attack button, as most people will, you will be punished for it. In any other game, you'd be looking for openings to throw an attack of your own, but in this, it's pretty much impossible to predict how Murphy or the enemy will behave from moment to moment.
The difficulty level doesn't seem to affect the behavior of the enemies either. Enemies attack with
That's
the same
just the fault of the
ferocity and
engine,
speed,
isn't it?
no matter
Or
what
the fault of
difficulty.
whatever settings they have for the enemies.
Yeah. They're too aggressive and they hit with like insane accuracy. There's when they're in a certain attack, there's no way to avoid it except to interrupt them.
Only hit points are changed. Not even the game's primary gimmick seems to have any effect. If you believe what the loading screen says, the creatures are drawn
Lie,
out by heavy
by the way.
storms, which also makes them more aggressive. Seek shelter immediately. Except that isn't true.
An enemy in a thunderstorm.
You'll notice no difference in enemy frequency or behavior when the rain picks up. Just keep fighting like normal.
True. Oh, but you will notice a big difference in the performance. Holy shit. The only thing you notice when it's storming is a 10 FPS average drop. That's what you can look forward to. Look at that shit.
We found ourselves using a simple formula. 2 attacks block, 2 attacks block, 2 attacks block, 2 attacks block, until they're dead. If that were all of it, it would be frustrating enough. But every last enemy has its own cheapo piece of crap special behavior designed specifically to piss you off.
Designed to piss you off.
For example, the Alien Resurrection hybrid baby runs around on the ceiling for 6 hours when all you want it to do is get down here and get it over with.
Literally, you guys have watched me play this so many times. Every single time you just run past them. It's so easy to trick the AI and you just run past them. Don't waste a second of your life trying to fight these fucking things because you will die. They are bullshit.
Ready.
And you don't have to fight any of them.
When it finally does decide to join you in the fight you're trying to have with it, it ground pounds you, knocking you down. But before you can react, it's back up on the freaking ceiling again, avoiding its responsibilities. It always seems that it's up there taking its sweet time when you want to fight it, but if you try to ignore it and run past, you can't get the damn thing off of you.
Yeah, see, Rossiter, you needed to play around with this a little bit more, my man. You hit it twice, just like your 2 attacks block. You hit it twice, then you run away, loop back, hit it twice, run away, loop back. You can fucking run right past every single one of these things by using some stupid AI manipulation like that. Junkyard, I'm not streaming to YouTube for these specifically because YouTube is very, very quick to shut my streams down because of copyright. We were watching Nick Crowley and Nexpo videos, and it got me for both of them. Said I was infringing on another creator's copyright. So in order to not risk the status of my account, I have to do it here. And then I can upload to YouTube later and see if it passes the copyright check. But for now, I have to do these exclusively on Twitch because of that. But every other stream is also on YouTube.
Also, I'm here, so I'm probably not helping anything.
No, it's not true at all. The first one we did, the first 2 we did were on YouTube, but I had to stop because it said copyright violation on both. And they said if I get another violation, they're going to put a strike on my account. So And the real Blair Witch video that we watched a couple weeks ago also hit me with a big one. So I've had 3 copyright violations.
Damn.
Yeah, YouTube does not fuck
I thought it was
around.
just me and my blatant alcoholism. I don't know. I thought it was something I was doing. My bad.
No, not at all, dude. It's YouTube being fucking on a hair trigger to strike people's channels.
Screamers will scream. Unsurprising. Isn't that a creative name? Because it screams. You get it? You know? When they do their namesake, you're forced into a QTE recovery. And during that time, you're totally vulnerable to all incoming attacks. By the time you break out of it, one of them can have jumped onto your back and you'll have to QTE shake it off. These attacks are totally unblockable.
Are they that
unavoidable.
aggressive too?
They are,
Like,
yeah.
in the street?
Yeah. Again, same deal as those things on the ceiling. Best strategy throughout this entire game is just to run. And it's funny because Frosseter describes it as running like a scared little girl. But he's not wrong. That's literally the easiest way to play the fucking game. Just don't ever engage in combat if you don't absolutely have to.
Sometimes you won't even know where the scream is coming from because there's nothing around.
There's a male version of the screamers that will box your ears with the same effect. And then he'll kick you to the curb and you have to wait to get back up again. The giant prison rapists will also do this with charges in their own kicks. These are blockable, but they're guard break moves that will leave you open for other enemies to hit you, and you'll rarely be fighting just one of them at a time.
There's no way to dodge or sidestep attacks, so you'll have to count on every enemy.
By the way, can we please stop, like, for all the rest of time, making a screen flashing a certain color when you get hit effect? I fucking hate that in every game I play. I don't need the screen to flash red because I took a hit. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's just a visually
I think it's
abhorrent effect.
I think it's supposed to like just reflect damage taken, but when it's if it's a first person game I can understand, but if it's a third person game it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, like Half-Life, it makes perfect sense because, like you said, it's first person. That's an indicator. Like, it's a quality of life indicator to let you know you're taking damage in case maybe you don't have the audio cues. But to see the whole screen in third person do it makes no sense.
Enemy attack landing.
That
Try
doesn't make any
block
sense to
them
me
all,
either. Yeah.
Hope they don't break your guard, and hope your weapon can take the punishment. As you're probably aware, the weapons all deteriorate, and every attack or block has the potential to shatter
now I
into
notice
a million pieces.
Yeah. Fucking breakable weapons are so awful.
And the breakable, no, don't get me started. Oh my god, no. 'Cause
There's never been
we
a
only
single
have 2
game.
more hours. I'm not doing this because I'll go off. The
Yeah.
whole breakable weapons shit.
Yeah. There's no video. I don't care what anybody says. There's no video game that's ever been developed that has a good implementation of breakable weapons. That's just how I feel.
So one of the things we wanted to do with Downpour was sort of err on the side of realism with our weapons. So, you know, everyday objects from, you know, a shovel to a bottle to a, you know, a kitchen knife or just a pickaxe or any.
Fucking cinder block, Devin. A fucking cinder block is breaking.
A
Why
crowbar.
is a cinder block breaking?
A crowbar
Why are you
is breaking.
A cinder block?
Yeah. Don't forget the crowbar, dude. What about Condemned? Condemned is first person. So it's Condemned doesn't have breakable weapons, does it?
Okay.
I don't think Condemned has breakable weapons, unless I'm not remembering. Yeah, they don't break in Condemned.
No, they don't break. No, they don't.
You just run out of ammo,
No.
and then you have to use the guns to, like, pistol whip or hit people with the stock of the shotgun. And then you have to find a new weapon. But if you get a crowbar, you keep that bitch through the whole chapter.
Look at him, just like a fucking crowbar or like fucking even fucking rebar. Like, how are you breaking? What are you doing?
No human could ever do that, that's for sure. Yeah.
Pickaxe or anything is just a weapon in this game. It could be a piece of a fence post that you can pick up and use as a weapon. And all of our
And that's
weapons
supposed to
are
simulate
completely
fear?
breakable.
What the fuck?
So
It's supposed to simulate realism and immersion, according to the devs.
one of the things we wanted to do with Downpour was sort of err on the side of realism with our
See,
weapons.
err on the
So,
side of
you know,
realism,
everyday
BTW.
objects from, you know, a shovel to a bottle to a, you know, a kitchen knife or just a pickaxe or anything is just a weapon in this game. It could be a piece of a fence post that.
When was the last time you broke a shovel, Stamp?
Never. Almost everything in this game would not break under normal human use.
For the sake of verisimilitude, what shovel have you broken in the last 20 years?
Some weapons in Condemned are breakable. Yeah, some, but not all. That's kind of where the exception happens. I don't like it. I don't like any game that has breakable weapons. As long as some are not, though, I'm good with it. Broke a few brooms. That's about it. Yeah.
Fence post that you can pick up.
Fine, you need a rebristling. Okay.
To make it more effective against the
All
enemies.
of our weapons are completely breakable, so they may not last after a few hits, and you'll have to find something else to use as a weapon.
Deteriorating weapons in any game is balls. I don't care what the game is. Usually in such a game, there are ways to repair weapons, and this would feature heavily in the gameplay and strategy. In Downpour, there is no way to repair anything. All weapons break no matter what, and this includes items that could never break under any human power in any circumstance.
Toto's Africa's playing in the background, by the way.
We can understand things like lamps and bottles. We can even understand golf club bricks or even a bit of the old sedimentary, if you know what I mean. But never in a billion years could a human person swing a crowbar so hard
that was
that
way
it shattered.
funnier than it had interrupted me.
This is so true what he says here, though, about the crowbar situation.
A bit of the old sedimentary, if you know what I mean. But never in a billion years could a human person swing a crowbar so hard that it shatters. Have you ever lifted one of these? It's 20 pounds of solid steel.
One of the reasons why we did that is it kind of gives the feeling of less empowerment to the player, which obviously makes it a little more scary. You know, if you don't have this arsenal of weapons.
I love this interviewer too. He says it makes it a little more scary. He goes, "Oh yeah, it does." No, it doesn't.
It kind of gives the feeling of
Yeah, if Gordon Freeman can't break his crowbar, Murphy's soy-infused Pendleton certainly can't.
of less empowerment to the player, which obviously makes it a little more scary. You know, if you don't have this arsenal of weaponry that you're walking around with, you're gonna
Trying
feel
to keep a
more
straight
scared
face when
and not
he
have this
fucking
sense of
holds that microphone.
Yeah.
empowerment.
Oh yeah, it does, bro.
Like Resident Evil or Dead Space, where you've got all these really this.
Yeah, and here he goes taking a shot at Resident Evil and Dead Space, which immediately gets dismantled very well by Rossiter.
Not have this sense of empowerment when you're walking around. It's not like Resident Evil or Dead Space where you've got all these really cool weapons and you're like feeling really powerful. You're going to be left to your own devices to sort of find everyday objects as weapons in this game.
What Mr. Shatsky is forgetting is that in games like Resident Evil and Dead Space, you do indeed have quite an arsenal of weapons, but you're constantly worried about where your next 3 bullets are going to come from.
Yep.
If you recall, that's how survival horror used to work.
We have no problem with the concept of limiting the inventory to 1 or 2 everyday items to keep the player from feeling too empowered. But the execution is all wrong. Having weapons break on you is not scary. It's not realistic. It's annoying.
Designed to frustrate.
If they really wanted to stick with this concept of searching for everyday items in the environment to use as weapons and making us change it up every so often, it might have been better to have some weapons be more useful against certain enemies and others less useful against those same enemies. Some breakable, some better for throwing, some better for slow, powerful attacks, some better for quick, weaker attacks.
By the way, this whole idea of every weapon being breakable does get bulldozed. You know how? There's a pre-order code that leaked online. If you pre-ordered the game from GameStop, you can go to a safe right before you actually get into the main town of Silent Hill, where you're still in like Devil's Pit or whatever, the area just outside of it. You get a battle axe that in fact does not ever break. So you can hang on to that battle axe until like the very ending nightmare portion of the game if you're so inclined. And that's exactly what the fuck I did. So breakable weapons can get fucked as long as you pre-ordered from GameStop. Power to the players.
Attacks, and so on. Then you tailor the enemy's attributes and behaviors to correspond to these different styles of attack in some obvious
Pay to win, BTW.
way. You wouldn't be constantly looking for any weapon at all. You'd be looking for the right weapon.
What am I supposed to say to that?
Yeah. There's also a nail gun you can get. Yes, you can still toss the axe into a ditch. There's also a nail gun that you can get from the pre-order bonus codes, which you also keep for the entirety of the game. Never breaks, and when you get that nail gun, it actually creates spawn points for nails for you to pick up to load into it. So basically, either pre-order code that you use completely breaks the game. It's 100% pay to win bullshit.
You wouldn't be constantly looking for any weapon at all. You'd be looking for the right weapon for the situation.
To make the deterioration problem worse, sometimes specific weapons are required to perform special actions in order to proceed. You'll be hunting and searching and probing and finding for an axe or a hook on a pole, to get through a door or pull down a ladder, but don't you dare fight any enemies once you have it. If it breaks, and it will, you'll have to go find another that's halfway across the world.
Just what I was talking about, the hook and the pull.
What?
Yes, if you there's a part in the town where you have to pull this ladder down in order to progress in the game. And if you
need to use a
lose,
crowbar to pull it down.
you can't use a crowbar. It has to be this specific hook item. That's what's fucked up. It cannot be a crowbar. It has to be this specific hook that spawns in one particular spot. If you accidentally throw it into a chasm or you break it fighting an enemy, you are fucked, and you have to leave the entire town of Silent Hill, force a loading screen, force another loading screen to come back in, and then run back to it and find it again because it will have respawned. You have to refresh the item if you end up breaking it or losing it. Quality of life.
If it breaks, and it will, you'll have to go find another that's halfway across the world.
Yep.
You can avoid the issue of deterioration by standing over
I
one
think
of the
people
game's
don't
many
like
infinite
this
spawning
game. Why people are reappraising it, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I don't even know.
Here's
Why
the
do
hilarious
people care
part.
about this game?
Another way to get around the breakable weapon situation, they tell here, there's infinitely spawning weapon piles all over the place where he just keeps grabbing another brick after another brick after another brick. So again, you can just defeat it with stupid mechanics.
You can avoid the issue of deterioration by
Look.
standing over one of the game's many infinite spawning weapon piles and just keep throwing. Range combat is much easier than melee, especially if you can get a hold of a gun, provided you use it as a gun and not a melee weapon. Duh. They're extremely durable, so we recommend them for melee combat if you absolutely must engage in it, but they still shatter like anything else. And if you're still making the mistake of treating this game like any other survival horror, you'll be saving those bullets up for an emergency. That's how these games are supposed to be played, right? Not this one.
Designed to frustrate.
Downpour has a terrible habit of stealing all your critical items before or after each major area of the game, leaving you with nothing but the worthless lighter. They're apparently trying to teach you this very early on, as the first pistol you get from an early puzzle only lasts you another 4 minutes before it's dropped into a ravine.
Yep. And your flashlight, by the way.
If you're an ammo saver like us, you'll pick it up and never fire a
You don't
single...
have a choice to this.
Nope. No.
This just happens.
Yeah, the bridge breaks, and watch underneath him. You can literally see his flashlight falls off of his belt and the pistol falls, and you're left with nothing but the lighter. Right after you got it, by the way.
minutes before it's dropped into a ravine.
There's the flashlight, there's the gun. They both just fall.
If you're an ammo saver like us,
This just
you'll
happened.
pick it up and
Yep.
never fire a
You
single
have no choice in this.
Yep, scripted event. You can't get around it.
shot before it's gone forever.
Later, you might get another, and you'll probably end up doing the same thing out of habit, even though you know it's gonna happen. Get a gun, save it for an emergency, game steals it from you. I even did this with the special items locked away in the promotional code safes. There's a super secret nail gun that I've acquired a few times and never fired once.
Oh yeah, this is
And another cool thing is we've completely eliminated an inventory system. So in the past, you could pick
This is a lie. He's about to explain why.
up lots of different objects. In say, Silent Hill Origins, you could pick up a TV, you could pick up an IV stand, you could carry all these different things in your magic pocket, right? But with Downpour, all you can carry is what you can carry in your hand. So you're limited to just that one object.
That's not true. There is an inventory. It's mapped to the up direction on the D-pad. It moves agonizingly slow, and it allows you to carry vinyl records, film reels, paintings, cranks, levers, fishing rods,
I know this.
pounds and pounds
This
of
is a
cumbersome
bit, too,
items.
though.
But we're not allowed
But
to carry
it's-
more
but
than
it's
2
not-
weapons because
And
it's
those
not unfounded.
Yeah, but those items are in your inventory because some of them are related to side quest puzzles, and you can walk up to things. Like there's a side quest where you have to light these vigils around the town, and you have to keep the lighter and the specific candles for the individual vigils on you. So they are all in your inventory. You can equip this stuff, you can use it to reload. So that thing that he said is a complete lie. Everything that you find stays in your magic pocket, as he was describing. So that might have been a rethink. Yeah, that might have been a rethink is my guess. Like maybe once they got through the bulk of the development, they decided not to do things that way. Because they would have had to introduce like a fucking item box system. And I don't think anybody wanted to mess with that.
that wouldn't do weapons because that wouldn't be realistic.
If you happen to collect side quest items but don't complete the side quest,
Yeah, see, look, they all say use. So you can't, like, some people have made the argument like, oh, those are just telling you what you found. They're not necessarily on his person. No, they're on his person. You can use half of them.
Pounds and pounds of cumbersome items.
Yeah,
See?
okay, that's interesting. Wait, so like, you know, like in Silent Hill 3, you had like items, weapons, and then key items. Is
Yeah.
it not like that?
No, they're just all in one agonizingly slow, like, wheel based on when you found them. Yeah. Again, a massive step back. Oh my god, this fucking game, dude. Yeah, so the dev or the producer says, you know, we're trying to make it more immersive and realistic by only letting you carry what you can carry in your hands. That's not true. You can carry shit tons of items in your magic pocket, as he said. I don't think this is even a valid argument. It doesn't break immersion to be able to carry a bunch of things. It's just quality of life. It's like there's a certain point where you need to prioritize a game being fun to play over a game being ultra realistic. It'd be like if the cars in GTA ran out of gas and you had to keep pumping gas to keep driving. Nobody wants that because that's just an egregious overstep of, like, you know, realism for the sake of it, you know? You still have to prioritize the game being fucking fun, you know? He's back.
I had to kiss my wife. I needed to feel something human.
This fucking game.
Moving on.
Just sapping our will to live.
Is everybody still there?
Yes.
Happens because that wouldn't be realistic.
If you happen to collect side quest items but don't complete the side quest, you'll be stuck sorting through this junk pile every time you want to use an
This
item.
game, man.
The game
it's-
will not pause
it's
while
hurting.
you do it, so make sure everything's dead
It's hurting
beforehand.
hard.
This runs contrary to use of your journal, which pauses the game at any time, even though the purpose of having a journal was to keep us immersed in the gameplay, instead of having to use a menu system. If you happen to use it during a lightning strike or doing a screamer scream, the pause will freeze the effect.
And yet, the game will not pause when using a keypad. If enemies are nearby, it's possible to die whilst inputting the passcode. All in the name of realism and immersion. All that work to keep us immersed, but in order to see how much health you have left, you have to pause the game and enter the statistics screen.
This screen is chock full of useful information nobody cares about, such as how far you've run.
And it's a weird, like, arbitrary percentage too. Like, it's just baked into the game engine. You have to press start, go into game statistics, and it'll say health 73%. Okay.
Junkyard Dog said that. Was it Junkyard Dog or Dave that said that? They're like, when you press pause, you go into the statistics to do this shit.
Yeah, it was
like,
Junkyard, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Look how far I ran. I've run pretty far. Does something happen when I've run far enough?
No.
The only useful piece of information
Why
on
is
the
it
screen
in
is the
there?
health percentage, so you have to keep stopping everything you're doing to see.
Yeah.
It's that, or try to figure out how much longer you'll live based on how much blood is on Murphy's clothing. You'll find yourself doing this quite often, if not for the fact that Konami, much like every other developer, is making games for the lowest common denominator of player skill, or worse, people who don't even play games.
Downpour's combat is so frustrating, the game would be really hard if it wasn't so damn easy. Konami has taken a survival horror game meant for the survival horror niche market, and through dumbing down the gameplay mechanics and the difficulty level, attempted to appeal to the mass market. Since they didn't exactly reach the kind of
No, what they did was take a popular IP and know how well it would sell in a much more expansive market, and then sold it to a much more expansive market, despite knowing full well that the expansive market they were attempting to appeal to didn't know what the fuck they were selling to them.
Yep, and at the same time telling you that it was an improvement on everything that came before it. So not only is it derivative slop that is completely missing the point, but you're just not understanding it if you don't like it. You know, you're just not quite on that level. You're not in that literary analysis level that we're at, so maybe someday you'll get there, but for now, unfortunately, we'll have to leave you behind.
Necessary to appreciate it, yeah.
they reached the kind of penetration they were hoping for, all they achieved in doing so was to give survival horror fans, who are their target audience and nearly the entirety of the game's purchasers, a less enjoyable game experience. They have alienated their base.
Yep, by trying to cast an incredibly wide net and appeal to everybody, they lost the survival horror niche, which they should have been appealing to if they really wanted this game to succeed.
How does that old adage go? When you attempt to appeal to everybody, you effectively
Appeal to
alienate
nobody.
everybody, and
Yep.
therefore nobody wants to buy your thing. How
Yes.
does that old adage go? There's a thing for it. It's like if you try to appeal to everybody, you will eventually appeal to nobody. Or
Right.
something like
No, it's exactly how it works. For every attempt you make to appeal to everybody under the sun, you get further and further away from the market that you should have been aiming toward. So if they had catered this game to a survival horror audience and done a good job with it, it still would have found success. But instead, they said, let's just make it as wide as possible, as open-ended as possible, as easy and accessible as possible. And so they alienated everybody. Nobody finds, well, some people find it enjoyable, but I think that's for like ironic purposes.
I overthought it. It's if you try to appeal to everyone, you'll appeal to no one.
Yes. Yep.
It's that simple.
Yep, it is. Simple and true.
So while you may feel the need to know whether or not it would be worth the risk of using that last precious health kit in your inventory, fear not, because Murphy is a prime candidate for the Weapon X program. And by that I mean his health regenerates. If the purpose of survival horror is to survive, health regeneration makes that a trivial matter.
Nothing says survival like standing around waiting for the blood spots to go away. Sure, it doesn't regenerate all the way, but enough so that you need not fear your next monster encounter. Health kits are more for getting Murphy to run faster than they are for survival.
Regenerating health is just one of the ways this game has been tailored to the skill level most appropriate for mass market consumption. Like most recent games, Downpour has interactive objects that shimmer shine to let non-players know when they should use the action button, and action button prompts to let non-players know what the action button does.
Unlike most recent games, Downpour allows you to turn these off if you don't feel like being treated like an idiot. This is definitely a plus. 2 problems. Problem 1, you can't turn off the shiny shims on weapons. It's understandable in a game where the weapon you're holding is going to shatter in 3 seconds.
Just look at the design language of this. A whole fucking room of infinitely spawning weapon piles that all shimmer at the same time. What? I mean, you want to talk about immersion breaking. Holy fuck.
Weapons. It's understandable in a game where the weapon you're holding is going to shatter in 3 seconds, and the only other weapon in the area is a brick.
I talked about
that
visual
blends in with the
vocabulary
environment.
on your stream before, but like
Yeah.
this is one of the things that I'm talking about. Like there's a reason why the things that you visually are appealed to, they do the things that they do because there's a design document specifying that in a certain way. There's an intent behind the colors, the visual direction that is being taken. There's a reason for everything you're looking at. This looks like no one knew what the fuck they were doing. They had no idea what the fuck they were thinking about, and they just said, these things are mechanical and need to be addressed as such, and that's how it was addressed in the design document, and the developer said, well, that's how they wrote it in the document, so I'm just going to do it that way. And then that's how it shipped.
Yep. And with this game, and not only were they basically reverting back to what they were taught first day of art college, they are using mass market consumption mechanics like shiny, weapon piles to just bulldoze any aesthetic that these rooms could have possibly had.
I mean, everything just looks the fucking same anyway, so it just makes me wonder, like, were they thinking of any visual vocabulary? I don't think they really were.
No, I think they were just...
Everything is recycled anyway. The assets are repeated over and over again. They're just like, this is a big room. We need weapon caches, but also we need them to be shiny so that you know that they're there.
Yeah, I think it was like a water and oil situation where like neither of the two can exist without ruining the other. So they just decided this is what we're going to go with, and it just is what it is. Like if you walk into a whole room of the shiny piles, it looks terrible. Visually it looks awful, but it's got to be there. So
yeah, mechanically it must be there.
Yep. So they just decided that that's the way they wanted to do it, and just, mash the two together despite them not mixing well at all.
But a better solution to that problem would have been to make it so that the shimmy shine wasn't even needed in the first place by making usable items more obvious in some artistic way. For example, those fire axes are a nice, bright, in-your-face...
Hey, much like Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3 did, the interactable items very much stand out, or they would have a specific camera angle to point them out.
Fire engine red. They stick out nicely against any drab, neutral-colored environment this game has to offer. If all the useful items in the game stuck out like that, they wouldn't need to shimmer.
Problem 2. Button prompts can be turned off, but are necessary in many cases. In order to keep with their theme of increased immersion, they make posters and notices.
I love the way it says increased immersion.
Simply by zooming in on them. However, there are many cases of things that cannot be read in this way and require you to press the action button. Since half the things can be read by zooming and half require interaction, with the prompts off, you'll most likely assume that the latter is unreadable and skip right over.
And I know that this comes
There are
across. Sorry,
instances
I do need to pause here.
Yeah.
I feel like my pausing powers have been limited. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I know that we're basically nitpicking at this point because when it gets to the real shit, like at the hour mark, I know that it seems like we're just nitpicking. But when the problems are so blatant and none of the positive qualities are like properly established, there is nothing else but this. There is nothing else but scrutiny. There's not much else to do here. We're arguing something that is fundamentally flawed by design almost.
Yeah.
And we're just inspecting it based on the fact that everything is wrong and this is why everything is wrong. Well, why don't you just, focus on the positive qualities? There are none to speak of.
Yeah, they've pointed out one, which is removable button prompts, but as they're explaining now, there's problems with it because there's certain times where you need a button prompt because there's no obvious, indication that you need to hit a button. So they give you the option, but they didn't design the game around both options being selected. So they do give it one other positive though about the black light in the game. That's like the only other the only other positive thing they say about it.
The black light guide. Yeah. You're right.
They're pretty much required. Prompts are pretty much required. This bogeyman fight is probably the most frustrating experience any of us had with the game. You fight him and you fight him and you fight him and you take lots of damage and he takes a knee and you fight him and he gets back up and you look for another weapon and you fight him and he takes a knee and he gets back up and you fight him and then he takes a knee and you keep fighting. And since the combat is so repulsive, you die and you repeat that a few times, fighting him and dying and fighting him and fighting and dying. And then you finally figure out that when he takes a knee, you're supposed to walk up and push the action button, which is the last thing you want to do to any enemy in this game, and then the fight is over. What could have taken 2 minutes just took 2 hours. If only we had the button prompts turned on. This would have been a head-slapping...
Oh my god, I just noticed the fucking weapon shiny shims too. Look at that. When you run up to it.
And then the fight is over.
Right here, you can see it. Yeah.
Just took 2 hours.
You'll see it right
if
here.
Only we had the button
oh my god.
This would have been a head-slapping moment if we could
dude.
Actual God of War.
Blame ourselves, but since it was the game's fault for not making it obvious.
Good tip, thanks, Tom.
I thought I was playing a Silent Hill game for.
Yeah, if you die multiple times to certain bosses, they try to hold your hand and help you along. Look, they said good tip, thanks, Tom. It says the bogeyman may be vulnerable at certain moments. Oh, what are they getting at here exactly? Oh my.
What we should do. It was more of a head-banging moment that we shared with the nearest brick wall. I don't know why this cutscene couldn't have played automatically as soon as he took the damage. The ordeal would have been even worse had they not had a conveniently placed checkpoint right before.
Why was bogeyman spelled that way? I don't know. They literally called the enemy the bogeyman for some reason.
A hallmark of traditional
Well, that was how it was usually spelled back in the day. It wasn't boogeyman. It was bogeyman.
Could they have possibly chosen a cheaper name for their Pyramid Head type character just to call him the bogeyman? My god, dude. That's so like derivative. Holy shit.
Oh, you think?
Just a little.
Entire goddamn story is derivative.
Yeah.
Survival horror is save game management. Limited save points increase the challenge of survival and the penalty of death, forcing players to be wiser in managing resources and making decisions. That is especially so when you are limited to the number of times you can use a save point.
We can't think of anything that defeats that concept more handily than autosaving and checkpoints. By implementing this system, they're not only taking away the challenges one faces when considering whether or not to save.
Oh, they do. Yeah, it's supposed to be hinting at the bogeyman by being a poem or like a fucking haiku about the boogeyman. It makes no sense. You can't even try to rationalize it, dude, because it makes no sense.
Yeah, it's just based on poor storytelling. It's just
Yeah.
poor storytelling.
That's all it comes down to.
And how often they've eliminated any real consequence for dying. Checkpoints are so close together, you never have to do all that much to get back to the point where you died. If you die.
The game is very tense for the first few areas, simply because you're playing the game like you play any other survival horror. It's only after dying a few times that you learn death is merely a minor annoyance. Murphy's health is fully restored upon loading a checkpoint. You're not really penalized for playing poorly, nor are you rewarded for playing well. On the contrary, the game rewards you more for not taking risks than it does for taking them. Frustrating combat just isn't a problem when you literally never have to engage in it.
That's how I
Games
play.
like Metal Gear
I'm not ashamed to admit it. I'm not going to sit here and fight every enemy I run into because the combat, like Rossiter said, is fucking repulsive and I'm going to die. I'm trying to get to the story. I don't want to sit here and fight fucking meaningless enemies for hours on end. Who has time to do that shit? On the subject of avoiding combat, hey, another Konami game.
Splinter Cell or Hitman encourage you to beat them without killing enemies, but in those games it's more difficult to avoid combat than it is to just kill everyone.
Yep.
But in Downpour, barreling through the game from objective to objective while running like a scared little girl from every enemy you see is easier than fighting.
Why did he say a scared little girl?
Is counter the game mechanics of the game, which encourages fighting, and nets you a bigger reward. In fact, every enemy you kill in Downpour increases your chance of getting one of the bad or undesirable endings. Avoiding combat is not only better for your health, but will land you a good ending and an achievement. You are actually penalized for trying to get good at a substantial part
You like the little prison reference in the achievement names too? Good behavior.
of the game, and you are rewarded for cowardice.
Also, unlike those other games, Downpour does not have an endgame statistics screen to tell you whether or not you did well, nor does it have items to unlock for, let's say, beating it within a certain amount of time or defeating a certain number of enemies. The only incentive you have to replay the game is to see a different one of the endings, and none of them requires more skill than any other. The only things there are to unlock in Downpour are character concept art and what they call collectibles. The concept art images are all unlocked by completing concept art, finding site. The only things they'll get is a thumbnail and a paragraph. I'm sure they thought they were giving us a lot with the...
I have to point out how shitty the writing is here. This gallery lets you get like these little blurbs about the characters, so let's check out Murphy's. It's me.
Yeah,
it's always been me, my own worst enemy, the one who always screws up and lets others down. I've tried so many times to start over and find my way to peace, but then... back in the can, the chaplain told me that I should not punish myself, but it's the only thing I've got left under my control. Maybe this horrible place is exactly where I've been heading to all these years. That is so cringy, man. I've literally read Silent Hill fan fiction that's worded better than this. It's me. It's always been me, my own worst enemy. What the fuck?
I've read Sonic the Hedgehog fan fiction that was written better than this.
Fucking Chaos Emerald High School is better writing than this shit.
The bonus information in the description.
Yeah, you know. It's a real thing. Napier. Do I feel sorry for him for what I... Yeah. Here's Napier. Do I feel sorry for him for what I've done to him? I keep telling myself that he deserved what he got, but the sounds he made, all that blood, the face of absolute terror, disbelief turned into the understanding of inevitability, all by my own hands. May God forgive me, with an exclamation point at the end. This writing is shit.
Spelled wrong? Okay, no, it's not. It's not. It looked like it was.
Disbelief turned into the understanding of inevitability. Who the fuck wrote this?
Description.
And then I'm assuming that this is supposed to be read in the voice of Murphy, right?
Yes.
But there's nothing we
Can I read?
didn't
No.
already know.
Can I read Carol? Let's read Carol.
Yeah. Oh, there's others too. There's DJ Bobby Ricks.
I've never read Carol's before.
Yeah, that's his wife. There it is.
That was supposed to be his wife, right? You used to be my lover, my best friend, my wife. Dude, you don't have to just say it.
Shouldn't we know this? Like, if the game established her correctly, you wouldn't need.
You had a kid with her, and you're talking about being married. Whatever.
Yeah.
You know what? Fuck it.
Yeah, he had a wife. TK.
I never truly understood how you could have forgiven me for all the things that I did in my life before we met, and even after. How you came to know me. What does that say?
It's fucked up by the background. I have to like get a microscope.
it's like,
See me for
it's
what
all
I am.
obfuscated and shit. See me for what I am and love me. How I need your forgiveness more than ever. But I can't forgive myself.
Everything is myself. I should not punish myself. I can't forgive myself. This is all shit that Silent Hill 2 told you subtly under the surface, but that this game has to have him just continually drone on about. Yes, she left him after killing Napier and he was imprisoned. Yeah. Yeah, and there's
Holy
also...
shit, DK is shocked. He's like, dude, he had a wife?
And there's also a letter from her that you find in the prison in the nightmare sequence that's equally shittily written as this right here.
Start and what they call collect.
Sewell, I thought you to be one of those okay guards, the ones who play by the rules, a proper bastard but fair. But you just love to play those games of yours, don't you? Offering a deal that is hard to decline. Well, I couldn't.
Collectibles. The concept art.
Cunningham. Why is she so angry with me? She's not the abusive guard type who is turned on by bullying inmates. No, she doesn't enjoy it at all. Dude, again, why is it fucked up by the background? And yet no guard has ever pointed a gun at me the way she did.
What the fuck? Okay, let me do one more. I want to do one more in a funny voice.
Here's Bobby Ricks.
Right.
Oh shit.
Oh no, yeah, I'll do Bobby Ricks. I'll do Bobby Ricks.
The concept art images are all unlocked by complete.
There we go.
Ricky Bobby. I don't know what his story was, but I'm certain as hell he did not fit this place any more than I do. He knew things, and his plan. What does that say?
Sounded
His
solid?
plan
Yeah, sounded solid.
I can't see that.
Dude, the bare minimum is make your text fucking readable. What the shit?
But in the end, that narrow margin between knowing and doing. What?
That little bit of courage, yeah.
That little bit of courage to do things on your own, he lacked. That was what buried him here forever. What the fuck are you talking
So
about?
he is dead. So this confirms he's dead. That was what buried him here
Okay.
forever. So I guess they confirm in like the lore that he's actually dead. Okay.
Completing a correspondence.
A nun. I have never.
Should I do the nun?
I'll do it.
You want to do the nun?
I have never. This is one of the worst writing. This is some of the worst. I have never really understood this concept of self-sacrifice to give up your own life and the chance to have your own family for the sake of serving others. But back in the orphanage, so he was in an orphanage. So back in the orphanage,
okay,
we were all grateful as hell that those women chose to be teachers, nurses, and yes, even true mothers to us. Oh my God, it's so shit.
Okay, so if we were to sit down and like dissect, I know we don't have the time to do this, but like I kind of want to do it. If we had to sit down and really dissect the narrative that is Silent Hill Downpour, I'm giving it the name that it gave itself. Let's talk about this. So, Murphy Pendleton, orphan.
Yes.
Raised to a certain degree, became an adult, had a family, had a child. Child was maybe or might not have been absconded with
Autistic.
by somebody.
And might have been autistic, yeah.
And might have been autistic during the process. During which time he grew up with in an orphanage with a nunnery attached to it, which meant that they were raised by nuns. Okay. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Yeah. Did we need to know why James or Heather, or did we need to know about their whole upbringings? Do you think it's not only lazy but cowardly to have this extra lore in text similar to the background story in Homecoming and not put it in the actual game world? Abso-fucking-lutely. They couldn't put it in the game world anywhere, so they just make it.
This is Alone in the Dark.
Yeah. They just make
Uwe Boll Alone in the Dark movie. This is what this is.
Yeah, they just make it unlockable bullshit that you have to read about in the menu. It's like, I don't want to work for this. You need to find a way to put it in the game, guys. Don't put it in the menu.
Do you think it's not only lazy but cowardly to have this extra lore in text similar to the background story in Homecoming and not put it in the actual game world? But like, moreover, what does it have to do with anything?
It doesn't.
It has nothing to do with the story being told.
It's just their
It is
pathetic
just-
attempt at fleshing out Murphy as a character, but it falls flat because the writing's so bad.
Your character is just poorly written, so you think that having more poorly written backstory will help somehow? I
What?
don't get it. I don't get it.
A boy.
I care for it.
A boy, which is absolutely his son, by the way. Check this one out. I wonder if the pain of losing you might ever become at least bearable. They say time heals all wounds and life goes on no matter what losses we've suffered, but for me, the world stopped the moment your smile left it forever. Ugh.
You gotta put reverb on this. You have
Jesus.
to. You have it. You have the power to do it.
It's like, what? That is just nauseatingly overdramatic, dude. Fuck me. JP Sater. A boy. Yeah. I can't get out of my head what he told me just before he jumped. It sounded like an apology and an accusation at the same time, but just a little bit
Wait, Stamp,
underneath.
you can't do the reverb?
I have reverb on now.
Oh,
you not here?
Okay, I didn't hear it. Sorry. I hear it now. I hear it now.
Yeah. But just a little bit underneath, I wonder, did he even pity me? Who talks like this? This is, again, somebody, I think it was Junkyard, he said, like, bad writing is so obvious because nobody talks like this.
It makes no one, not even like in their own, like, I get it, like they're doing like introspective soliloquy bullshit, like fine, but like no one thinks like this either. It's so pretentious and self-important. It's
Yeah. And if you're going to include this soliloquy bullshit, like you said, why put Murphy in there and have him say, it's me. It's always been me. What? What does that mean?
What are you
talking
Five Nights
about?
at Freddy's? What are you doing?
Yeah, it's always been me. What? You're the main fucking character. What are you on about? So yeah, that's all you get as far as unlockables in this game. So if you really enjoy walls of shittily written text, boy howdy, is this the game for you.
Downpour is what you were looking for.
You get is a thumbnail in a paragraph. I'm sure they thought they were giving us a lot with the bonus information in the descriptions, but there's nothing we didn't already know or couldn't infer by ourselves.
Oh, I don't even want to do
7
the
out of
postman
the
now.
No, we're
Did we do the postman? We didn't, right?
No, we're
Okay,
that one's just more arbitrary bullshit.
collectibles can be gotten from completing just one side quest.
He basically just says like the way he talks and the way he moves is mysterious. What does he know? What does he not know? It's like, why? If it's not telling us anything extra, why put it in there? Oh yeah, there are collectibles too.
Why, okay, you know, I made a curt comment earlier about like just angry white dudes talking about how they know better than a Japanese development studio. Like, I can imagine that a lot of people would be offended by that. I can see why that they would be offended by that, especially considering
Pretension knows no race.
It doesn't. First of all, yes, you're absolutely right. It doesn't. But also, Magical Negro was your way of navigating your narrative. So I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to go ahead and have my position on that.
I'm glad you're here to say it because
writing this.
Can you imagine the pitchforks if I just said what you just said? I'm glad you're here to say it. Holy. I would be.
I'm sorry. I'm calling it. I'm calling a spade a spade. So that's all I'm saying. And it doesn't. And it's not breakable either.
Yeah. No breakables. Well, I mean, here's the thing. A character like Howard Blackwood fails because he's a crossover character from the comics. And so they're trying to create this universe with him. But he's too like all-knowing. He just knows everything about everything, but every question you ask him, he just spits back like basically what is the question? Or, you know, if I had a nickel for every time I heard that, you know, just trying to make sure that they never give direct answers about anything. It's like his inclusion in this game was not only a complete waste of time, but he just doesn't do anything. All he does is tell you where to go next, which they could have very easily just, you know, gated you and forced you to go in these particular directions to progress. He doesn't need to be in this game at all. And that's where the criticism comes from. It's like, he doesn't do anything.
He's referred to as a magical Negro.
I think there was a movie about that. I think there was a movie called that very recently that came out.
The Legend of Bagger Vance is a good story. Or a good example, rather. Good example. A good example of that.
Not a good story, but a good example.
Yeah, not a good story. Just a good example of that.
Yeah. And remember, remember Devin Shatsky's comment. They don't want this game. They don't want people, their nostalgia to color their perception, and they want this game to stand on their own. But they're going to put things like the bloody rabbit from Silent Hill 3, the UFO, the Aglophidus,
And collectibles can be gotten from completing just one side quest, while the other three are located in areas you have
Hyper
to pass
Blaster,
through
the
and
radio.
cross.
Yeah,
All of
but
these
yeah,
items,
stand on its own merits.
collectible and
It stands on its
concept
own
art,
merits.
The Silent Hill 3 radio, yeah, it's like,
can
what
be
the
gotten
fuck,
on
dude?
any difficulty level, no matter how much you suck at the game. And not a single one is worth the trouble.
It's not all that troublesome, so I guess you should say not a single one is worth the time consumption.
All right.
Most casual players nowadays need constant reminders of what they should be doing and how they need to do it. As a response, most games have an objective screen that tells them in plain English exactly what they need to do at all times, and a big fat arrow on the screen that tells.
Okay, I don't think they intended to fire a shot at BioShock, but this is one of the best games ever made. So I feel personally offended.
I'm with you there.
BioShock 1 is simply one of the best FPS games ever made. So, and it also won Game of the Year that year, understandably. But I get the point they're making, which there is literally a go here, do this, do that button in this game. You press a button and it paints a giant arrow on the floor to tell you where to go.
Tells them where to go. Downpour's journal fills in these objectives with one constant.
But it's
reminder
diegetic.
to escape.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not. It's a mechanic in so much as it is a story element, because
Right.
it makes sense in the world that it's attempting to tell its story in.
Yeah, Dead Space has that too, where like Isaac will put his hand down and it uses some like energy
Right.
to basically emit a field and tell him where to go next. So it's kind of built into like the mechanics and the science and the technology and stuff. But when they just straight up flat out tell you where to go and give you all these like Murphy. So you're telling me that Murphy has the time to write out, oh, I just talked to Howard and he told me I should go here. Should I check this particular area out? Wink, wink, nod. Maybe I should, you know? It's like, what? It's so insulting, dude.
Escape from Silent Hill. It might as well just say objective, beat the game.
Thankfully, this game's waypoint system is a little more clever
Rather a
than just
HUD.
lines on the ground
Just
or arrows.
say
Yeah.
what you want me to do. You
Just
know what
put
I
it
mean?
on the
Like,
screen, dude.
Yeah.
And here's the one and only time they actually give the game credit.
Leading the way. Arrows leading the way. The black light you find on the game exposes footprints and stains that lead you around the environment. It's kind of clever. Unfortunately, this means that if you don't want to miss anything, you have to play the rest of the game purple. Hope you like purple.
Loading screen tips are another way current games like to tell you what to do in plain English.
Purple's alright.
But this game is spooky, so they put spooky messages every once in a while.
Oh, that's the real one that I got. It's in the room. You just can't see it. Please.
Is that actually? I thought that was the bit.
No, it's really in the game. We got that one on the 360 version. A lot of people like the RE2 remake, but I hate the objectives it gives you. Yeah, and like RPD is not even that large. A ghost or an item. No, you'd be able to see it if it was an item because it would shine. But yeah, the objectives in RE2, they're not super.
Sorry.
They're not super necessary because like RPD is not that large of a place. You can only explore so much before you find everything. If it was a massive open world game, that would be one thing. If it was the entire city of Raccoon City, then sure. But if it's just RPD, it's not even that big. So you don't need all that.
These will make you laugh and roll your eyes and suck you straight out of the game.
Suck at games so
Unless
much.
you're 12. Then it's really spooky.
Player beware, you're in for a scare. Goated Goosebumps books, by the way.
Goated.
If that's
R.L. Steinhoot. R.L.
Yep.
Steinhoot.
They put Tom Hewlett rules at the end.
Murphy constantly talks to himself and tells himself and you
No,
what to
I'm
think and what
convinced
to
that
do
was
about
actually in the
everything. And that's another nice way to kill immersion.
Yeah, this is genuinely a real one too. If you aren't sure what to do, listen to things Murphy is saying. God, it's so dumbed down.
Because it's a reminder that the events of the game are not happening to you, but to this guy.
Why are you doing this to me?
We utilized focus testing for many of our puzzle designs to find out which were too hard, too easy, unintuitive, etc. So ultimately, we decided upon implementing the classic difficulty level option that fans were familiar with from the original Silent Hill games. This was received very well by the core fans and mainstream as well.
You can't say that. This game stands on its own, like he said.
We utilized focus testing for many of our puzzle designs to find out
merits.
which were too hard, too easy, unintuitive, etc. Those who want to delve into more difficult puzzles and use their brain more during gameplay can select the hard difficulty setting, or those who want a less cerebral experience have the option of easy or normal puzzles.
A less cerebral experience? Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Like, that dude thought he was spinning a yarn for the ages when he answered that question. He said they're going to be talking about this answer for years to come, dude.
And the proof of our statements, focus testing for the mass market has severely retarded this game's intelligence. There are several different types of puzzles in Downpour. The one that sticks in your brain the most, the one that you feel like you have to do an awful lot, is finding number combinations to enter in key patterns.
And how is this a puzzle, really? It's a fucking match game. You just move envelopes, and you can even see, like, you know what's really dumb? The numbers is one thing, but you can literally see the outlines of exactly how they're supposed to be laid out. You see how they did that? It's even dumber than it initially looks.
Pads and safes. All but one of these answers is exactly the same.
Less
no matter
cerebral
what difficulty
experience.
level. And the method of obtaining them is almost the same.
So then, what does the difficulty setting do? Well, one change with hard difficulty is that they move key items around, but never very far. A required puzzle item might have moved from one room to a different room in the same area, but chances are you won't even notice the difference. But are the actual puzzles more difficult?
No.
The answer is no. Only 1 or 2 puzzles actually require more thought to solve on hard difficulty. But if you've already solved it on normal or easy, you don't have to worry about that, do you?
Yeah, and I played it on hard, and I beat it on hard. It literally didn't even feel different. I just noticed that they put items in different locations, and the hit points are different, but again, you don't have to engage in combat at all. So combat being adjusted because of your difficulty selection means jack fucking shit.
All of the combinations are the same.
So you might as well just play on hard. Anybody can beat this game on hard. Seriously, this is the easiest game you'll ever play in your life.
Safes with multiple dials do crazy puzzle turns, and they just do them more on hard. But otherwise, there is no difference. The result is that even those of us that want the
Song in the background. Because I love a rainy night.
harder difficulty are brought down to the level of the people that don't.
The only 2 hard difficulty puzzles we had trouble with are the ones everyone else has trouble with.
You gotta catch me up.
Look
with
up
the
Silent
the
Hill
song that plays in the
Downpour
background,
puzzle
'cause
on
I
Google,
forget it.
and it will return an
Okay.
autocomplete with these 2 puzzles. So we know that everyone is having this trouble. One is the license plate puzzle in the prison. You are supposed to use your black light to see the numbers 2, 2, 3, and 5, and 4 hidden.
Yeah,
One of them is on the ceiling.
Yes, and what they do point out is there are infinitely respawning enemies beating the shit out of you while you do this, by the way.
Around this area.
As an actual
that's the
puzzle,
puzzle?
it's not difficult,
Yes.
but you will never find the first number. Nobody has ever found the first number. We didn't care to find it because of the continuously respawning enemies. Nobody else on the internet cared to deal with them either, it seems, because if you look it up like we did, you'll find plenty of people telling you the code, or Let's Players just running up and using the code, and nobody telling you how they know it. Guess what? There it is, in a spot nobody will ever
There it is,
look.
on the roof, on the fucking ceiling. Like,
Yeah, because in this game you've been
Look
trained.
up.
Yeah, in this game you've been trained to look up at things, right? That's been an established mechanic in here.
Go, sorry.
Look.
The other problem puzzle is the mine train puzzle. Not because of the difficulty, but rather because of poor writing. We shouldn't have to spend as much time talking about this puzzle as we're about to, but we have to, because if you try to solve it the way it's supposed to be solved, it is impossible. This puzzle requires that you push colored buttons in an order specified by a poem. On easy, it's no problem.
I
It just
remember
lists the
this.
colors.
Yeah.
I remember
I think
this.
you-
And even it fucking
colors are
lies
still
to
there,
you
but-
even.
Yeah, I think
It's
you.
like it doesn't even know how to fucking write a fucking poem.
I think you watched me do this part on the stream when we were playing on hard, and yeah, they point out it.
Yeah.
They point out where it's fucked up because obviously you're looking for colors, but on hard they mention 2 colors in the first sentence, so automatically you're fucked.
But in descriptive words. On hard difficulty,
Yes.
you're expected to identify the colors of items listed, but since it's not clear which items in the poem are actually describing colors, half of what's here is a flat-out lie. Slate is gray, and burning ash is orange, but you're supposed to ignore all of that and just pay attention to the word ash. 3 words into the poem, you're already being lied to. Blood is mentioned 3 separate times, the second 2 are lies, and Toluca's subterranean claws would refer to stalactites and stalagmites, which are gray, but you're supposed to ignore those as well and just pay attention to the word Toluca. Since blue is the last button, you wouldn't have to worry about the rest.
Look at the convoluted bullshit going on here.
Can we zoom in? Can you zoom in on me?
Look
just
at the
real quick?
convoluted bullshit going on here already, dude. Oh shit. Hang on.
Just 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I promise it'll be real quick. Just zoom in on me.
I got it.
You got it? You got it?
Yep.
You guys see me? This is called bad writing.
Fucking
The writing
overcomplicated
is
horse shit.
Bad. Okay, I'm done.
Dude, it's so fucking stupid.
This is bad writing.
You're supposed to discern colors from these words, and look how many words they've already discerned colors from. When you can only hit 4, I believe. You can only hit 4. So, like, you're just fucked.
As well, and just pay attention to the word Toluca. Since blue is the last button, you wouldn't have to worry about the rest. But as far as you know, the sequence up to there is gray, orange, red, green, which will return an incorrect result immediately because you're only allowed 4 button presses. This leaves you staring at the poem for half an hour, wondering which of these colors is a lie, forcing all kinds of twisted logic onto it. Blood is listed 3 times, and gray nouns are also listed 3 times, so maybe it has something to do with the 3s? Or maybe the colors listed more than once are incorrect, so then the answer starts with orange and ends, well, no, wait a minute, because there aren't any colors after blue, so that can't be it. What about the word wind? Is that referring to no
my
color,
God.
so
Did
then
you do
that's
this?
gray again?
You
No.
had to put up with this, didn't you?
No, I just looked it up, dude. I'm not even gonna lie. I didn't. I was like, I ain't got time for that bullshit.
Maybe it's just the nouns, and I pushed
Yeah,
one
I
color
straight
the
up looked
exact
that shit
number of
up.
times it says, which
Typed
will
it
end up
in.
turning gray on and off again. So then that first color is red, but then it's off and on again later, so red ends it, and then gray gets turned back on again with the wind, and then off again after blue, unless the wind doesn't count, which means that it's still on after. No. That would be 5 color ending in red. So wait a minute, maybe Toluca isn't the color. So the whole phrase is gray
Writing
because of the
is
clause,
responsible.
but then that means
The
gray
thing
is
you're
back
doing.
on, but only after the first few colors.
Is this really how we're gonna spend the next half hour of the video, watching you try to figure out this puzzle in real time?
Hey, if I spend a whole hour of real life trying to figure this crap out before finally cheating and looking up the answer, we can spend 3 minutes talking about it. That's an entire hour of my life wasted because Tom Hewlett, I just know Tom Hewlett wrote this question.
Called out in particular. I just know Tom Hewlett wrote this question. You don't, but it's hilarious to say that.
Tom Hewlett put the noun slate in the first sentence. It's a badly written puzzle and it can't be solved in its current form.
He didn't write it probably, but he definitely signed off on it.
Yeah, he approved of it, and Jeremy Blaustein
approved it.
authorized it.
Because Tom
Yep.
Hewlett put the noun slate in the first sentence. It's a badly written puzzle and it can't be solved in its current form.
I solved it by accident.
Don't be so childish.
Oh, let's talk about childish. You can contrast that last one with the puzzles of the type your 4-year-old might do in the waiting room at your dentist's office, including this head scratcher and a life-size mirror version of what equates to a spot the differences page in highlights for children.
Wait,
They literally put it.
what's wrong with this picture?
Yep.
Something changed?
And he tells you, just in case you still don't get it.
The former happens during a Hansel and Gretel stage play come to life, where you play the part of a stagehand turning lights on and making sound effects in the correct order. Most reviewers seem to agree that the result of solving this puzzle is the best part of the game. Is it impressive? I think it's alright. Is the puzzle difficult? Not in the
I
slightest.
do remember this.
Apparently, this is a puzzle. Push the button until it stops right.
Oh my god, dude.
Puzzles.
And the timing for this is actually ridiculously tough, too.
If this counts as a puzzle, then so does this endless staircase.
What are you
that they
supposed to
copied from
do
Si-
there, actually?
You just have to stop it to where you can walk across it, like exactly how it is there. You have to stop it to where you can walk across it, and then it does a fucking balance thing where it starts to spin really fast.
Oh, okay.
If this counts as a puzzle, then so does this endless staircase that they copied from another game I've played.
Another game I've played.
Well, reaching into
Because
this
we're gonna get
monster
into
is
it
also a puzzle.
when they start being
You X-ray it and then
contextual.
reach in.
We're gonna get into
Believe
it.
or not, this extremely easy puzzle has the potential of wasting another half an hour of your time. Not the puzzle itself, but the key you get from completing it. This is the key needed for this door. This key is also the one and only key in the entire game that Murphy will not automatically open his non-existent inventory to use. Every locked door in the game will prompt the use of an item, but this one will inform you that you need the key whether or not you have it. Since you're used to auto-using items by this
Another quality assurance failure here.
point, you'll end up searching every last cranny and nook of the whole orphanage looking for a key you already possess.
That's about the same amount of time you'll usually waste to complete a side quest, which is where many of the game's puzzles are featured. The reward for completing a side quest is never ever worth the trouble of solving its puzzle. Most of the time the reward is health, ammo, or a weapon, but if you're running from combat, you don't need any of those. Many are the scenario where you use up 3 boxes of handgun bullets and 2 health kits fighting the side quest monsters, only to receive 1 health kit and a handgun as a reward. There's an achievement for every side quest, and for 3 of them, the achievement is the only reward, so if that's enough reward for you, then congratulations.
By the way, on Xbox, these side quest achievements are only worth 5 gamer score. That's fucking pointless, dude. Only 5. Not even 15, 20.
Like the completionist spheres, like that's worthless.
Yeah, it's a waste of time, dude. And like he says here, this is the worst part.
The achievement is the only reward, so if that's enough reward for you, then congratulations.
Yeah, a bunch of them, the achievement is the only fucking award. So after you get the achievement, certainly you're never going to want to do that shit again.
I'm gonna get me them.
I'd rather have a
They don't call me
poorly
warrior.
translated Japanese congratulation. You are winner.
Yeah. This is the best part. Yeah, trophy boards, diffuse represent.
There's an achievement for every side quest, and for 3 of them, the achievement is the only reward, so if
I'm gonna
that's enough
get me
reward
them
for
trophies.
you, then congratulations.
I'm gonna get me them trophies.
do it.
They don't call me warrior for nothing. Trophy boards. Their foods represent.
And then immediately dead inside.
Some yield a super secret amazing crap weapon that you might think is really great, but breaks just like all the rest, and if you try to save it for later, it's stolen from you anyway.
Poner. Yeah, I forgot this part.
There is a point of no return,
yeah,
but it's not made explicitly clear that this is a point of no return.
Oh, you mean a poner?
P-O-N-R?
What's a poner?
You know, a poner. P-O-N-R. That's what we call it in the business.
The butler business? My first time through, I was holding on to all my side quest items to take care of later, but since I had no idea I wouldn't be able to use them after the poner, they were stuck in my inventory for the rest of the game.
Yep,
The
wasting a
developers
ton of
talk about how
time.
Certain side quests are good for revealing what they like to call lore, and we should accept that as our reward. Lore is supposed to be information given about the town or the greater story that tells us something we didn't know. Maybe some new information about the situation Murphy is in, the politics of Silent Hill, town history, these kinds of things. In the case of Downpour, lore equals random ghost story. This guy stole a bunch of stuff from some people. Put their souls
Hey, no
to
problem,
rest.
TK. No problem, TK. We'll still most likely still be here.
We'll be here. We're not done. We're not done until this is done.
This guy killed his family. Put his soul to rest.
Yes, these are real sound effects. Listen to this generic.
Actually, do the fucking. No, you didn't.
Yeah, they did.
Some
Yes,
new
they did.
information about the situation.
By the way, here's the person that has Anne Cunningham's hair. I was going to point out.
The politics of Silent Hill, town history, these kinds of things. In the case of Downpour, lore equals random ghost story. This
There, that's Anne Cunningham's hair shittily attached to a different person's body.
guy stole a bunch of stuff from some people. Put their souls to rest.
I mean, to be fair, we've like kind of concluded that they're
This guy
they're very sorry.
killed
I
his
keep pressing the
family.
wrong button at the
Put
wrong
his-
time.
No, you're
Damn
good.
it. We've kind of already come to the conclusion that these folks are very comfortable with just recycling assets.
Yeah.
Just whenever. So
Yeah, I think it's her face too. I think you're right. I think it's her face and hair just put on a guy's body. It's very weird.
Soul to rest.
Yes, they really did use the Yurak scream.
This woman killed her autistic daughter. Put her soul to rest. Take this person's ashes and spread them.
Or
in
that
their
was the Howie scream. Sorry, that was the Howie scream, but yeah.
special place. Their special
Oh, right,
place
yeah.
To
Yeah.
put their
It's
soul
the Wilhelm
to
scream.
rest.
Howie
Looks
scream.
like this was a special place to somebody.
There is no extra story to be gained from completing side quests, except for the one where you free the birds to reveal 10 seconds of video about Murphy having had a son at one time. He lived in this field.
One of the
TIE fighter scream. Oh my god, this ending too. Holy shit. They have the audacity to put Laura, Heather, two movie nurses, Mary and James in this.
quest leads to an alternate ending.
Heather's in there
But it's a
too,
joke
yeah.
ending that has nothing but sleeves.
The only side quest that
And
might be
Paramedic
worth
comes and
completing is
chops
the
the
Hobo
table.
Subway one,
Yeah.
where the Hobo unlocks the subway system that allows you to get around town easier.
Well, if you find any, you be sure and come back here and old crazy Homer will show you a few secrets about this place.
You give him a coat and a candy bar, and then he
No, it doesn't. Basically the ending is like when you get to the prison nightmare sequence, he crawls underneath, like into a crawl space, and he comes out on the other end, and there's a birthday party with all these random shitty imported models. And yes, Pyramid Head walks out and cuts the cake in half, and he just says, "Oh, you guys," or something stupid like that, and then it just fades to black.
See, if we did that, because we could, because Stamp and I know what we're doing, it'd be a joke, and you'd be in on the joke. They thought that this was an ending to a game that they developed that looked like this.
Yeah, they were trying to be quirky. They were basically trying to have their own version of like the UFO ending and be all quirky and shit. But again, it just falls flat because it's executed so poorly.
He dies at your feet. The only problem with that is that by the time you have all the items needed to finish it, you don't need to get around town anymore because you've already done everything.
All of this pointlessness of questing on the side left us wondering, why do I have to do these? Investigate the bank. Okay, I'll do it, but why? I've already done a bunch of these quests, and I haven't seen anything that might spark my desire to do more of them. Why am I doing this?
We needed to modernize it a bit and make sure there's things to do, and so we came up with the side quests.
I already have things to do. I'm playing this game. And in this game, I have better things to do than putting people's souls to rest and exploring empty rooms that all look the same.
Yeah, it's already an absurdly long game. Just a casual playthrough takes like 7 hours. Nobody wants to spend an additional 4 hours of padded out bullshit length investigating the bank. And by the way, I've done that. I've done that one.
Nothing.
You walk in the bank and the monsters immediately trigger the alarm. And then you have to listen to the alarm fucking droning for 20 minutes while you fight all the enemies. And then again, like they described, you waste a shit ton of ammo, break your weapons, only to be rewarded with less ammo than you started. So why the fuck would I ever investigate the bank or any other building ever again?
Why bother?
Yeah, exactly. There's no point.
The only thing about the mechanics that we think could be a good idea if used correctly is the door peek mechanic left over from Kazam.
How many times, huh? How many? It's its own merit. You can't compare it to Shazam.
No, not Shazam, Kazam.
Yes, Kazam was a bad movie.
That's stupid.
Okay.
All Shaquille O'Neal movies are bad. All of them. They're all bad. Kazam, Steel. What was the other one that he was in?
I don't even know. But they're all bad, dude.
They're all bad. They're bad because they're bad.
They were never intended to be box office destruction. They were just gimmicky, jokey movies.
Box office. They all were. They were. They kind of were.
Dude, Kazam did surprisingly well.
They're selling Shaq's name, and they thought that would put butts in seats. It was meant to make money, and they didn't.
Fucking door peek mechanic. And it tricked me the first time watching this, because I thought he didn't really say Kazam, did he? But then he did. He did, in fact, say Kazam. So stupid.
He did. Sorry, just want to get it out there.
No, you're good.
Me and my film buff knowledge from Doodle School. Shaquille O'Neal movies are bad.
But they sold tickets.
Doodle School.
But they sold tickets.
Okay, fine. There's an all-new
sure
door
did.
peek
They
mechanic
sure
that's really
did.
cool when you aren't using it on a chain link
Let's
gate.
green egg and
which
ham
is
it.
how we're
That was a
introduced to the
thing that was
concept.
said in a
The very you aren't
Shaquille
using
O'Neal
door
movie.
peek happens on a link gate. Can see through.
Yeah, I pointed this out, but it's hilarious. Everybody was like dying laughing when I pointed this out, but this door peek mechanic is introduced on a door you can see through.
There's an
I
all-new
wish this
door
were a
peek
joke.
mechanic that's really cool when you aren't using it on a chain
see
link
it.
gate, which is how we're introduced to the concept. The very first door peek happens on a door you can see through. Ooh, I wonder what's happening on the other side of this gate.
Such a flat, muted, ugly game, too. Holy shit.
With solid doors, it brings to mind lots of scenarios where there might be several routes leading to the same destination.
Isn't there only
And
like
advancing
one
carefully-
time where this is actually useful?
I think so, yeah. There's only one time that an enemy's ever even behind a door directly. So you can see it and like close the door and go elsewhere, but outside of that, nothing. So again, much like the fixed camera angles, like fucking stupid. Why'd you even put it in here?
Respectfully, checking behind each door for enemies for a clear route would be preferable to charging in come what may. This imaginative concept makes the first few door peekings very tense. After about 20 doors, you'll realize there's never anything to be tense about. The whole time, there's going to be a room you have to go into. There's one entrance to that room, and you're going to go through it whether or not there's an enemy on the other side. And there's never an enemy on the other side.
The solution? Wandering enemies and multiple entrances to useful rooms. Let's say you check a door and there's an enemy behind it. Leave it and go explore somewhere else. By the time you get back, the enemy might have wandered away. Or find an alternate entrance to the room. This would heighten the tension by giving both you and the enemy a way to sneak up on each other. But since that's not the case, what we have here is a useless gameplay mechanic. As far as I can remember, there's only one door in the entire game with an enemy directly behind it. And that room has one alternate way to enter. So they did it right once with a useless room.
Again, I wanna sit down and take a look at the design document for this shit. Because it seems like there's a shit that they wanted to do and just didn't have the time to do, and they just said just ship it that way. Like that's what it feels like.
You know what? We'll play Downpour again soon, and we'll deep dive into this shit and try to do everything we possibly can, so we can really go even somehow more in depth than they went here. Because remember, they haven't even gotten into the story and how they haven't even gotten into how it compares to its predecessors yet. But it's coming up like any minute, and that's where the dismantling really takes place in this video. They fucking just rip it to shreds, and it's beautiful.
With a useless room that has nothing useful.
No, you're good. You're good.
In it.
Bro, we're only 4 hours in. we got some work to do if we want to beat last stream.
Shit.
Yeah.
Walked right in and got jumped.
We got at least another hour.
I get it already. Door peeking is not useful.
But is it not also frustrating? Introduce a static camera angle and useless becomes aggravating. This door here. If you played the game, you know this door. It is almost impossible to get Murphy to go all the way through this door the first time you touch it, even if you already know that this door.
The audio gets fucked up here because they were using Fleetwood Mac's Dreams and it got hit by copyright. Just in case you know why the audio gets all soft, but it clears up in like a minute or two.
Why can't I just push the button and he goes through the door, man? You can't just push the button and he does anything because he does things without pushing the button. Okay, sure, fine. Okay, sure, fine. He does things without. Okay, fine. But this mechanic can cause some veins to burst in some foreheads whenever the ladders are involved. Every time you accidentally touch a ladder, he climbs the whole way, and you can't stop him. It's the worst when you just want to check an area past the ladder, and he decides to climb instead.
Really? They couldn't have used the press X to climb thing here? They had to make this one particular thing automated?
He climbs all...
Like, they've done the whole fucking... What was it? The... press X to do this, press circle to do that. They already did that. You can't do that here?
The one time it would have been useful, they didn't do it.
He climbs the whole way, and you can't stop him. It's the worst when you just want to check an area past the ladder, and he decides to climb instead. He climbs all the way up, and then all the way down, and then you find out there wasn't anything over there anyway, and climb all the way back up again. Oh, wasn't that a lovely waste of time? This ladder in the orphanage is an especially big nuisance since it's so close to a doorway you need to get through several times.
This game is a collection of half-baked game mechanics that have not been utilized to their full potential in order to fulfill a design document outside of just completing what was tasked of them to a narrative or a cohesive narrative. Like there's nothing here that makes any goddamn sense outside of just broken mechanics that don't have any real cohesion. There's not a lot here.
And I've heard this dumbass argument parroted many times where people said to me when this game first came out, they were like these staunch defenders of it, right? And someone said to me like, oh, you don't understand. Like they intentionally designed these things to be difficult to do so that you don't feel too powerful as Murphy. It's like that would make sense if you were talking about combat, not about a fucking ladder climbing mechanic. Are they trying to illustrate the point that he sucks at climbing ladders? What bullshit ass point is that?
You designed a broken game to make me think that the person in question is fucking retarded? Sorry.
Oh my god, bro. Jesus. Man is going fully in right now.
I don't know what else to say.
Holy shit. Got him. Murphy Pendleton in shambles right now.
Mentally unwell. I'm gonna get fucking flagged for this. I'm sorry. I didn't know what else to say.
Oh my god, man said no. Somebody had to say it. Let me fucking say it. Absolutely regarded Murphy Pendleton. See what I did there?
Why didn't you do that? All right, go. Just go.
You can't keep him from climbing up and down every time you walk past. By the time you reach this particular ladder, you're used to the strange ways you need to manipulate Murphy to keep him from doing stupid crap. You reach the top, you let go all of the controls.
Interesting how Future turns into a whole different guy when it's not his channel on the line. There's a lot of factors. I think there's an alcoholic factor going on here too.
Push forward.
Hey,
Piece of crap, stop it!
Hey man,
Having a
I'm
good
just saying.
time. I'm very sorry.
I'm not offended by that word. Like just to be clear, I'm not offended by that word. I thought that was hilarious since we're talking about a fictional character. I'm not gonna get pressed about it, but it is funny.
Designed to frustrate.
This ladder in the Centennial Building is the opposite. You can't get Murphy to climb it without at least 45 seconds of finagling.
Wait, you'd be surprised at the stuff that we omitted in the last episode.
Oh yeah, we could have gone way further in on HD Collection.
Shit got dark.
He used the perfect word there too, finagling. That's the perfect word for getting some of these mechanics to work.
Yeah. Why would this not be the perfect opportunity to do the fucking...
Press X, yeah.
You could do the button right there. Right there! Right there!
All these frustrations would have been avoided if they had just given us the choice of initiating these actions ourselves.
Well, maybe not. In the case of this one specific painting, the action button is useless unless you're standing in just the right spot.
And he keeps trying to grab the crates too.
It's right there. It's right in front of you. Come on, Murphy! Just get the painting. It's right there. I don't know why I want this painting so bad.
The button there, yeah.
Paintings.
There are plenty of bugs in Downpour that can provide you with hours of entertainment.
Frustratingly glitchy.
I love this video from the Australian guy that's like, you can play the game as an amputee.
I remember this bit.
This is all Unreal Engine glitches, by the way. Like well-known ones.
I wish I had all of those fucking pans. I could cook so much of that.
Yeah, here's the guy. There's that battle axe I was talking about.
Oh shit.
I can see that the game might need a little bit of polish, and I see all the problems with the story and gameplay. I'll give you that. But at least it's scary.
Yeah, because that's the only thing that can save it now, right? You'd expect there to be a certain amount of horror in a survival horror game. We know it's a matter of opinion, but we don't think it's scary, and we can't think of anyone else who thinks it's scary. There are plenty of Let's Players who think it's scary, but I think that's just for dramatic purposes.
Best part.
Oh my gosh! That guy's not scared, he's just an idiot.
Yes. And
Wait,
we
who
all
was that? Do you know who that is?
No, I don't know. They have him make fun of the guy, but it was a real Let's Play that was on YouTube at the time. And that was very...
No, they're making fun of a guy because it turns out that this is actually just Jerfuge doing a joke.
Yeah, but that was a very common thing that people would do, is they would just pretend to be ultra scared and start screaming like a dumbass when moments like this happened. That happened all the time on YouTube back then. People faked so many reactions to scary games.
The game has all the butt-clenching terror of an amusement park spook house. The main menu is a great introduction to the kind of chills you'll experience, accompanied by the spooky sounds of a haunted house sound effect.
Better be writing a fucking letter to Future HQ at this point right now. An angry letter.
The train ride is a particularly blatant example of how not to scare a 3-year-old girl.
Funhouse scares, yeah.
This bit. Why is you know what? You know, I'm not even gonna argue.
And in the middle of this, 2 of those alien resurrection hybrid babies, as they call them, 2 of them grab you and you have to jiggle the stick at 300 miles per hour to get them off, or they just snap his neck and he dies. It's actually really hard to do it fast enough.
In this one bit?
Yeah, right before that part happens, you have to do that to even survive.
Ghostly hauntings? Are you scared by these? How about that rip in space-time over there? Isn't that terrifying? What about the creepy lighting? Does that create an atmosphere of horror for you?
Ghostly reenactments of past horrors. False scares from monsters that were never there. Funhouse maze chase sequences.
Objects come at you out of nowhere. Are you quick enough to avoid them?
Magic mirrors. Water slides.
There's really nothing scary in this game.
Who is this game and what do they think they're trying to scare? Puppies?
Monsters aren't scaring any puppies either. What a bunch of goons. The prostitute clown sex dolls are stupid and annoying, and the rest all have goofy smiles.
And they're all just people. You know, this is the laziness. There's no actual monster design. They're just fucking people.
And moreover, none of them have anything to do with his trauma. If we're gonna go to the whole trauma thing, the whole crime and punishment thing, what do these people have anything to do with Murphy's trauma?
They just look like prisoners.
He's in a prison, and that's it.
Yep. That's all. That's as far as they were willing to go. They just look like prisoners. Oh, okay. Well, I guess. I mean,
fine. Yeah. That's
the
it.
bogeyman is supposed to be the scariest thing in the game, but it's just a guy in a raincoat with a gas mask.
In the concept art, you can see they had a clear vision for what they wanted for the bogeyman. Anything's fine as long as it has a gas mask on. Oh, we can't do all that cool stuff? Oh, just a raincoat.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Sorry. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
It's fine as long as it has a concept art. You can see.
What the fuck is that?
the cage on the head.
Yeah.
I don't fucking know, dude. I mean, it would have been more creative, but it looks like I don't even know, dude. It looks not intimidating, certainly.
It looks.
Oh no, he was about to drop the R word again. It does look like that,
no,
dude.
No, it was not.
It looks fucking. Oh my god. Imagine.
I will forever be known as the guy. That
No. It ain't that serious.
On Stamp Street, we were talking about a bad Silent Hill game. I'm sorry.
No, it ain't that. It ain't that serious, man. I'm not offended.
But okay. But honestly, though, what the fuck is this supposed to be?
I don't know what half of these are supposed to be, but none of them are intimidating. Like the like spear feet and the one on the right, especially where it's just like the spinal cord in the middle. None of these are intimidating. The one they went with is hilariously the laziest one, but still none of them are scary.
But then why does like the gas mask also? So obviously the gas mask was an intent. Like they wanted the gas mask to be an element, which again makes no fucking sense. But they wanted it to be like a physical element to it.
Yeah.
Like it's right. Like it's a demonstration of the visage. It's meant to be there, and they came to the conclusion that of all the things that they've decided to do, the guy in a raincoat and a gas mask was the one that they decided on.
Yeah, those two things had to be there. It just wouldn't work without them. Okay, bud. And they all have like the water puddles underneath them, so I'm sure that was probably going to be included at one point. Like they were always going to have the puddles underneath them, and that didn't come to fruition. Probably because it would have been. And look, they just straight up have a guy in a prison jumpsuit with chains on. That would have been the laziest one ever.
ball and chain on his leg. Like some of the okay, I think this is a gag. This has got to be a bit. This has got to be a bit. This
One would
can't
hope.
be real. Can't be real.
I
don't believe it. I don't want to believe
Anything's
it's
fine
real.
as long as it has a gas mask on. Oh, we can't do all that cool stuff. Oh, just a raincoat's fine.
I'm not scared of him.
Yeah, the last one. No, come on. The last one was a bit. The last one was a
Demo
bit.
Man. Or no, Pyro
Yeah,
from
that was a
TF2.
bit.
yeah.
That was a bit. That was a bit.
Yeah.
He's a baby killer. He kills babies.
I'm not scared of him because he was
Oh, they have Dreams still playing. You can hear the cover. Listen.
from Deadly Premonition.
I'm not scared of the prisoners because they were stolen from Condemned Criminal Origins.
I'm not scared of that purple flashlight because it was also stolen from Condemned to Criminal Origins.
I'm not scared of that part behind the curtain on stage because it was stolen from Max Payne.
I'm not scared of this game because I played Silent Hill before.
Not fair.
True.
I'm not scared of the tornado because why is there a tornado? That's not scary.
I'm not scared of the monsters joyriding around town in demonic cop cars because that's got to be the most retarded thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, there's that lack of animation, by the way. Check that out.
In demonic cop cars because that's got to be the most retarded
Oh right,
thing I've
because
ever
it
seen.
fit. Yeah. Oh
not
my
scared of spinning
god.
Why aren't you scared?
Huh?
Why aren't you scared? This is a Silent Hill game that's supposed to
I
be...
thought it was like legit, like Simon's Quest, like Castlevania 2 style, where like what a horrible night to have a curse, and then it like fades out for like 3 seconds and then comes back.
Yeah,
I thought
they
it was that.
and the wheels of the cars don't turn too. That's the other hilarious part. So it like slides across the ground toward you. It stops. The whole screen fades to black for a solid 2-3 seconds, and then it just fades back in, and they're outside of the car magically. God, it's so shit. It is. So, it's just painful to look at.
Scary. Why aren't you scared?
Like I said
It's
before.
hard
I'm
R
not fair.
It
territory.
wasn't fair 5
Stamp.
seconds ago before this became part 2.
Hell yeah, part 2.
Here we go. Now we're gonna get into it. Let's get real. Let's get real. This is supposed to be a Silent Hill game, and it's not, and this is
Yep.
why.
On its title's merit.
Also, I'm really sorry. I pissed everybody off. I think I really pissed everybody off a minute ago.
Sorry, I was blowing my nose. What?
I'm sorry. What?
What'd you say?
Oh, I said I feel like I pissed everybody off a minute ago, and I'm really sorry for that.
No, dude, no. It ain't that serious, I promise. It was hilarious to me.
I love all of you, and you know that. Like,
I mean, the game is really that bad. It just inspires that language, to be honest.
Submitted for the approval of the Midnight Society, I call this story The Tale of the Captured Souls.
In a perfect world, our game would be judged on its own merit and not how it matches up to its predecessors.
This game is titled Silent Hill Downpour, and it's the 8th game in the series. Most of the people playing it are playing it based on the title alone. To say that we shouldn't compare it to its predecessors is to say that it's not a Silent Hill game. If that's how you feel, why title it that way? If you want it to stand alone, why not just let it stand alone? Why not call it Downpour and tell us it's inspired by Silent Hill?
They don't even follow their own rule. Downpour has constant references to previous Silent Hill.
There's a fucking Room 302 reference in here, too. Certainly, if you want to reference, Origins and Homecoming stuff, fine. Don't reference Team Silent stuff. That's just in bad taste.
Games designed to play on your nostalgia.
Yeah, look at this shit.
Like, what is this doing here?
Yeah.
In this game?
It's
What
just
are you attempting to do?
It's just insulting.
Capitalizing on the title and success of Silent Hill is one thing, and however you choose to feel about that one thing, whatever, doesn't matter. But don't tell us to forget everything we know about Silent Hill just so Downpour won't be overshadowed by its ancestry.
Exactly.
We'll be comparing Downpour to that ancestry now, under the assumption that everybody watching this video has seen the rest of the real Silent Hill experience from the beginning. So if you haven't
I have. We passed that test with flying colors. Let's go.
seen it by
You have to.
now, go take a look first.
When it comes to gameplay, the developers of Silent Hill Downpour are hellbent on changing everything we loved about the original mechanics, for no other reason than that the original Silent Hill games worked with traditional survival horror gameplay mechanics, and those are old. Tom Hewlett hasn't made it difficult to see how he feels about them. Take a look at the HD Collection review to find out more.
Yep. The part they're referencing is him saying, good luck finding out what the big deal about Silent Hill 2 is with its brainless combat and shit controls. So that's how he feels about traditional survival horror mechanics. Brain dead and shit.
Yep.
We're making it easier to play. The old games, which people like, are from the early days of survival horror. They're a little bit clunky with the controls, and combat is weird. I hear from a lot of fans that they try to convince their plans to play Silent Hill 2, and their friends just aren't interested. Well, one of the reasons is that the
Your Halo
controls
chugging
are
buddies.
hard to get into. If you're playing all these modern games that are easy to control and intuitive, you don't want to go back to these clunky games. It's just not worth it.
That's how you feel? There's no value in Silent Hill 2 past the controls, so if you can't get used to them, then it's not worth playing?
Homecoming. Get used to it or don't play. That's what you said.
But what we didn't say is that Silent Hill isn't worth the trouble. That may not be what he means, but what he's definitely trying to get at is that Downpour's controls are just so much better than anything Team Silent could do.
Yeah, we're making it easier to play. I'll be honest with you, I think the combat in 2 is better than Downpour. The combat in 2 at least works the way it was intentionally designed to work. And it makes sense. Like, the combat...
And it's much more of a worthwhile experience overall.
Yeah, like the combat in Downpour is just as jank as everything else. It's just not even factual what he's saying.
You want to talk about a reason to play the game? Oh, man. Downpour's controls. You just have to try these controls. They're so good at conveying the idea that Murphy Pendleton sucks at fighting.
We definitely looked at the old games, but we didn't do things the old way if there was a better way to get those ideas across. For example, our combat system is far more fluid and complex.
It's not, by the way. Far more fluid and complex. Also, I love anytime they reference older games, it's only ever 2. 2. That's all they ever reference.
Yep.
It's the only game that fucking exists to them.
Then the one
all of the Silent Hill, it just comes down to 2. Choose the
Yep.
good. Choose one. Choose the Silent Hill.
It's the only one.
Traditional survival horror controls aren't bad just because they're old. They got it right the first time. Tank controls for movement, R1 readies the weapon, action button uses the weapon once it's ready. It works great and has done for 15 years. Its simplicity was its genius.
It used to be that if combat was difficult, it's because you were bad at it. In Downpour, they achieve the feeling that it's because Murphy is bad at it. They give the enemies all these different abilities and Murphy doesn't have the skill required to deal with them. Why not? Because that's how Tom thinks the game is supposed to be.
This idea that combat in Silent Hill is supposed to be bad because the characters are just normal, everyday people is a load of crap. The combat in Silent Hill games is the way it is because it's the traditional survival horror way of handling combat.
And they talked about this in the HD Collection review. The STARS members are a highly trained task force, and they don't have the ability to strafe like Harry Mason can. So whoever came up with this bullshit about, well, the Silent Hill characters are just regular everyday people, that's why the combat is so weird. It's just not true. It's complete fabrication. Somebody made that up, and then some other person ran with it, and now it's out there as if it's fact. Much like Centralia, much like Snow Equals Ash, and all the other misinformational bullshit out there about Silent Hill.
Those STARS members are highly trained.
Yeah, I just said it. Yeah, I thought it was in HD Collection, but it's here.
Police task force, and they're fighting exactly the same way. Explain that. And Silent Hill characters are way more efficient fighters than they ever were. You won't catch any self-respecting STARS members strafing.
Remember when we said that like years ago?
Most people want Resident Evil to go back to the way it was in those first few games. But Silent Hill, no. Silent Hill's combat was always bad and needed to change. So let's change it from a combat system that some people who would never play a Silent Hill game have a problem with, to one that everybody has a problem with.
You can't please everybody.
Yeah, but you have to please somebody. Each successive Silent Hill game before Downpour has attempted to get further and further away from the gameplay of the originals, and the changes they make are...
What was it a minute ago?
Yeah, you just said it.
When you try to appeal to everyone,
you end up appealing to no one. Yep, absolutely.
Changes they make are always met with negative reaction from people who are expecting a traditional Silent Hill game.
Because they want to make you like Silent Hill their way.
By the way, that audio crackling is on their video. It was his lav mic, not us. Don't label me. I have no crackling. I'm very proud to say there's not a single crackling in my audio. Nor futures.
All the things that have happened on this stream, Stamp has officially done absolutely nothing wrong.
Not only did I do nothing wrong, but I simultaneously did everything correct, by the way.
Everything correct.
Downpour takes the elements each of those games introduced, elements that everyone hates, and throws them all together in one crappy game experience because they're refusing to admit they were ever wrong. So, gameplay-wise, Origins plus Hostile coming plus Shazam equals Downpour.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we took all the pre-existing Silent Hill.
So what's Ziz doing over here fucking interviewing Devin Shatsky? What's going on?
I don't know, dude. DOS Reviews. I think he's a German guy.
Existing Silent Hill games and kind of picked what we thought
Does
were
he
like
not
some
look
of the
like
best
Ziz?
things out of all of them.
Kinda.
And sort of took the best of the best and put it into Silent Hill Downpour.
You hate breakable weapons and QTE in your combat? You're wrong. And we'll show you how wrong you are when we put them in Downpour. You hate chopping boards off of doors? Hate ducking under and squeezing through? You hate boring characters with no solar personality mirroring the dullness of the gray-orange color palette? You're wrong again. Downpour has that. Better than before. You hate alternating between exploring empty environments full of seemingly unrelated side stories and chase sequences where you can't fight and just have to keep running around aimlessly until things stop chasing you? Still wrong. You'll learn to love the disparity between fruitless exploration and getting chased in Downpour. By combining all of these elements you hate so much, you'll see how we were secretly geniuses the whole time and how you just couldn't see it because you were blinded by nostalgia and Team Silent fanboy rage.
Oh, that's a big argument some people love to use at the time. Team Silent fanboyism got thrown around a lot at people like me. So I was very happy when this video came out. Yeah, even at the time. Everybody that, like I said, dude, the argument was if you don't like how Silent Hill is now, then you're just a Team Silent fanboy with nostalgia goggles on or whatever. There were actually some idiots saying that. So I was happy when these videos came out because they finally reflected how I felt. I just was like, these games are bullshit, man. They're not real Silent Hill to me.
They listen to complaints all the time. You got your button prompt removal option, didn't you?
A paltry attempt to appease. Much like the multiple puzzle difficulties. Paltry.
The multiple difficulties for puzzles are back by popular demand, but in the most disappointing way possible. Downpour's puzzles are as difficult on hard as the originals were on easy. We wish that were an exaggeration.
Focus testing.
The answers are always the same, no matter what difficulty you choose, where the originals would change the number combinations every new game, even on the same difficulty level.
We're not so sure why people are so impressed with Downpour's puzzles. If you compare them to the originals, there's no contest. The original riddles were written with the genius Tom Hewlett was trying for when he wrote the one and only puzzle in Downpour that resembles them.
I also like how they have no idea if Tom really wrote that puzzle. They just are claiming it because
assume that he did, yeah.
I just know Tom Hewlett wrote this puzzle.
Rather than trying to decipher a number combination from an expertly worded riddle, Downpour players just need to walk around a little bit and maybe push an action button a few times before the answer is written down for them.
Do these numbers mean something?
We're also not sure why people are so impressed with Downpour's story.
At least I'm not even going to argue. I'm going to be honest with this when I say this. There's a bit of imposter syndrome here. I have no doubt in my mind that Tom Hewlett wanted to make a good Silent Hill game. He wanted to. He wanted to be a part of a project that meant something and did something that affected the Silent Hill structure or story or narrative or whatever. He wanted to make an indelible mark on it that permeated throughout. He wanted to. I have no doubt in my mind that he wanted to.
Yeah, I just
But
think
he
that
sucked at it.
yeah, and you know, it's like Simon Cowell with a bad singer type situation. He needed somebody to put his hand on his shoulder and say, you know what, Tom, I'm sorry, you're just not good at this. Like, you're good at creating games, you're not good at writing, and you're not good at writing for Silent Hill especially. He just was not the right guy for the job, is what it comes down to.
And Simon Cowell invented bad direction, so I don't even know how that analogy works.
Yeah.
Simon Cowell made something worth billions.
Well, my analogy is like, he was willing to tell someone who comes in and says, I have a 10 out of 10 voice. He's able to tell you, no, you don't. You sound like shit. You should never sing. This will never be a career path for you. Sorry, it is what it is. Tom needed somebody to be that honest with him, but nobody was because he was surrounded by yes men like Devin Shatsky. He needed somebody after like Shattered Memories to be like, Tom, I'm sorry, man, but you just don't have what it takes. We need a different writer. But nobody was willing to do that. So he got this inflated sense of ego that, Then he started getting really crass with people and saying things like, I'm the walking, talking Silent Hill Bible. It's what I'm paid to do. He got more crass as time went on.
There's no one else who knows the Silent Hill lore better
Yeah.
than me. Literally.
Except the average SH Wiki poster with any frequency would know more than you, but that's neither here nor there, I guess.
Just wanted to get that out.
We certainly know more. I don't even have to question that. We know more than Tom Hewlett does.
We certainly care enough to know more.
Yeah. Well, no. Remember, nobody cares more than him, of course. Not hyperbole.
No hyperbole. Literally nobody.
What a
Except two
claim.
random idiots on the internet.
Yeah, what a claim for a random person to make.
Story.
At least you can be happy that they didn't copy Silent Hill 2 again.
There it is. The rallying cry of the Downpour defender.
Of course they did. Downpour is about characters facing their inner demons. Silent Hill 2 is the only original Silent Hill game about characters facing their inner demons. If you make a Silent Hill game about characters facing their inner demons, you are, by default, copying the story of Silent Hill 2. It doesn't matter if there's amnesia involved or not.
The basic formula goes, someone in the main character's past is dead. Somehow they end up in Silent Hill, where their demons torment them, including one demon that's a direct representation of their desire for punishment for their guilt, until the twist ending, where everything is revealed to the player. Then the character's inner turmoil is resolved in one of several ways. The only difference in Downpour is that instead of Murphy not remembering someone is dead because of him, he just won't admit it.
Unless you're talking about the ending where he's not actually guilty of killing somebody. Though I guess he still feels that he's the one responsible for Sewell's actions.
Yeah.
And then there's the ending where he feels absolutely no guilt whatsoever for maybe killing 3 people, including his possibly autistic son. How are they explaining Silent Hill guilt trip then?
How are they explaining it with the Anne Cunningham ending? What'd she feel guilty for? You'll never know. But the idea remains that the main character and every other character they meet must be going through some type of magical guilt trip, whether or not we know why.
How appropriate then that Downpour's writer is Tom Waltz, the man responsible.
Oh my God, here he is again. We haven't talked about him for so many episodes. He was the comic writer, the primary one, and fucked up virtually everything. He admitted he fucked up everything after the fact, but you know what? They said recruit him again to write on this game.
For writing Sinner's Reward and Past Life, the Silent Hill comics. Both of them are rip-offs of Silent Hill 2 in that they're about men who find themselves.
And then even he admits that it's
killing...
like, I didn't really know what was going on. I just thought they were all monsters.
I was just putting in creatures. In retrospect, I know better, he says. But it's like, why would you recruit him if he already admitted he doesn't get it?
A lot of people, and the town is forcing them to face the truth. You can imagine the rest. It's not that difficult. Dead people from their past show up to haunt them and things like that.
If you think about Silent Hill 2, you've got James, who is seeing all of these monsters. Angela is...
Again, the only Silent Hill game they're referencing ever is 2.
It's 2.
Seeing something totally different. Laura's not seeing anything. She's so innocent that she's running around. Eddie? What's he seeing? Even within each individual story, there's sub-stories and subplots. It's different for everyone. In Sinner's Reward, I did that because I like that.
And like the formula dictates, the main character of Sinner's Reward is tormented by a monstrous representation of his desire for punishment. Pyramid Head. And we all know that Pyramid Head has no business outside of Silent Hill 2. Tom Hewlett can tell you all about it.
Hey, it's the infamous interview again.
Well, you see,
there you go.
Pyramid Head only belongs in Silent Hill 2 because he's a specific manifestation of James's guilt.
Hey, what's up, Mel?
Luckily, Waltz worked closely with Tom Hewlett and Devin Shasky in writing Past Life.
Oh my God. Yeah, special thanks to Devin Shatsky and Tom Hewlett for their invaluable assistance.
Valuable assistance.
My God. Now that's a fucking nightmare blunt rotation. All right, I'm gonna refill my coffee really quick. I'm so stupid, dude. Here, I'll leave the podcast scene up. You're in charge, my dude. Give me a second.
All right, I am here. I will be socially responsible. I went rogue for all of 0.35 seconds, and I sincerely apologize to everyone in the room. I really do. I'm sorry. Quaid, is you still there? Also, hi, Malum. It's good to see you. How's everybody doing? What is going on? Oh, it's like recapturing childhood. Yeah. It's fun. It's it's a nice thing. It's like it's stuff that I really cared about growing up, or growing up. It's stuff that I really like watching, and I really dig. I really dug it, and it's just like when I started streaming, I didn't really know what I wanted to do, but I was like watching this stuff in the background, and then when I found Stamp, and he was just as passionate about this stuff as I was, like that's when everything kind of clicked for me. Like it made sense after that because I didn't realize that there were other people. I didn't know how to look for other people like on social media platforms like that. Like I knew Twitch was a thing. And I'm like, I kind of want to do Twitch, but I don't know how to do Twitch. And then I would like go look it up, and then I found him. It's kind of the same time that I was doing my research for this, for Silent Hill, and then I don't know. It was like a 1-to-1 thing, and I'm like, this guy gets it. This guy gets it the way I do, and it matters to him the way it matters to me. And then, yeah, here we are. Yeah, Silent Hill fans in real life, well, even in Japan, because Japan, not a lot of Silent Hill fans out here. You want to talk to somebody about horror, it's always Resident Evil. It's Resident Evil usually. Not even a big deal. I plugged into the hive mind. I got locked on. No, because it was just it was about storytelling for me, because I aspire to like tell my own stories and stuff in the future. You know, um, I want to tell stories, and Silent Hill resonated with me because it's horror, but it's not just horror. It's it's psychological trauma. There's depth there. There's history there. There's structure there. And it's inspired by other writers, and I'm like, yeah, I want to get into that, and I want to do that in a different way, and I'm inspired, and I admittedly am inspired by Silent Hill and what the series has provided to us as viewers and users, and at some point, I wanted to find other people who were into it. So I looked for other people who were into it, and I stumbled on this son of a gun up here, who's fantastic at what he does.
It is pretty hard to find people, man. No lie. SH is always there, even when you're not playing. It has atmosphere, lore, and music that you can always have with you. Hey, music, 100%, dude. I've listened to countless weeks worth of hours of my playlist, the stream playlist. It basically never stops. Even when I'm not streaming, sometimes I'll just let it go for hours. So, very true.
It's good. All of it. Just I don't know. It's not. It's not what you would normally expect from something like a production company like Konami. You wouldn't expect something like this. You would expect something a lot more, catered to a wide spectrum of individuals. And in that case, it's like, all right, well, everyone can get into it. No big deal. But Silent Hill is something special, and it's important that it's something special because when you understand it, that's how you build on it.
Metal Gear Solid's also like that.
Yeah. When you understand it, you can build on it. When you care about it and you want to build on it, you will. These people didn't care. They were given positions of power that they did not know how to handle and did not care about the thing. They claimed to care about it, but did not fundamentally care about it going in, and were just responsible for curating the next step in the process, responsible for it being what it is, which is why we get Downpour, which is why we are eviscerating it now and why I broke character and said bad word for 0.35 seconds.
I don't even, you know what? I already forgot. I'm not even sure what you're talking about. But what we are talking about is Tom Waltz shouting out Devin Shatsky and Tom Hewlett for helping him destroy the lore of Silent Hill.
Yep. Which he then redacted.
Yeah, later.
Was able to learn his lesson.
He even put them in. Look at him right there.
Before writing Downpour, he wouldn't be repeating that mistake.
That's one of those neat things I found out way after playing the games. It can't be by accident. There's a reason. When I had Pyramid Head in the first comic, I
After!
was just
Wait,
thinking of
wait, no, pause it,
Yep.
pause it. That's one of those neat things I found out after playing the games. So after.
Yeah, he didn't.
After I was hired. No. After playing the games, post-hiring.
Yep, and look at this interview title, from comics to Silent Hill 8. So that's back when it had the working title, Silent Hill 8.
Silent Hill 8. Oh my
But I didn't realize, when I put Pyramid Head in the first comic, I was just thinking of creatures, but I didn't realize creatures had a Why did they say this word, creatures? In hindsight, I know better.
creatures, but I didn't realize creatures had a purpose. In hindsight, I know better.
Since Tom Hewlett and Devin Shatsky also had input on the story for Downpour, and since we know that they have trouble accepting blame for things, from here on, we'll refer to Downpour's writer as Tom Vin Huwalski.
So now, knowing the correct formula and having learned from past mistakes, Tom Vin Huwalski set out to make a proper Silent Hill 2 clone, cleverly disguised as a brand new standalone story that wasn't copying Silent 2 at all, complete with their very own Pyramid Head. Pre-release, they assured us that they weren't going to use Pyramid Head again, and yet here he is walking around in a raincoat and a gas mask. Huwalski wouldn't actually admit that he's Pyramid Head, but we all know the truth.
Such a simple debunk.
With a cinder block on the end of it.
Yeah, such a simple debunking going on here, too. If anybody ever says that this is like core to the tenets of Silent Hill, where was the giant guilt monster in 1, 3, and 4? Please tell me. Yeah, you can't, because they don't exist.
You can't, because they don't exist.
It was core to one singular game, and they act like, again, anytime in interviews, they only reference 2. Anytime they were asked in person, they say, well, we think it's most similar to Silent Hill 2. They only ever talk about 2. It's apparently the only game that's ever existed in their minds.
It's the only Silent Hill that matters.
Yeah.
According to them.
Look, we're not just...
Because everything else about the cult is stupid.
Yeah, and here's Tom with more lies in this very same interview.
His Pyramid Head again, and yet here he is walking around in a raincoat and a gas mask. Huwalski wouldn't actually admit that he's Pyramid Head, but we all know the truth.
Look, we're not just trying to make a game with Pyramid Head and nurses in it, and they fight and stuff happens. We get it, and this is a new story with new things, and maybe there's someone even worse than Pyramid Head.
And this is what you came up with? This is the thing that's
with,
worse than Pyramid Head?
Dude, the in-game model's even worse than this, because at least the chains on like the weapon with the nails looks kind of cool. They took those out because they probably didn't want to bother animating them or giving them physics.
Oh, what? Oh, the chain. Yeah, the chains, right?
There's chains here and there's chains here. At least this shit looks cooler than what they ended up with.
Junkyard said it best. Yeah, he is worse. Not
Yep.
the way they think it was.
Exactly, yeah. Not the way they think.
Is that?
It's not a new story with new things, like he said. It's the same story with the same things, right down to the giant guilt monster chasing the main character around.
Yeah, Pyro from TF2 like they showed earlier.
With an oversized utensil. They think that as long as he doesn't look like Pyramid
No,
Head,
you're
they're
good.
not cheapening Pyramid Head as a monster, but they're doing something worse by not using Pyramid Head's character model, because now they're cheapening him as a concept, just like Origins did with the Butcher.
Yep, now they say in order to make a Silent Hill game, you have to have a giant guilt monster, no matter what they look like. There has to at least be one. They've cheapened it
Where's
to the
giant
point.
Guilt monster in 3? Where
Yeah.
was the giant guilt monster in 4? Tell me where the giant guilt monster is.
Yep. Yeah, it's like they don't exist, but 2 is the only game that exists, therefore we have to copy all those tenets.
Only the Butcher wasn't as subtle. By the same reasoning, they think that as long as they don't use amnesia, they're not copying the story of Silent Hill 2, but is there really a difference between won't remember and won't admit? It's the same concept. The character must learn to look past his denial and face his crime, and he must do it through the power of the purgatory that is Tom Vin Huwalski thinks is Silent Hill. After all, what is a place that makes you face your inner demons other than purgatory?
Downpour makes that argument loud and clear. Silent Hill is purgatory. The Tom Hewlett and Devin Shatsky sides of Huwalski wouldn't actually admit that, but Tom Waltz knows the truth.
Past Life is an early look at Silent Hill as it's making the transition to being that purgatory.
Hugh Waltzke believes in this concept so much that he created a crossover character that appears in both Past Life and Downpour to prove it.
What?
In the background, that last bit.
Yeah. I love the music in this, dude. The Dreams cover. I love A Rainy Night, Toto's Africa. It's just every single song. And I mean, honestly, they're not doing anything cheaper than the people who actually made the soundtrack did. Because as they point out in the
I'm
end.
talking about the music. I'm talking about that. Literally, that was Duke Nukem in the background.
What is it?
I'm literally saying that's Duke Nukem in the background.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, dude. You know what the craziest part about this in particular is? This whole Silent Hill being a purgatory thing, I genuinely don't know where it came from. Because that was never... I mean, 2, again... No, never mind. I know exactly where it came from. It came from 2. It came from a fan theory related to 2. But 1, 3, and 4, nothing of the sort was ever explored or discussed. But again, it just comes from the fact that they're going off bullshit related to Silent Hill 2. That's all it comes down to.
All it is just Silent Hill 2. Like, all of it.
Like, get the fuck over it, man.
It's about a projection of a poor girl who was being tortured, and the nightmare projected from her was due to her pain. Silent Hill 2 is a dude who's going through shit. Silent Hill 3 is about God baby in a girl's belly, and crazy lady who follows the cult is bringing it out. And 4 is literally a contingency ritual.
Yep. No giant guilt monster, no purgatory, side story, none of this. It's all 2.
None of this
It's all
makes
2.
sense.
SH2 popped
Except
off
if
with
it's
the guilt
2.
journey, and fan fiction also helped propel it further. Yeah, and I'm sure Tom Hewlett was one of the dudes indulging in the fan fiction and probably thought to himself, ooh, I can make games out of this.
Hill as it's
Sure
making
did. Sure
and,
did.
And you did. And look at his legacy now.
transition to being that purgatory.
Hugh Waltzke believes in this concept so much that he created a crossover character that appears in both Past Life and Downpour to prove it. That character is the Negro postman Howard Blackmail.
Howard Blacksmith is the worst thing that ever happened to Silent Hill, and not just because he's black.
God, the fucking
The
line
second
is
you
so
introduce
stupid.
him in Downpour and make the connection that he's the same character from Past Life, which took place 100...
Again, we've omitted worse.
Yeah,
from
100%.
this because it's this generation. I internalize like everything. So like everything I fuck up on, I'm like, I'm gonna sit on this for the next 3 weeks.
It ain't that serious.
I'm
But that,
sorry about that.
No, that line did not age well in this video though. Like for sure, that did not age well. What's up, TK? Welcome back.
Nope. Welcome back, TK.
which took place 150 years earlier, the purgatory explanation becomes the only explanation. The only way that this guy from 1867 can show up today is if he's either a ghost or has been trapped in
Yeah, that's true as well. Rossiter being Rossiter. True.
Silent Hillgatory for hundreds of years, or both.
I love that he just immediately morphs it into Silent Hillgatory.
He could be time traveling.
Nobody thinks he's time traveling. He's been there forever. Why is he trapped in Silent Hill forever? Because he's not done facing his demons yet. Before he can move on, he needs to finish delivering the mail so he can...
And you know what I think this is actually based on? I think they're trying to do like a Candyman thing.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
trying to do,
Could be. Yeah.
The Daniel Robitaille
Yeah.
thing in Silent Hill. Because Candyman, if you've watched like any of them, the first one and the second one...
Wasn't that a Clive Barker thing?
Clive Barker wrote it. I don't think he directed it.
Yeah.
He didn't direct the first one. Farewell to the Flesh was also not him, but like damn it. No, I'm thinking of Hellraiser. No, but yeah, Clive Barker was like he was inspired by a book and then applied that to a like a script or treatment, and then
It was from the Forbidden. Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, not
that story is essentially Howard Blackwood or whatever.
I genuinely don't know what it is because they jokingly change it so many times. I don't know if it's Blackwood, Blacksmith, It's definitely not Black Guy though. Howard Black Guy. That's so
Howard
stupid.
Blackman.
Yeah, Howard Blackman. Big Clive Barker fan. I love Clive Barker. He makes, Stephen King and Clive Barker are like two sides of the same coin, where Stephen King is very supernatural, psychological, and then Clive Barker is very H.P. Lovecraft meets Victorian meets Gothic meets just absolute fucking nightmare imagery. What
was it? Hellbound Heart. That was Clive Barker, right?
Yeah, Clive Barker is very H.P. Lovecraft inspired. Yeah.
The mail so he can
Like
face
there is good stuff in there. It's just when it's adapted like this, it turns into Jason X.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Books of Blood. Yeah.
guilt of killing his slave master.
Books of Blood. Yeah.
Yep.
By delivering the mail.
All right, fuck. I need one more. Last one, I swear.
Yeah, and he has to somehow face his inner demons by delivering the mail. And that's another weird thing about this iteration of Silent Hill. It's like one person is cursed to be a DJ forever. One person is cursed to deliver the mail forever. What are Murphy and Ann like cursed to do for all eternity until they face their guilt? It's like, are they just given jobs to keep the town going? Is it like they just get assigned like it's a fucking Sim City?
Like, you got this guy who's a mailman. You got Ricky Bobby who's fucking doing
DJ. JP Sater or whatever who has to run the monorail system, the Skytram. Yeah. Like, what is this? What even is this concept?
His demons yet. Before he can move on, he needs to finish delivering the mail so he can face the guilt of killing his slave master by delivering
The Sims SH edition. I'd play that. Yeah.
Delivering the mail.
This mail ain't gonna deliver itself.
Sims.
Designed to purgate.
He and DJ Ricky Bobby give us all the proof we need, and Ricky goes so far as to give the town's spiritual power a consciousness and will, along with everything else. Ricky Bobby is stuck in purgatory, forced to spin records for eternity, until he sees that Murphy can provide him with a way out and signals him through radio dead.
What did he do?
Yeah. What did this guy do?
Particular individual do?
And why was he cursed to spin records for all eternity? What a fucking weird... I just don't even understand what they were getting at with this.
Your job is to play music on the radio.
Yeah. Like he says, like, did the town just need a DJ? What the hell?
Him through radio dedications.
If we're gonna get out of here, we gotta move fast. You getting this far tells me we might even have a chance of getting out alive.
Did you drop a dirty word by accident?
Rather Ricky didn't interfere with it.
And then, again, like I said, they want this to stand on its own, but they use Never Forgive Me, Never Forget Me from Silent Hill 3's soundtrack for this cutscene. Playing on your nostalgia once more.
If we're gonna get out of here, we gotta move fast. You getting this far tells me we might even have a chance.
And then the town calls him because he's giving away too much
really rather Ricky didn't interfere with their intervention.
The town calls him up on the phone and then comes to get him when it sees him breaking the rules.
Which have not been established, by the way. We don't know what the rules are.
No. He's in violation of his Groundhog's Day cycle.
Groundhog's Day cycle. Chances are he'll be respawned shortly after Murphy leaves because that's what happens in Purgatory. You don't get to choose death in Purgatory.
Anne Cunningham takes a fatal plunge right at the beginning, and the town spawns her right back in to chase Murphy anew.
But I saw you.
Hands against the wall.
Murphy gets shot twice during his journey. A third time, depending on which ending you...
His punishments for being Kevin Hart IRL, seriously. No, he needed jail time for that.
And takes his own fatal plunge from the top of a clock tower and always awakens seconds later to start all over again. For all we know, that's what happens to J.C. Penney. Hey, Howard's been alive long enough to have tried suicide once or twice.
Son, you still don't get it. It doesn't matter what you want.
This Groundhog's Day cycle, forced on the characters of Silent Hill Gatory in order to ensure that they don't escape their fate through death, is what the game calls the full circle effect, and is currently being put into practice by the Silent Hill Wiki to explain everything in the entire series.
So this SH Wiki entry was the result of, or it was the cause of so much infighting. It was unbelievable. So this Groundhog's Day cycle that they talk about, can you tell I'm losing my voice, is they don't get to choose death. They can only leave once they have faced their guilt. So here's what it says. Coming full circle, a term coined in Silent Hill Downpour, where it serves as a significant story element, is a phenomenon preventing a character from escaping Silent Hill's power after failing to learn the lesson they were summoned to learn. By the way, not the case in 1, 3, or 4. So they're, again, just claiming everybody was summoned to learn a lesson. If a character is unable to realize the totality of their sins, what were Harry Mason's sins? Please tell me. Or makes a critical mistake which prevents them from doing so, they are subsequently trapped in limbo, either within the town itself or an area under its influence. So here they go to explain everything. Trapped citizens, Silent Hill 2, James Sunderland in the Maria ending. Silent Hill 4, most likely Henry Townsend and or Eileen Galvin, Room 302 in Mother ending. Homecoming, Alex Shepard in the intensive care ending. And then 5 individual endings of Silent Hill Downpour. So gee, I wonder which one had the most pull on this explanation. Hey, what's up, Gabby?
Hey.
So yeah.
That sounds ridiculously convoluted.
Yep. So this is why people were so upset at this. They're now using bullshit slop perpetuated by Downpour to explain things going as far back as 2. That's why this was so annoying. And there was so much infighting on SH Wiki. It was like the fucking, you know, I don't even know what to say. Like, what would even be an apt description? It was like the Crusades of the SH Wiki website, man. Everybody ran to their side. One side were like staunch Konami defenders saying like, oh, they get to decide what's canon in their series. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. And then the other people were like, no, you can't go back and demolish lore. And they were just fighting all day, every day, talking about this person's stupid, that person's stupid. It was like it was just the destruction of that website. I had to log off because it was just getting too annoying.
It was the great war of the Super Weenie Huts versus the Super Weenie Hut Juniors.
True. And yes, to your point, TK, it was not as bad as the circumcision theory, but it just caused so much infighting. It was insane.
Everyone is stupid.
It was like, you know how modern day Twitter is just zingers back and forth with randos that you don't even fucking know, like egg profile pictures, and it's just random name, bunch of numbers. That's what it was. It turned into like just finger pointing and rage baiting and engagement farming, and it was like it just wasn't even worth it at that point. I pretty much checked out from SH Wiki forever after that shit got posted.
What the fuck what else are you supposed to do?
Yeah, the only way to win is to not play the game.
Yeah, it's the only way to win is to not play the game.
Yep, just don't get pulled into it.
The game calls the full circle effect, and is
yeah, no pun intended, but yeah.
Currently being put into practice by the Silent Hill Wiki to explain everything in the entire series. We have Tom Van Huwalski's Downpour to thank for that.
But we have Huwalski's obsession with recreating the success of Silent Hill 2 to thank for the repeated use of the concept that Silent Hill is about facing your demons, which led to the Groundhog's Day cycle being Downpour's explanation of Silent Hill in the first place. These people have nothing new to tell us, and the only thing they do have that's new is that rather than some intangible dark force...
No, wait, we have to do this real quick. Gabby's going to do some exams, and he's going to kick their asses.
Yeah, you don't even need luck, dude. You got it. Every person I've ever seen that posts about how they've been studying and cramming for an exam almost always aces the fuck out of it, because most people don't even put in that much effort to cram or study for it, so you're good.
Gabby, you're going to be successful in everything you do. I'm just gonna let that sit
just let that simmer out there in the ether.
Dark force communicating concepts in vague, disturbing imagery and situational parallels. The town now literally speaks vague, misleading nonsense to everyone who visits in English through a postman whose ghost is literally haunting the town forever until he can face his own demons. The genius.
Who are you on the phone?
Yeah. If you break the rules, it will call you on the phone and tell you, "Whoa, you break rules." My current anatomy class is a purgatory. Bit of an important series of exams, so yeah, a bit of cramming is going to have to be done, but I'll pass. Yeah, you got it.
Genius that was Silent Hill, the masterfully told story of a demonic cult, unwittingly tainting a
Okay, masterfully is probably the wrong word. but I get what they're getting at. It's definitely way more competently told than Silent Hill Downpour.
Yeah.
Painting of mysterious, trying to bring about the apocalypse through the use of a very real occult ritual to birth a very real demon performed on a very real psychic girl, has been reduced to a therapist town that forces people to live
Girl
out
with
their
wicked
own
cool
or
psychic
someone
powers.
else's personal nightmare until they can work out their own or someone else's personal issues, and if they don't, they're stuck there forever until they do. This must repeat ad nauseum because some people think the cult is boring.
I didn't really care for all the heavy occult-based storyline in SH1 and 3.
I don't really care about the cool bit. No, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it in a whiny voice, and you're gonna let me.
Only the producer of the game saying this, by the way. It would be one thing if this was a dipshit like Shane Bettenhausen, but the fact that the producer is out there spewing bullshit like this is just hilarious to me.
I didn't really care for all the heavy occult-based storyline down 1 and 3.
Wow. So he's like, you know what? Because I didn't get it, I'm just gonna bulldoze it and delete it. Good one.
I find all
Ins and outs of the order to be overly intricate and rather uninteresting, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, and like Fungo
I am very much feeling this all, and I'm kind of getting into it.
and like Fungo said, like Fuge goes, that's only his opinion. He's like, yeah, it's only the opinion of the producer.
The producer.
This guy has the ability to make all the decisions. So it doesn't matter if it's just his opinion. He can fuck the game up.
the ins and outs of the order to be overly intricate and rather uninteresting, but that's just my opinion. My fundamental view is that the order should have remained in Silent Hill 1.
Let me.
My fundamental view. Whoa. Oh, I'm supposed to like accept it as the
My
truth.
fundamental view is that the order should have remained in Silent Hill 1, and every other Silent Hill after 2 should have had its own self-contained storyline as well. All the past games, except Silent Hill 2, told Silent Hill stories that attempted to intersect within themselves, and that was a bad direction in my opinion, because I haven't played any other Silent Hill game except 2.
We should poll the audience. You know, in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, they ask the audience. Let's ask the audience if they think that was a bad direction and see how many people disagree with this dipshit.
And every other Silent Hill after 2 should have had its own self-contained storyline as well. All the past games
I thought we were
except
actually gonna do
SH2
that.
No, I just mean in a general Silent Hill sense, if you were to do that, you'd find that everybody disagrees with him. So nobody cares what your opinion is, Devin.
Silent Hill stories.
In my opinion, games that dabble in the cults and occultism has become very popular since 2020. Yeah, it's like fashion turning around again. I mean, it wasn't bad, but his proposal could be good too. Yeah, it's like the cult elements have started to come back in a big way into horror games, which I think is hilarious considering this phase. Everybody was just going full psychological. Everybody wanted to just go full psychological.
His argument is that Silent Hill should have gone the route of what is it called? Not serialized. What's the term?
Episodic.
No, not episodic. There's another term for it. Where like every story is self-contained within the parameters of the world that they've established inherently, and then
Like an anthology?
they go on out. There's a term for it, and anthological. Yes,
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, me and Malum said it
They
like the
should have
exact
gone
same
an
time. Yeah.
anthological route after Silent Hill 1.
Yeah.
But it's like you didn't even bother to go to understand what Silent Hill is built around. You took what was built around Silent Hill 2 and said that should be the route that you take from here on out.
Yeah.
Without understanding that even Silent Hill 2 had lore and cult-based structure around it. So like even you don't understand Silent Hill because you get it wrong there.
Yeah, and like Junkyard said, they're using the term bad, which means it obviously enticed them to make cookie cutter experiences because of that understanding. Yeah. To ascribe the word bad means that either you fundamentally misunderstood, just like his fundamental view on the order should have remained in Silent Hill 1, you fundamentally misunderstood, and you just think that it's bad because you don't get it. If you were to get it, you probably would think it was a lot better.
His argument is that the order should have remained in Silent Hill 1. Dude, without the order, there's no Silent fucking Hill.
Period.
You need the order.
Yeah, you need
it.
Yeah, so it again, another You know, what was that guy's name? Devin? No, it wasn't Devin. It was something Brule.
Waltz.
Yeah, the dude that wrote the strategy guide that talked about doppelgangers and shit. Whoever that guy was, Christoph Gans. Yeah, like there's so many people who just didn't get one and ended up bulldozing things because of it.
That attempted to intersect within themselves, and that was a bad direction in my opinion. This isn't a sequel or a prequel or a
There's
continuation.
more. No, I'm not done. I'm not done then. I'm not done.
A sequel or a prequel? No, go ahead.
This isn't a sequel or a prequel or a continuation of the soap opera that is The Order.
It's a soap opera? Are you fucking kidding? It's a literal god. It's a literal fucking god that they're trying to birth. That is real. That they birthed. I mean, in the context of the world. They're birthing this thing. It's not a soap opera. It's a cult.
Again, he just keeps displaying his fundamental misunderstanding by calling it a soap opera.
And is in no way attempting to branch off from obscure details in previous storylines.
Go fuck yourself, Devin Shasky.
The soap opera that is The Order, and is in no way attempting to branch off from obscure details in previous storylines. By now, you've noticed I've made no bones about—
Oh god, there's more. Jesus.
Okay. By now you've noticed I've made no bones about my distaste with the storylines with tenuous connections to The Order.
This was in 2010, this interview too, so like they had just started developing Downpour at this time. Can we put a scabies-infested peen in Devin's mouth? TK, oh my god. Back again, those 5 hours of sleep hit me like a brick to the head. That's the most foul message. Good lord. What the fuck? Going off the rails.
This is the best stream we've ever done, dude.
about my distaste for the storylines with tenuous connections to The Order.
Yeah, I think it's one more.
Like he said, that's only his opinion.
Yes, that's only the opinion of the producer.
And why does he say all this?
I found the SH1.
No.
Look at this guy. Same interview, by the way.
I found the Silent Hill 1 and the Silent Hill 3 story to be a bit convoluted and messy.
Ooh, boy. Ooh. Just you wait.
I remember sitting back after I beat the first game and thinking to myself, I have no idea what just happened. Is it really over?
Well, then you weren't paying fucking attention.
I have no idea what just happened. Is it really over? He sat there zombified at the credits looking around for advice. What just happened? What happened?
You. Don't get me wrong, it was a fun experience, but the story was all over the place and hard to follow.
Hard to follow for you, not for the general public that totally gets it.
And SH3 stories to be a bit convoluted.
Yeah. Off the rails. Nah, that's just me existing. Who needs rails? I can fly. You can just fucking attach some wings and shoop to whoop.
And messy.
You know how they do?
Back after I beat the first game and thinking to myself, I have no idea what just happened. Is it really over? Don't get me wrong, it was a fun experience, but the story was all over the place and hard to follow.
That's the point!
Tom, is this that Halo chugging buddy you were talking about? Just saying.
But it's not hard to follow either.
Shatsky's LinkedIn is hashtag open for work. Oh no. He's looking for work right now? You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
Just saying. He looks like the kind of guy who would say all that.
His view, apparently shared by Tom Hewlett and Tom Waltz, is a great irony being perpetrated on the series. Everyone is always talking about taking the series back to its roots. Shattered Memories is going to take the series back to its survival horror roots. Downpour taking the series back to the roots. But their idea of going back to the series' roots is to strip all the cult elements from it in order to keep it as open as possible, denying the fact that the series was born on the cult and owes everything to it.
Dunk.
Thank you.
There is no Silent Hill without the cult. It's what the series was about in the first place. Look at the endings of Silent Hill 1. You've got 3 different endings where it was all about the cult and 1 where it was all a dream. Silent Hill 3 comes along and wipes out the dream ending, so what are you left with? 3 endings where the cult and everything they did were real. If they wanted to return to the series' roots, they would have to return to the cult. We've got 3 games under Tom Hewlett in a row now, where not only did they not return to the roots, they uprooted the tree and replanted it in a different country.
Oh, what? Because they're not Japanese? Only.
Silent Hill was the last video game he worked on. He's been working on software dev for K through 12 education through the 2010s. Oh, that's not bad though.
It's not bad, but also, this guy who does not have any real real comprehension on narrative storytelling.
Probably
Teaching
shouldn't be
kids,
involved in
probably
education.
a bad idea.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah. Well, as long as he's not teaching them literary analysis, holy shit.
Yeah, that'd be a bad idea.
Japanese people can make Silent Hill games?
Did I say Japanese? Did I say Japanese?
Yes, you did. Real Silent Hill Experience Part 12B, you did say Japanese.
No. Everyone else said Japanese. Akira Yamaoka said Japanese. And so people thought we were saying Japanese, but we did not say Japanese. You said Japanese. You. Cut it out. No Japanese. No Japanese.
Japanese!
Akira Yamaoka thinks Silent Hill is uniquely Japanese.
I do want to get I do want to like have my opinion on this because I do work in an industry where Japanese storytelling is kind of a thing. No, it has nothing to do with Japanese storytelling. It has everything to do with subtlety, and Japanese storytelling is built on subtlety. There is a reason why storytelling in Japan is built on subtlety, and people readapting it don't apply subtlety because culturally speaking, America sucks at subtlety.
Yep. And to be fair, Akira Yamaoka makes a good point in this specific quote that they have an excerpt from here, which is, the feeling and sense of Japanese people are combined with the foreign cultures and environment, because Silent Hill takes place in America. So people sometimes feel uncomfortable or strange, but it actually created the unique horror and universe. I think Homecoming lacked such a feel. He's not wrong in what he's saying, but it's not just inherently because they're Japanese. It's because they understand how to do subtle storytelling, and the other people didn't. It really didn't matter what the country of origin of the developers were. It's about skill. There's a skill gap here.
And there's an argument to be made about what appeals to a certain audience.
Yeah.
American audiences, when they see horror, they expect gore. They were kind of learned by that, because a lot of the stuff that, the slasher phenomenon is very much an American pastime. It's not that it isn't around in other capacities and other cultures. It's just America kind of set the bar. It set the standard. It's their brand of horror. And so when you apply a Western feel to an Eastern concept, chances are a lot of blood's going to be involved.
Yep.
And there you go. You can't have a psychological vibe if you're not paying attention to subtlety. And American audiences don't recognize subtlety a whole lot.
No, we like blatancy. We like gore. We like torture. That's what we like here in America.
It's not
Really
like
quick.
it's a bad thing. It's just that's the way things are.
Really quick, Gabby said, in other news, because I don't see you stamp all that often, I got me a new camera recently, and boy, do I still geek out about it. Oh, is it a, what type of camera is it? Is it like a mirrorless, a really nice one, or is it analog? Oh, it's an DSLR with a big-ass lens on it. Nice. Yeah, I just keep the kit lens on my Sony, but I tell you, I've been tempted to pick up like a massive, like 24 millimeter for just like some crazy background blur. I've been tempted to pick one of those up. Horror in the West at this time was very much a haunted house ride. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Absolutely. And what Final Destination was on its fourth?
Yeah, the Saw movies. The Saw movies in 2012 were on like their ninth
yeah.
iteration. Yeah. It basically, horror movies were treated as summer blockbusters in the U.S., and it just wasn't the case elsewhere.
Sorry, go ahead.
According to the internet, that makes him a jaded wannabe Japanese elitist Team Silent fanboy weeboo.
Yeah, if you weren't careful, if you were not careful talking about Silent Hill, the slightest word out of place, you fucking step a pinky toe out of place, and they would call you a weeboo back then. Not DSLR, just SLR. It runs on 35 millimeter film. Oh, okay. Yeah, Axe the digital, not digital. But yeah, that's awesome. I love analog cameras.
We are an analog family in the
Yep.
Skitners, okay?
Dude, I need to join it with a Yamaha mixer and get an analog board, except I keep getting fucked by these websites, dude. I found the perfect colorway and I can't get it.
I use Metacritic all the time, and I'm sorry that you had a bad experience in that regard. I guarantee you it's not that way all the time. It's not.
Jonathan? Mercari, if you're watching,
Jonathan
I don't
Mercari.
give a fuck. You're never getting another penny out of me, dude. Yeah, right.
But that's not important right now. What's important is the producers
So
of this
stupid.
game think they're making a true Silent Hill game just because their monsters have something to do with the main character.
All right, let's get it. Let's get this. Let's
In
get this
Silent
done.
Hill games, the monsters are directly tied to the protagonist's
No,
background.
no.
Every time I hear the word analog, I think of analog horror.
The monsters are directly tied to the protagonist's background. No, they're fucking not.
Only in 2. Again. Once
And that's not
again.
even entirely.
Yeah.
Go.
Silent Hill
Go.
1, they're tied to
Get it out.
Alessa's background, and up until the end of that
No,
game,
you.
the
No,
players.
you,
Oh.
Stam. You
Oh.
get it out.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, only in 2. That's the one and only time that was ever the case. Horror in the West is either nuanced as hell or haha body horror and slop go burr, pretty much. Film grain, The Godfather, and My Children. Yeah. The noise filter.
In Silent Hill games, the monsters are directly tied to the protagonist's background.
And that's not even entirely true. In Silent Hill 1, they're tied to Alessa's background, and up until the end of that game, the player is supposed to think that she's the bad guy. In Silent Hill 3, they're tied to Claudia's background, and she's the bad guy. And in Silent Hill...
Exactly. Ah! Sorry. Go.
And
The
in Silent Hill 4, they're
misunderstandings
tied
run
to
deep.
Walter's background, and he's the bad guy. 3 out of 4 games, the monsters are tied to the bad guy. But Tom Van Huwalski doesn't know that because all he cares about is Silent Hill 2. But even in Silent Hill 2, they're only tied to James until he meets up with Angela's monsters, because that game, they're not just tied to the protagonist.
Like in Silent Hill 3, like we've talked about it. Ah, god damn it. I already wrote it in the script and whatever. Fuck. I'm gonna say it out loud. Fucking, it's Claudia's nightmare in 3.
Yeah.
Heather just has the propensity to perpetuate the nightmare because of the god baby in her belly. Going on.
They're tied to everybody. But he's hung up on the idea that Silent Hill is all about the main character facing their demons, despite that only being true for 23% of the series.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, that 23% is all they care about, so they just pretend that it's all of it.
Which Silent Hill game would you say most closely
All right. If PlayStation Blog asks him which Silent Hill game do you think most closely compares to Downpour, gee,
Here we go.
I wonder what my guy's gonna say. Yeah, I can make an educated guess. I really wonder what his answer is gonna be here.
compares to Downpour?
I couldn't answer that.
Oh, it's Silent Hill 2. What a
Downpour
surprise.
has a standalone story that's not tied.
No, you gotta let me do it.
I paused.
Definitely Silent Hill 2. Downpour has a standalone story that's not tied to any other Silent Hill game, so it's taking the broader concept back to its roots.
Definitely Silent Hill 2, because that's the only game that exists in his mind. Vincent says to Claudia, isn't this nothing more than your own personal nightmare? Yeah, that's what they showed. That's the quote that they showed for proof of that.
Not tied to any other Silent Hill game, so it's taking the broader concept back to its roots.
Well, this one is actually its own standalone narrative. So similar to how Silent Hill 2 was, it's completely
Can you shut the fuck up about Silent Hill 2? God
own
damn.
story. So what we're trying to do with Silent Hill now is take it back to the roots.
Tom Van Huwalski doesn't realize that pre-Origins, the series was not about facing your demons. The majority of the series was spent in someone else's nightmare, and that made it worse. There was no crazy metagame of trying to figure out what every little thing meant to the protagonist, because everything was as foreign to them as it was to us. That's not saying you can't figure out what certain things mean to certain people, but fear of the unknown is what's supposed to be driving the series, and what's more unknown than the will of a cult and the demon they worship?
That was a dunk. That was a 360 windmill dunk that he just did.
That is Silent Hill, facing an actual demon, not just your personal ones. And we know that's true just by looking at the series as a whole, including the newer ones. Silent Hill 1 was unarguably about a demon cult. Silent Hill 2 was a departure, and everybody knew that. And all the fans said, go back to the series' roots. So they made Silent Hill 3, which is about the return of the demonic cult. When Silent Hill 3 was being made, Team Silent was broken in half, with the B team working on 4. That B team was making a Silent Hill game without even including the core Team Silent members, save Akira Yamaoka, who doesn't really know crap about the series anyway. And that game they made was a...
Unfortunately true. Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay. All right, fine.
What? A demonic cult. Then Christoph Gans decided he's going to make a terrible, awful movie that people are now saying wasn't bad now, but only because the new one makes it look like a freaking masterpiece.
It's a bad movie, and I don't know why people like it because it's bad.
It's
But
just
it's bad.
it's fun slop, you know. It's if you just want to sip some beer and laugh at a movie with some friends. It's some fun slop to watch, but yes, it's a terrible movie.
And that's about witch-burning Puritans. So at least the religious element is there. And the second one is then about the cult of Val T.
Talk about Silent Hill 3D Revelation. We don't have to talk about that.
This movie
All
doesn't
living
exist
in
as far as I'm
Silent Hill.
concerned. Holy shit.
Even Origins and Homecoming tried to make their stories about the cult. Whether or not they failed is amazingly still up for debate, but at the very least, they tried. And all along the way, elements of Silent Hill 2 are included to varying degrees, though this idea of fate.
Western SH devs are just those motherfuckers who can't get over their ex. The Silent Hill movie was a big splash for introducing a lot of people to the franchise when they didn't know anything about it.
Gabby, that is a fucking line. That's
What's
a
up, Gummy?
bar, bro.
Holy shit, Gummy with the raid. Oh, you're playing some Bloodborne? Playing some Bloodborne over there? Oh shit, sorry, I meant to... I've been live for a while. I forgot to put the SO. Nice, you were playing Bloodborne, the best FromSoft game in my opinion. We're watching a kind of in-depth lore takedown of a really shitty Silent Hill game called Downpour. And we're also talking about how bad the movie is. Imagine having Command Gummy Lotion as a shout out. Yeah, for real. I just type in Gummy Lotion, auto shouts are out, and tips. Speaking of unknown cosmic horror, yeah.
Facing the demons did become part of the Let's
Pour this. Oh shit. Appreciate
Pour
that.
this.
That would go crazy. Yeah, so never mind. I was gonna say what the sub goal thing is,
Say
but
it.
I'm not doing it because I don't want to have to go do it tonight. But basically there's this new gimmick around here because I was talking about Darkside Phil always complaining about 5 gifted for this and 5 gifted for that. So my community has decided that at 5 gifted subs I have to go put eyeliner on.
Are you gonna put eyeliner on?
And no, we're at I'm not saying anymore. I'm done talking. So the video
try to be Silent Hill formula because of the worship for that game. And then Tom Hewlett comes along, surrounded on all sides by a demonic worshiping cult, and says, I'm in charge of this series now, and I decide what Silent Hill's about because Konami gave me the authority to do that.
Yep. So this guy, who most likely involved himself, bring the Luke back. They call it punish stamp around these parts. Jesus Christ. Yeah, fucking instantly, too. Oh my God. Fuck's sake.
I was gonna do it.
Well, all right. Well, I'm a man of my word. Give me a second. He beat me to it, damn it. Yeah, I'm a man of my word. Okay. Nothing on right now. Give me a second. Fuck's sake.
The man work. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it right now. I love this community. I love this community so goddamn much. You guys are amazing. I don't know if you can hear me. How much for a smoky eye? No, you gotta ask him that. I don't know that. Okay, okay. As long as you can hear me. I can't even be on for that much longer. Like we have to call it by like 3:30. We have to call it by 3:30. It is 2:45 right now, or 2:43 in the land that I live in, and we have to call it. We are 100 and what is it? An hour and 48 minutes and 22 seconds into this. We've got no, not 140, 145, an hour 45. How did I get introduced to Silent Hill? Okay. I'm old, and I had a PS1 gifted to me by my mom's boyfriend at the time. I don't want to get weird, but like, so my mom's boyfriend gifted me a PlayStation at the time. He's a nice guy, and he just had one. He gave it to me, and he gave me a bunch of games, and Silent Hill was one of them. That's how I was introduced to Silent Hill. I was in middle school. It was weird. I was still into Pokemon cards at the time too. It was weird. It was a weird part of my life. Anyway. I'm black. I'm blasting Ziggy Stardust. Yeah. No. Gabby shared that in the Discord. God bless you, Gabby. Mom's boyfriend was the first domino that led to us being here. That was it. That set all of this into motion. I do sincerely apologize. Like, this light is supposed to be on, by the way. Like, I'm supposed to have better lighting. And I don't have any more batteries, and the batteries are dead now. So, as it gets kind of, afternoonish in the background, this will get darker. I'm hoping to get like one of those. I want to get a really big light, like just a really big light right here. So like, I don't have to worry about that anymore. One day, it'll happen. It'll happen one day.
All right. Well, I'm kind of sloppy, but appreciate that, Waddles. Holy shit. All right. There you go.
Understand now. Things have been set in motion that cannot be undone.
For real.
I was talking about because someone asked me, how did I get it? How did I first get into Silent Hill? And I told them the story about how I got my PS1.
Yeah, we brought it back. Here, I'll swap for just a second. Kind of sloppy, but hey, I want to shout out really quick Urban Decay products. Urban Decay products are the shit. They're water resistant because, water resistance is the key. But yeah, I'm not quite too old to be doing this just yet, but we're getting there.
See what I mean? Urban Decay could be financing our podcast, Stan.
And Liquid Death. Like, I wear the hat. Dude, they haven't even reached out for a contract. This is bullshit. Where is my contract? Where's my 6-figure contract for this content that I put out nearly every day? Water resistant means cry proof. I wouldn't need such a thing. I've never experienced such an emotion.
He puts his...
A little bit too giga Chad for that. And that's on period. And when I say period, I mean like this. Period. You know what I'm saying? That's what the kids are saying now, right?
Like, I feel like you're downplaying the fact that the eyeliner looks good. I hate that you.
I've been doing it for a long time, so I'm kind of numb to it. But hey, I appreciate that. Oh, by the way, I just realized there was a hype train, so appreciate that. I got a hype chest. Oh boy, I got a hype chest. Okay, so to provide a little bit of context as far as what we're watching, we're almost done with this video. But they're talking about mainly how the developers would just copy the story of Silent Hill 2 for fucking everything, and why that's not correct, and why you can't accept the things that they did that on as real Silent Hill products. So, yeah, they gave me a fucking, they gave me an emote too. Let's find out. What the hell is that? Oh, it's like a fox giggling. Yeah, it's kind of slay, honestly, dude.
For that game. And then
kind of slay.
Tom Hewlett comes along, surrounded on all sides by a demonic worshipping cult, and says, I'm in charge of this series now, and I decide what Silent Hill's about because Konami gave me the authority to do that. He puts his dream team together with a guy who hates the cult and a guy who does nothing about it. They yank the cult out of...
Saying he knows nothing about it is giving Devin Shatsky too much credit. He literally just was unable to process what it was about. It's not that he didn't understand it. He was, I hate to say it, but he was too dumb almost to get it, you know?
The story because that's boring. Who wants to hear about the cult anymore? And they make horror games about psychology.
2 attempts to have any real intellectual thought on the matter.
100%. And you know what? Put him in charge. Make him the producer.
Not even psychological horror, but just horror games about psychology. And they say that's what Silent Hill was really about the whole time, and we're returning to the series' roots. What dimension are you from where that is true?
He is. He's cooking the shit out of him right now.
Silent Hill installments times 7 about the cult. But the one time it wasn't, that's the series' roots. What dimension are you from where that is true?
That is true.
Cinema.
This one. Wow. Apparently.
All that aside.
All that aside? There's no all that aside. That's all of it.
All that aside, There you go, blaming Tom Hewlett again for everything. Isn't it enough that he quit because of you? Now you have to kick him on the...
Yeah, so people blame Twin Perfect for him getting fired, but the reality is he left to go form a new game studio called Way Forward Games. Yeah. He didn't get kicked out because of Twin Perfect's videos. That was just a bullshit narrative.
I want to do this. I want to say that when you are, it really makes no difference what internally occurred in Konami. Tom Hewlett was going to be fine either way. Either if he was, aggressed and asserted for his lack of care for the IP that he was responsible for. Aside from that, you are a public figure, and the things that you do will be held up to public scrutiny. Regardless of what you attempt to do, you are giving your face the attention to an audience that cares about the thing you claim to represent. And if you make any sort of compromising decision, people who care about the thing you claim to represent will call you out for it.
I think I've seen the video you're talking about, TK. I've said before, I have no personal beef with the guy. I don't think Tom Hewlett is a bad guy. I think he just was a very prideful guy who said some really crass and obnoxious things to a community that he was supposed to be in charge of. And he didn't...
Cringy things.
Yes. And even though, I don't think it's right for us or anyone really to like harass him, obviously that's bullshit. Nobody should be doing that. He certainly didn't do himself any favors with the comments that he made. He definitely antagonized and stoked the flames and got people riled up intentionally with some of the dumb shit that he said. So he should have known that some backlash was on the way.
He literally said, without hyperbole, I know better about Silent Hill than anyone else
in the world. He said, no one cares more about Silent Hill than I do. Not hyperbole. Literally nobody. And then
sets you up for a ton
of scrutiny. Yep. And then when Book of Memories came out and flopped spectacularly, like it flopped horribly, sold really badly, and people were kind of going in on him, he got really prideful and emotional and said, I don't care whether it sells 5 copies or 1 million copies. I get paid the same. So basically cry more. Yeah, he basically said cry more. So yeah, you're not doing yourself any favors. So that criticism that you're talking about is not harassment, it's criticism.
When you sit in an environment where you deliberately bait the people, because I'm under the impression that he thinks that any publicity is good publicity, and he's also, he clearly was on 4chan at one point or another, and makes these declarative statements that bulk on the people that he's attempting to sell a project to.
Yeah,
it doesn't make you look good. It's bad optics across the board.
Yeah, he's the type of guy to label legitimate criticism griping, like he did about his casting choices, which were terrible, objectively.
It's just a bad idea across the board, but I guarantee you it's because these are the people that he knew, and usually when it comes to conversations like this, it's about what meeting he sat in, what meeting he gave his opinions on, and then they said, all right, well, these people, you mind giving them a call and just asking them to be associated with this project that we're working on? And he's like, yeah, sure, no problem. And then they were, and they all signed contracts and shit, and then they all went ahead and did the thing that they were doing, and they had no choice but to just forge ahead, focus on the thing that they were working on, and get the thing done. The problem is that none of them cared about the thing that they were working on.
Yeah, it was just a check.
Cared. Yeah.
On the way out,
and then he had to double down because he got the thing done, and it made some kind of money. So they're like, okay, do the other one. Do another one. Okay. And then and then he doubled down again.
And then also when he did finally leave, he made some overly emotional post about like, sucks to have to leave my all-time favorite video game franchise, and I hope to see it continue to succeed. It felt very ironic considering he was largely considered to be the guy that torpedoed it into irrelevancy. So for him to say that on the way out just felt very backhanded.
It makes you wonder, did he care?
Yeah.
After he said blame on him, after he said repeatedly he wasn't in charge.
How many times do we have to show you before you will believe it?
But my role as producer on the games and associate producer.
He regrets this for sure.
Pretty much have to be involved in everything. So pretty much guiding the project from start to finish and everywhere in between.
Listen to the rest of that podcast for details about how Tom Hewlett walked in the front door at Double.
Episode of The Big Bang Theory before.
Yeah, I have no idea who that is. I just know it's a dude with his chest puffed out flexing.
Helix halfway through Homecoming's production and single-handedly changed the course of the entire game. But we're not done. We've got more.
As producer, I'm in charge of the game as a whole, and nothing goes in without my approval.
Repeat that.
As producer, I'm in charge of the game as a whole, and nothing goes in without my approval.
And move on.
In the end,
No. Go back. Stamp, you have to read this.
It's
You
true.
have to read this.
Yeah,
Nothing goes in without my
and he can't get away from this either. Like all the times that he tried to claim he wasn't in charge, people would just quote these, and he just had to stop talking because it's like, what can you say? As producer, I'm in charge of the game as a whole, and nothing goes in without my approval. So if you're in a position where nothing goes in without your approval, how the fuck are you not in charge? Who else could be in charge if not you?
Repeat that.
As producer, I'm in charge of the game as a whole, and nothing goes in without my approval.
And move on.
And then, in the end, whatever we come up with has to feel like Silent Hill should, and part of my job is making sure that happens as the resident SH expert. More chest puffing from Mr. Tom.
And in the end, whatever we came up with had to feel like Silent Hill should, and part of my job is making sure that happens as the resident SH expert. I, of course, went down my list of Silent...
This is so weirdly worded, the way he says this shit. I, of course, went down my list of Silent Hill do's and don'ts during our initial kickoff meetings and tried to impress on the development team what Silent Hill meant and what made it tick. I'm the living, breathing series Bible. It's what I'm paid to do.
It's what I'm paid to do.
Jesus Christ. And this was from a Book of Memories interview, too. What in the fuck? I'm the living, breathing series Bible. What an ego on this guy to say something like that. Even though I'm very confident in my knowledge, I would never say some shit like this.
Do's and don'ts
No one
during-
should be able. No one should say this. No one.
It's just
no
terrible
one
optics, like
ever
you
say
said.
this.
our initial kickoff meetings and tried to impress on the development team what Silent Hill meant and what made it tick. I'm the living, breathing series Bible. Is what I'm
It's hubris. It's not even. You know what? It's not even his fault. It's not even an argument about whose fault it is. It's just. It's hubris. It's someone who does not know how to keep their ego in check.
Yep. And I love the way Fungo immediately shuts it down. He's like, and then he makes 3 or 4 games that show us he knows nothing about it. So how can you be the living, breathing series Bible and make so many like critical errors about fundamental basics in the story, the concepts, the atmosphere? Something isn't adding up here.
Meant and what made it tick. I'm the living, breathing series Bible. Is what I'm paid to do.
And then he makes 3 or 4 games that show us he knows nothing about it.
This living, breathing series Bible now hasn't been involved with the series for almost a decade now. I know, that's crazy.
Don't get us wrong, we don't doubt that he wanted to make a great Silent Hill game. We just question his competency. If it's true that Tom is the walking, talking Silent Hill Bible, then why is the game he made such a confusing mess, and why does it go against every logical conclusion someone can draw from the original 3 games?
So to you, is Silent Hill a
I referenced this earlier. Watch his answer when she asks him for a definitive yes or no, or when she just asks for him to give a definitive answer on anything. Watch how he flounders and tries to make it as open-ended as humanly possible.
Draw from the original 3 games.
So to you, is Silent Hill like an illusion, hallucination that the characters are going through, or is it what some other people think is it's hell and these characters are actually dead, going through basically hell?
Well, the important part of Silent Hill is that all of those answers can be supported. It's really critical that you don't go.
And who decided that's an important tenet in Silent Hill? It wasn't Team Silent. Team Silent had a definitive answer for you. Your job was to get the good plus ending in 1 and figure it out.
Well, yes, they're literally monsters and they're in the town. You know, because then everyone who loved the games, because in their mind, they were a serial killer murdering all these people on the street, suddenly that's gone, and they can't enjoy the game that way. And that's frustrating. So
What? So if they're deathly wrong and you point out that they're deathly wrong, they can't enjoy the game anymore? What kind of horseshit reasoning is that? So because we have to support the people that think you're running around being a serial killer, we can't give anybody correct answers about the game. Straight from the horse's mouth, everybody. What in the fuck? Oh my god, this almost begs a Kroby Cat Team Silent carried Silent Hill vid. Dude, that would be a banger video.
Where's the gift sub button? I don't know where it is.
Oh my god.
Where is it?
Oh,
Just
bro.
tell me where it is so I can do it.
I think it's under the stream, my man. If you're on desktop, at least. But yeah, this reasoning has baffled me for over a decade. So apply this logic to literally anything else. If you are let's say, if you're a Resident Evil enjoyer and you enjoy Resident Evil because in your mind, you know, these characters are strapped to an electroshock therapy machine and all the events of Resident Evil are taking place inside their head in a 2-second time span, but to them it feels like, you know, years. So if that's what you think, then Resident Evil now has an obligation to not tell you what's really going on, because if they do that, you won't be able to enjoy Resident Evil anymore. Do you like the absurdity in this point is just insanity. Who decided that it has to be this way, and who decided that you have to support everything? Thank you, man. Oh, damn. Look at who got it. Waddles, Cassette, Gabby. It's ya baby boy and Big Scoobs 84. You know, Big Scoobs from down the block, you know.
I feel
everybody knows Big Scoobs. Jesus, that's like two fucking hype trains in one stream. You guys are insane. Insert Wang here with the 10 gifted, Waddles with the 5, our boy Future with the 5. Got people are going absolutely insane.
We're having a good time here.
You're pretty good.
We are, you know. It can't be in this, you know, niche corner of Twitch.television. We are just dismantling not only this guy, but Western Silent Hill in general right now. Ari was kind of going in that direction during this time. Yeah, Resident Evil was very Hollywood horror at this time, and I think that see, the difference is, though, Resident Evil understands when they're fucking up. And when people aren't supporting Resident Evil and they don't like it, they go back to the drawing board and they change it up. Silent Hill was just folding its arms and begrudgingly moving along and getting into fights with the fans and refusing to admit that they were wrong. Like, they went about it the exact wrong way. When Resident Evil 0 failed miserably to hit their sales target numbers, what did they do? They went back to the drawing board and they made 4, and it shattered records. I think Resident Evil 4 might still to this day be one of the most popular video games ever made. No exaggeration.
Absolutely.
And then when RE6 flopped and it didn't meet their expectations, they went back to the drawing board. They made a whole new engine for that shit, and they released RE7, which again is like a top 3 bestseller in the series, with the gold edition especially is like an insanely high selling game. Over Fortnite? No. I think Resident Evil 4 is probably in the top 10 most popular video games ever made.
Minecraft?
Minecraft, I think, sales figure wise, I think is either number 1 or number 2, but Fortnite might be number 1 now.
You do know they're gonna make a Fortnite movie, right?
Oh, Jesus. Well, they already made a Minecraft movie and it made a shit ton of money, so that wouldn't surprise me.
Murdering all these people on the street, suddenly that's gone, and they can't enjoy the game that way. And that's frustrating. So, while there is a canon, you know, world that Konami follows, it's important that we support all these different things.
Look at, yes, exactly what you just said, TK. Look at the Sonic movie. Do you guys remember back in 2019 when they released the debut trailer of the Sonic movie and Sonic looked like cheeks? He looked like fucking horrific. Like, this model was like a weird human furry combination thing. It was like an abomination. And everybody said, whoa, this looks like shit. Don't ever release this. Like, this is going to flop. And I remember this comment still makes me laugh to this day. The number 1 comment, and it had like almost 100K updates in the YouTube comment section, so to speak, was, if you think Sonic is fast, watch how fast this ends up in the bargain bin at Walmart. That was the number 1 comment on the Paramount Pictures debut trailer for this shit. They knew it was bad, and the dislike bar was solid red. And what did they do? They could have said, well, this is the director's vision, and we don't, we appreciate the passion. They could have folded their arms and just got into a fight. But no, they said, you know what? You guys are right. This looks like shit. Let's go fix it. They fixed it, and they've now released 3 incredibly successful Sonic movies, which if they had stuck with that original model, I guarantee you it would have never seen a sequel.
I watched Sonic 3. It was pretty good.
Yes, dude. Everybody talks about them as if they're great.
For a Sonic movie?
Yeah.
You can't argue.
Yeah, exactly.
It's pretty good for what it is.
So to your point, TK, it's like there's so much inherent value in just listening to your fan base sometimes. And I know so many people who would have never otherwise gone and saw that movie, went and saw it just because the gesture was so good. Just because they listened to their fans and were willing to put in a bunch of extra crunch time to fix the fucking movie. They were like, you know what? That commands respect. And we're going to pay for the movie because we appreciate that decision that they made to make a better movie for us. That's like one of the most rare instances because that almost never, ever happens in Hollywood, especially.
It's very true.
Yeah.
I mean, it does happen. But in terms of like pipelines and workflows,
yeah,
for the sake of whatever it was that was going on with that particular model and how they, solve that problem, fine. Like they clearly had a model, and then they had someone else just say, "Dude, just fix this."
Yep.
And someone did.
Yep.
And I imagine it took them a while.
Oh, it did. No, I remember hearing horror stories about like the extra money and crunch time. Like they had to get 100-person team in to like, frame by frame replace the original model because of course they had already done all the rigging and the blocking for the different scenes, like where the characters were standing, how they were waving their arms, were all done with the model in mind. So it was an incredible amount of effort.
I'm assuming there was an AAP that they were running, and
Yeah.
it's fine. Like, you can just switch them out.
Yeah.
I don't think it's probably wasn't that simple. Obviously, it's a fucking 2.5 hour movie or an hour and a half long movie, whatever. And you just had to, replace the model. In which case the cuts all had to be relit, restructured, whatever. But like someone did it and they did it fast enough, and it's just like these are the unsung heroes of the entertainment industry, man.
100%, man. And it's like, and that, like I said, if Tom Hewlett and the gang, so to speak, Devin Chatsky, Tom Waltz, and all these people said, you know what, maybe we don't like the cult, but the fans do, and they want the cult back. If they would have just so much as made a blog post and said, you know what, you asked and we listened, we're going to try our best to bring back the cult and expand upon that story, I guarantee you they would have had the most successful game since Team Silent if they were to do that off the gesture alone. But instead they went with this stubborn mentality of, because we don't like the cult, we refuse to make a game about it. Again, like Rossiter said, denying the fact that Silent Hill does not exist, period, end of story, without them. But if they had
I'm going to argue that
listened,
they set themselves up for failure because they inherently didn't know what the fuck they were doing.
Yeah.
But they wanted to act like they did.
Right.
I'm under the impression that that's where they were sitting.
yeah, it was a misplaced sense of knowledge and a misplaced sense of understanding of Silent Hills, where it all originates from. But it's like, had they just listened to fans and at the very least tried to go back in that direction, I guarantee you they would have had a more successful game than this shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
2 + 2 = 4. But don't say that out loud, because then someone else who thought 2 + 2 = 5 can't enjoy math that way anymore.
Exactly. That's what I just said about Resident Evil. I love the way he succinctly puts that. 2 + 2 = 4, but if some person thinks that it equals 5, don't tell them the answer. Don't tell them that it actually equals 4, because then they can't enjoy math anymore.
Someone won't enjoy it because it'll make them sad.
Make them sad. Oh no.
Like we've always said.
Really quick, Malum said, considering that Resident Evil works best when it's small scale, the ROI is big due to the minimal maintenance after release. Yeah, and Resident Evil has maintained a largely single player focus. You know, they don't have to create servers and create the stuff and maintain servers and all that shit. They don't have to do anything. You know, they just put out a highly polished single player experience and profit big time. Like a glove, the original Sonic model was uncanny valley levels of horror. It was terrible. It was horrific. And anybody that signed off on that knows how bad it was, because I guarantee you they all appreciate the decision that was made. Like it literally spawned 3 movies that have made well over $1 billion. I remember Jeff Fowler himself. Yeah, I remember that too, Malum. It was like a few weeks after the backlash was kind of relentless and everybody was just memeing about the model. Jeff Fowler came out and was like, listen, we hear you guys. We're going to delay the release of the movie and we're going to go back and fix it. And it was at that moment, immediately the public perception did a 180 and everybody said, nice, sick. I'm going to support the movie now because you guys did that. It was so easy. It's so easy to just listen. But there's so many execs out there that think they know best.
You know what I want?
What?
I want a Nights into Dreams movie.
Dude, Nights into Dreams is a underrated Sega classic gem, especially the Xbox Live Arcade version. That shit's beautiful.
I want a movie. You're gonna make a Sonic movie? Make a Nights movie.
They need to
Nights
bring Nights back as a game so that people understand what it's about and then make a movie. That would be the play.
Okay. Yeah.
It was
what isn't Yuji Naka just like he's
left,
retired, right?
Yeah, and I think he like you said last time, I think he's already said that he regrets that decision. But yeah, it was so bad with the HD collection where everyone involved would lash out at the fans and would bash the original material they were remastering. Yeah, it's like when you let your emotions get in the way of something like that, instead of just it's all pride. That's all pride is what it is. Tom Hewlett and you know, Shatsky and all these other guys were not willing to admit that they made all these mistakes. So instead they wanted to get mad at the fans for pointing out, you know, these graphical glitches, these effects, these textures not loading right. It's like, man, you got nobody to blame but yourself. It's on you to fix this.
And it's really not, and no, it's not even them, because there's no doubt in my mind that they had nothing to do with the development process.
Yeah.
I'm convinced that they were passing data along between people. My argument is, why would you be so stalwart in your convictions to think that this was what you were supposed to do and how you were supposed to be vindictive about the people responsible for consuming your product? You were angry at the people who haven't even looked at your product yet, and yet they think that you've already fucked things up because of the things that you've already released. But yet, no, you guys don't get it. You guys don't get what's going on.
Yes.
What's wrong with you? Like, you guys are the problem.
And to that point, this is why I get so annoyed when people come out and they puff their chest out and they say, if you don't like it, don't watch it. Or if you don't like it, don't buy it. As soon as you say that, your product, your channel, your entity is as good as dead. As soon as you say that, it's as good as dead. Because you know what's going to happen?
Is flatline, because you're yelling at the people who are responsible for purchasing the thing you want them to purchase.
Yep. You're yelling at your target audience and shaming them for having a preference or a criticism about you. And the number one way to tank any project's success is to be at odds with your target audience and to fight with them. That's not how you succeed in any business model ever. If you're running a fucking amusement park and the customers say the price of this is too high and you say, if you don't like it, don't buy it, guess what's going to happen? Your theme park is going to shut down very quickly because you've now made an enemy out of your target audience. Making an enemy out of your target audience is never a good idea. So, you know, when that lady Frost or whatever, when they did the G4 TV reunion, when she gets on camera and says, if you don't like it, don't watch, peace, the channel will shut down in less than a year after that.
Like, okay, I won't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you're gonna demonize me, if you're gonna demonize me and like label me with people that were saying dumb shit, but I wasn't even saying it. But if you're gonna demonize me and lump me in with them, sure, I'll stop watching. No sweat off my back. Click the unsub button and head elsewhere. Okay.
This isn't a psychological argument here. It's like if you
it's basic fucking common sense, dude. Yeah.
Like, you want me to be exposed to this thing that you're producing, and yet you're mocking the people that you expect to be watching.
Yeah.
But then they're not watching, and then you get mad at them?
Yeah. And
who's in the wrong here?
And, you know, coming back to Silent Hill, you know, Tom Hewlett making these crass comments about I get paid the same, blah, 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 you know, fan griping. Well, dude, it's a legit criticism. It's not griping. That's just, that is a euphemism that he's using to downplay the fact that there's legit criticisms about his awful casting decisions. But because he can't find the balls to stand behind his casting decision, he downplays the criticism about it, you know? And it's like, there you go. You've now made an enemy out of your target audience. You are doomed to fail. Great job.
Bad joke. Get the rim shot ready. Because it is a euphemism. Yeah, because it's a you problem.
Oh my God. Fucking own. Tom Hewlett felted, you know? That's what they say now, right? That's what they say now.
There is an answer.
We got to be on our Kino Casino arc. We got to say everybody's felted. We got to get out the triangle like PPP. It's a silly mindset to run a business and think that the customer is at your beck and call. Absolutely. You know?
Seriously. Exactly that. Exactly that.
And like I said, with, you know, Tom Hewlett and the rest of their behavior about this, like they have this uppity, they have these airs about them that they think that they know best for what we want. And look at how well that works out. Anytime a developer has claimed to know what the audience wants better than they do, I can't cite a single example of that being true.
We can argue that it's not the developer, it's the publisher. The
Yeah.
publisher thinks that they know what we want. And then they argue that we don't know what we want, and then they get mad.
Hey,
We're
look,
not satisfied with the thing they developed.
dude, look no
Or help
further.
publish.
You basically quoted it verbatim without realizing it. Remember J. Allen Brack at like BlizzCon 2013? He was the CEO at the time, and someone in the crowd asked him, hey, would you guys ever consider doing like World of Warcraft Classic? And he sticks his nose up in the air. He's like, you know, you remember...
You guys own phones?
No. This was a different thing.
Oh,
This was a few years before that. But he looks at the audience member. He goes, you know, you think you want that, but you don't. That's what he told the audience member. You think you want that, but you don't. And look what happened when they actually finally did release WoW Classic. It was almost as big as retail. And it has made them oceans of money. So for them to think that they know best is just simply not correct. They need to listen to the audience more. And I guarantee you this shit wouldn't flop as often as it does. If you listen to your audience and make changes based on their feedback, even if the product doesn't end up setting the world on fire, you're at least increasing your likelihood by 3 or 4x to succeed based on the good faith alone.
Hubristic about it. Like, I understand that a pipeline and a structure and a business is a different thing from a consumer's perspective.
Yeah.
That's fine. But just don't whip your dick out and flip it around like a helicopter in front of me thinking that it's the biggest thing since sliced bread. I don't need you to do that.
Yeah.
I don't need you to sell me your dick.
Yeah.
I just want you to sell me the thing that I wanted to buy because you claim that the things that happen in the game, in the advertisement, are the things I wanted.
Yeah.
So that's what I want. I want that thing that you said that I want.
Coitus, you're 100%
in
right.
marketing.
Yep.
You know?
So a big thing that was happening at that time, this is another part of the World of Warcraft story, is there was a fan-run server that was running classic settings. Okay, which you were not allowed to do at the time. Like it broke the Blizzard terms of service to like adjust the parameters of the game in such a way. Yes, they cease and desisted the server, proceeded to tell fans that nobody wants this. And so there was this big divide where everybody was pissed off about it. And then once they turned around and said, okay, we're releasing WoW Classic, it set the world on fire. Because in fact, they were 100% fucking wrong and people did in fact want it. So, you know, why? It's like if the fans don't want it, if you put it out and the fans don't end up wanting it and you ended up being right, sure, celebrate the fact that you were right. But it's like, why? Again, why make an enemy out of your target audience? It's such a brainless strategy. It's never going to end well. And yes, you will have the corporate simps that you know will follow the corporate CEOs and shit and do whatever they say to do. Yeah, there's going to be a small subset of people.
Shareholders, yeah, you will have them.
You'll have them.
You're appealing to them, I guess.
Yeah, you'll have them. And they'll support you, but without the fans, you're fucked.
Sir, but don't you dare try to figure it out because then it might make someone sad.
That was an illegal. Yeah, the fan run server bit. Yeah.
The original three games gave you a 2 and a 2, and then asked you to add them together to learn what was going on. But what Tom did with Downpour is say 2 plus X equals Y, pick a multiple choice answer for Y, and then solve for X. Because the facts of the story change based on the ending you get, and each one puts forth a different idea about what's going on in the series.
That's not how any algebra test I've taken ever worked.
You ever heard about PEMDAS?
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone was and is too eager to think they're the next Steve Jobs. Yes, exactly. They want to be the person who went against the target audience and were proven right. That's like the ultimate. Oh, that's like, get that shit in my veins, man. I went against the world. It was me versus the world. David versus Goliath, and I won. Yeah. And I
back
won.
Then the developers had a lot more power than they do now, where
Right.
the publisher really has all of the power.
The final say, right?
And it's unfortunate.
Yep.
And that's why you will never get something like Half-Life 2 ever again.
Nope. Because if anything is considered even the slightest risk, they just won't go in that direction. Nobody wants to take risks. They just want to remake until the fucking cows come home.
Old games would present you with a scenario and then ask you to fill in the blanks using the clues provided. Downpour fills in all the blanks for you with 6 different answers and then asks you to choose one. But that's a trap because the second you pick one of those 6, the other 5 show up to negate your answer. It's not vague and open to interpretation like it should be. It's purposefully convoluted and contradictory.
I don't understand. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say this too. I'm sorry, Defuge, and I'm sorry, Stamp, and I'm sorry, Chat. Silent Hill F's gonna be this.
Unfortunately, I agree with you. Not me agreeing with you being the unfortunate part. Silent Hill F being a disappointment, almost being an inevitability, is the unfortunate part.
It's just, it's gonna be I did it bad and forgot about it, or it's gonna be my family did it bad and forgot about it.
Yep.
It's just gonna be that.
Yeah, I think family will probably be what it is. Like her ancestors probably did something bad, and she's being chosen as a punishment for it because they offered her up or some shit. Is what it's gonna probably end up being.
Yep. Sorry.
Nope.
Sorry, everybody. If everyone was excited about Silent Hill F, I think someone earlier, like a couple of streams ago, asked me like, "What do you feel about Silent Hill F?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it'll look good, but it'll also be another Jamie Boy Silent Hill."
Unfortunately, like the writing is already on the wall. They'd have to really pull a story out of left field for it to not be something along those lines.
Understand what you're saying. This is confusing.
It's not my fault.
And that's actually my biggest contribution to Homecoming is I went in and made it confusing again because they had a very set answer that they wanted to provide, and that's just not okay in Silent Hill.
I want to defend Tom Hewlett here because when you listen to this without full context, it sounds like he went in and made a set answer confusing, going in an incorrect direction, but he actually saved Homecoming, and I'm going to give him full credit because their original idea of an ending was and this is a direct quote from the development team, a Super Saiyan battle over Toluca Lake between Josh and Alessa, where Josh would represent water and Alessa would represent fire. And you would take control of Josh dashing around and attacking Alessa with water-based attacks. That was their original idea for an ending to Homecoming. So in this way, Tom actually saved that game, and he deserves full credit for that. Because holy fuck, what were they smoking? Yeah, so they're presenting this clip in their context, but knowing the full context of what that original ending was supposed to be, this dude needs a fucking award for making that game at least remotely similar to other Silent Hills.
I give him that. I will definitely give him that.
100%.
No, what's okay in Silent Hill is to be as confusing as possible for no reason, right? Because that's what Silent Hill does.
At this point, that would be so bad it's good. Yeah, for real. Oh, yeah, and they were going to turn Homecoming into a series. Like, they were going to have Silent Hill Homecoming 2, and there was going to be, they even had it planned that they were going to have Heather come back and join Alex in his different misadventures. Like, they had, yes, this was all in the design documents. Tom Hewlett leaked all of this on a podcast. So yeah, Super Saiyan Battle, bringing Heather back, making Alex Shepard a new like main character who gets multiple games like Nathan fucking Drake. They had all these grandiose plans. So in this instance, you know what, Tom? Fucking good on you because you saved us from that bullshit. So I will give you full credit for this. Hey, what's up, Senna?
2 points.
Long ago, all 4 nations lived in harmony till the Alessa nation attacked. Yeah, and went Super Saiyan. Don't forget.
He's misinterpreting
So, great line.
The Last Airbender vibes, yeah. At this point, it would be so bad, it's good. Yeah, 100%.
original's desire to create a constant feeling of doubt up until the end, as a desire to create confusion just for confusion's sake.
The things Dahlia says in the first game might seem confusing at first.
Strength must overcome petty desire, childish sleep talk.
But once you understand the plot of the game, she makes perfect sense.
Was it not as I said?
It's the same story with Claudia, only she's more direct.
We talk about this in the video we're working on, and I'm sorry. I know I'm pulling the veil over and everything, but it's like there's intention behind all of this. The deception is intentional because it's a fucking cult. The point is to get their god born.
Yep.
That's the point.
By whatever means necessary. Hey, Coetus, no problem. Holy shit. Thank you for sticking with us the entire 6 hours and 33 minutes. Thank you for being here, man. Seriously, it's been a blast to talk to you and get to know you a little bit over tonight. You know, fellow Silent Hill enjoyer. Love to see it.
And he knows this. He knows it. Thank you, Coitus.
Tom took Silent Hill out of a burning building and put it in a sinking boat, actually, though.
Well, I mean, it is the whole motif is water, right? So
Yep. I can recite this video by heart. It's like the lyrics of my favorite song. It aged poorly in many ways, but my God, I watched it so many times. Oh, same. This video and the HD collection 2-parter got me through college. 100%. God, I love these videos so much because my first semester of college was fall 2012. So I was right there when these videos came out. So I loved that shit.
There is another reason. To fill your heart with hatred. It must be this way. One day you'll understand why.
Vincent throws a few curveballs at you to trip you up and make you question yourself.
Monsters. They looked like monsters to you?
But he freely admits that it's only
People are dying. Don't you get it? They're dying in the streets over your Silent Hill nonsense.
to screw with you.
Not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. It is the end of the world.
In all cases, once you fully comprehend the world of Silent Hill, everything fits. Tom Van Huwalski's characters, on the other hand, are just as cryptic, but without the part where you eventually get what they're saying.
So often the answers are before us, Murphy. If only we allow ourselves to see them.
They are written to be cryptic just because it's a Silent Hill thing to do.
100%.
Like having multiple endings. That's a Silent Hill thing to do, right? How about instead of just one twist ending, we do 5 twist endings? That's so Silent Hill, it has to work.
It's my argument with the Cowboy Bebop remake for the Netflix Bebop.
Yep.
Like, why is it this one thing that you seem to be fascinated and fixated on, and this is the one thing that you seem to be desperate in replicating? This is not what it represents. This is just a thing that you picked up on, and you made it a gimmick, and then decided to go, like, triple down on it.
Yes, just like Devin making a blanket statement that in Silent Hill games as a whole, the monsters are directly tied to the protagonist's background, a wildly inaccurate statement. But they've latched onto that as if it's a core tenet of it, and then they just put it in everything.
Exactly. The same capacity is with the Dutch angles. Dutch angles don't make Cowboy Bebop the same way as I Did It Bad and Forgot About It doesn't make Silent Hill.
Yeah.
Stop making these things what they're not.
Yeah. Well, guess what? We got a movie on the way and possibly a game that is yet another one. So let's look forward to that. Let's get the hype train going full speed. I'm sorry.
Has to work.
Vegas is a really difficult thing to accomplish.
Smash that like button and let's get those subs in.
Oh my God. No, you got to go full dark side, Phil. Let's get some support, meaningful content. Guys, can we just hit the goddamn goal, please? I mean, we're right there. I gotta do Stamp tries it. We gotta get our Little Caesars crazy bread tomorrow night. I'll tell my wife she doesn't have to cook. I'm sorry. So here's Tom Hewlett again. Vagueness is a really difficult thing to accomplish in narrative, though. To have a good story, you can't just not know what happens. The writer has to know everything about their characters, from the color of Murphy's hair to what his email address might be.
Like, you are the most surface level. Nobody,
Nobody,
care.
not
Nobody
even
cares.
you. Yes, nobody, not even you, should care about those things. If you care about what Murphy's email address might be, you are severely misguided in your writing.
What is your motivation? What are the themes? What is the motif reflecting the narrative you're attempting to tell? And what does that character's responsibility to being attached to that motif represent to your story? These are the 4 things, the core narrative elements to you telling a fucking story.
This man is out of breath.
We gotta get done. Because I gotta go to things.
Yeah. We're gonna speed run. We're gonna speed run.
What happens?
Been married 3 years. Maybe in 5 more, I'll reveal my email address to my wife. Dude, mine is so embarrassing. Whenever I call my bank and they have to ask me for it for verification, it's one I made on Hotmail when I was 11. Let me just say, and it has the word "cool" in it. The rest, you ain't getting.
What happens? The writer has to know everything about their characters, from the color of Murphy's hair
my credit
to
card
what his email
information
address might be. But that doesn't mean you reveal all.
to my LinkedIn email address.
Oh God, yeah. But that doesn't mean you reveal all that. It's just in the author's mind. When you apply that over the whole story, it's even harder. You put in the time thinking about this stuff. So obviously you want to share it, but then how much info will spoil the vague aspect of the game? Such a weird statement. First half of that sentence is truth, and then you showcase how batshit bonkers you are with that email address point. Yeah. I think, honestly, Tom Hewlett is the type of guy that just says stuff because he thinks it's insightful, and he doesn't realize how silly it all is on the surface.
Doesn't realize how, like, obnoxious and stupid it sounds. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if he listens to himself as he talks.
Yeah. You put in the time thinking about this stuff, so you want to share it. Why would you waste time thinking about what a character's email address might be, though? I mean, I know that's just an absurd example that he gave to illustrate the point, but it's like, what a waste of effort. What a waste of time. Aren't there like 99,000 more important core elements in a story you could be focused on than shit like that?
All of it.
Does he think that Jamie Boy
mystery.
Sunderland
Finding
has
that
an
idea
email
of
address and he knows the email address name?
Probably. You have to give enough info for fans to latch onto and discuss, but leave enough out there that there's some mystery. Finding that ideal balance is one of the hardest parts of an SH story.
Balance is one of the hardest.
Is it right away?
But leave enough.
So there is an answer, but it's vague and confusing, so we can't guess it right away? Well, then stop telling me I'm not allowed to say what the answer is.
Whenever you do that, you state your opinion like it's undeniable fact. Stop doing that, because then you usually say something that makes sense and makes me think my opinion is wrong. And
I don't want to think your
That's
opinion.
it.
I
Stop
want
it.
to think
Stop it.
my opinion.
I want my opinion to be not your opinion.
I mean,
I don't want
very
to
true.
think your opinion. I want to think my opinion.
But your opinion's wrong and I can prove it.
Don't do that, because then I'll be mad about it.
Well, get ready to get angry, because I'm about to show you that Tom Van Huwalski doesn't believe in multiple dimension theory, and his game doesn't believe it either. Look at this line on a statistics screen that shows the time ticking away in the real world while I'm standing on the edge of a precipice, surrounded by monstrous creatures. Well, if I'm in the...
To be fair, the original games do have 2 distinctions, Fog World and Other World, generally. So Fog World has to be real world. So how does that make any sense?
real world, then where's all the people?
The Silent Hill Wiki people are in denial about that one, just like most multi-dimensional supporters are in denial of this quote
Christoph
from
Gans
Tom Hewlett's
obfuscated
blog.
everything with
The
his
games
fucking...
don't span multiple dimension.
But if it's not multiple dimensions, what is it?
Tom.
Generally, I really don't think of the powers in Silent Hill as a force that has intention or design. I tend to lean toward the idea that it's a gathering of energies in a specific place that happens to give shape.
Argue that. I would wholeheartedly that doesn't conflict with the way that I think about Silent Hill.
You know, when he says things like this, I almost think maybe he does understand more about Silent Hill than he lets on, but like corporate interference got in the way.
Yeah.
You know? Because he does.
But then he'll fuck up and say something stupid after this.
Yeah, like, because when he says stuff like this, I'm like, hey, that's actually kind of on point. So what's the deal with that? Like, does he just have a bunch of cognitive dissonance about this, or is it corporate interference? I don't guess we'll ever know, really.
Give shape to.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
Shit.
We keep.
That's perfectly in
You're
line
doing
with
it at
what
the same
we
time.
say. There's a bit of a gray area on whether or not it's conscious, but we'll give him that. But then he contradicts himself.
Technically, Silent Hill, the weird, scary place, is in everybody's head. But that's just my view.
This. No. Go back. I want to be on screen. This is stupid. And this
Yeah.
is the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard in my fucking life.
The weird, scary place. What are you talking about? And then at the top, they have an annotation. In case you didn't realize it, this is the second time in 30 seconds we've shown a quote from the Living, Breathing series Bible speaking against multiple dimension theory.
Multiple dimension theory. So Silent Hill is your brain. Your brain did that. Your
It's
brain
inside
did
your
all
head.
of that.
Wow.
It's all up in the air. Your fucking Cranberry song.
I was about to say that too. Zombie. What the fuck, dude? I was just about to say that.
Silent Hill, the weird, scary place.
I took that away from you.
No, I didn't even
The
say
way
it
we
yet.
perceive it is that it's a living,
mean to
breathing
do
town.
that.
And
All
what
right, so here's Shitsky again. The way we perceive it is that it's a living, breathing town, and what Murphy sees or what James sees isn't what everybody else is seeing. It's sort of the parallel reality thing, right? Dude, bro.
Murphy sees or what James sees. So guess what game they're referencing?
Oh yeah, there's no other characters.
The
We're
only
not.
one that matters to them.
Yeah, we're not talking about what Harry Mason sees, not what Henry sees, not what Heather sees. It's only James and Murphy. They're the only two characters that have ever existed.
Yeah.
what Murphy sees or what James sees isn't what everyone right now. And that Murphy
There
is
could be a
wandering through it
normal
and not
living
seeing anybody.
town of Silent Hill going on right now, and the fact that Murphy is wandering through it and not seeing anybody is because that's what Murphy is experiencing. That's what the town is bringing out of him.
Is because that's what Murphy's experiencing from everything.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Okay, I'll do this one. Can I just do this one? And then you can do
Yeah, yeah. Here's the last one.
No, wait, no, you gotta finish the last one.
Oh, I did. No, I read the last one. That's what the
Oh,
town is
okay.
bringing out of him.
We want to leave it up to players' own interpretations to a certain extent, but from everything we've read and from the development team that still exists in Japan that we've talked to, the original intent for Silent Hill was that it's a normal, living, breathing town.
We need to know who he talked to. I would love to know. Was he just
I wanna
bullshitting?
know. I want to know.
I bet he was
I want to
bullshitting.
know.
Who did he talk to from the original
shit.
development team?
Leave it up to the player's own
Name 'em.
interpretations to a certain extent.
Yeah.
But from everything
Name
we've
and
read
shame.
from the development team that still exists in Japan that we've talked to, the original intent for Silent Hill was that it.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna do it. Wait, give me a second. I want to do this right. There's so much shit I gotta do today, but we're gonna do this right now.
I don't know about you, but okay, so there's a lot of things going on in the world of Silent Hill, and we need your support. And without your support, we can't develop the game that we want to, because based on people's suggestions and past support, we don't know what to do. We're confused. So we're asking for your support right now. Super chats, super stickers.
Oh, jeez. I was like, what? Yeah.
That was a
no,
long
dude.
walk. I'm sorry.
And no, he needs to set up a Patreon. He needs to set up a GoFundMe. He needs to set up a Twitter, as DSP says, a Twitter to support this initiative. We have got to rebuild these streets, and we're going to do it with sweaty JPEGs. That's what we're going to do it with. Best fucking believe. Hey, welcome back, Gabby. We're going to do it with sweaty JPEGs and WWE champions.
Silent Hill was that it's a living, breathing, normal town.
I'm done.
What James
I'm
is
good.
experiencing in the time he's there, for example, is just within his
I'm not
own
even gonna
mind
do
and his
it.
own inner
Just
demons coming
whatever.
out. It's the whole parallel reality scenario where there could be people going back and forth and walking down the street while he's there, and he's not noticing them or seeing them because he's in his own personal Silent Hill.
So the power of the town is that it can make you
Silent Hill is not a substitute for purgatory. Stop it.
Yeah. Silent Hill's apparently just LSD. It just makes you hallucinate shit. Yeah.
That it can make you hallucinate?
Microdose,
That
next thing
sucks
you
a
know,
lot
you're
of
in a
the
fog
mystique
world.
out
Whatever,
of it.
fine, whatever.
Why is Silent Hill required to do that? You could do that anywhere.
And that would mean that, like Tom said, you're a serial killer running around killing people and then just hallucinating the nightmare, which means that Silent Hill
nice,
is
Kevin.
the serial killer capital of the universe. How many killers is that so far? That would have to be at least 12 that we know of, not counting people outside of the games.
And then there's the fact that people are hallucinating each other's monsters, although we wouldn't expect them to pick up on that since they think it's exclusively the protagonist's nightmare.
Yep.
And that also contradicts the game's purgatory setup where people get stuck in their Groundhog's Day cycles.
Not to mention the rampant teleportation happening constantly throughout the later games.
And if it's just a hallucination and the people are really there, but you just don't think they are, then why does Sybil end up in Silent Hill? Because someone would have picked up when she radioed in, and then she never would have needed to go there.
Tom Waltz thinks the town is just haunted.
Oh, yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
They say blah, 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 haunted town, but I will read this. I think a big part of Silent Hill 2 is the human element and the human drama that's going on there. Even if they weren't in a haunted town, even if those things just happened, it's traumatic and horrible. I think that's the strength.
A haunted town, blah, blah, blah.
The town is
There we go.
haunted, you idiot.
The nightmare isn't a hallucination, nor is it a twisted
Not you,
spiritual power.
not you, Stan.
No,
Silent
I
Hill
know.
is just haunted. That explains how completely unscary Downpour is.
Yeah, blah, 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 haunted town, blah, blah, blah.
Outside of the monsters and chase sequences, Silent Hill Downpour is nothing but a series of hauntings. Every side quest is a literal ghost story where you put the souls of the past to rest.
Every fucking
Ghosts
one.
talking to you in mirrors. Tire swings that became hanging bodies. Shadowy reenactments of murders. Reenactments of murders.
Characters like me turn up out of nowhere.
Apparitions of monster encounters that disappear mysteriously. Literal ghosts that live in paintings and
Yeah, that one was neat. It's just too bad, like, the entire concept of a ghost story like that is has no place in a Silent Hill game, but it was kind of neat.
dolls. The pre-E3 trailer showed everyone exactly what they were getting into, and nobody said anything.
Real music, by the way. Actual X-Files theme song playing here.
I remember this. I
Yep.
remember.
And then the nightmare world shows up through the power of Disney magic.
Beauty and the Beast references. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy.
You know what's hilarious? I love how they put Beauty and the Beast, Konami 1991 down here.
And you enter the universe
See ya.
studio Silent Hill
Yeah.
Steakhouse and get chased around by a red light.
Murphy, run!
It's as if they took the Borley Haunted Mansion and Hospital Nightmare transition from Silent Hill 3 and
Yeah.
turned them into this entire game.
And just.
They
Yep.
used copious amounts of this red and green lighting Silent Hill 2 used so effectively to make their game look as fun-housey as possible.
Didn't get it. And I hate to sound like one of those smug hipsters who saw like a Lars von Trier movie for the first time. I'm sorry if it sounds that way, but they really didn't. They just didn't
No.
get it. They
No.
just did not fucking know what they were doing. They had no
Absolutely
fucking
not.
clue what they were doing. Yeah.
Look, I mean, the way that this enemy is positioned here, it's like a character. You guys know about characters? You go on like a haunted trail and it's the people dressed up, but they can never really get too close because then you got to like have your people sign a waiver because they might get hurt. It's the same shit. Look, they have this monster, you know, spawned in behind this just to scare you. It literally is a fun house. What the hell? It's a haunted trail.
I mean, Horror Nights is scarier.
Yeah.
Do you guys still have that at like Universal Studios?
Oh, I wouldn't know. I haven't been to a theme park in like 10 years.
They make a big stink about it over here.
Yeah.
You know, Halloween comes around. Disney
I-
Halloween. And then, like,
I think
it's
I also think the primary Universal Studios is in like LA, so I really wouldn't know.
Isn't that one in Florida though?
Yeah, that's
That's not you. I know.
Yeah. God, the lagging in that too. It's so fucking
Then you get on
hitchy.
the Haunted Mine Train and check out the strobe-lighted scene they stole from Condemned Criminal Origins.
Get it? Cause he's in a prison? I don't actually. This game, we need to play Condemned. I fucking love Condemned. I actually have it on Xbox too. Yeah, Condemned Criminal Origins is the best Xbox 360 launch game. Fuck the haters. It is.
I watched it. Your Halo chugging buddies wouldn't watch, but I
They
definitely.
must really love Condemned Criminal Origins.
The way the series' trademark fog has been treated in Downpour is less than satisfactory. Silent Hill's fog was always very thick.
Do you hear that? Listen in the background right here, you guys. You can hear Eurythmics' Here Comes the Rain. Listen.
In Downpour is less than satisfactory.
Yeah.
Silent Hill's fog was always very thick and severely limited your
can't
view
hear it,
of the
but
world
I'm
around you.
sure
This made
it's
running
there.
around the town
There's no doubt in my mind it's
suspenseful
there.
and played on your fear of the unknown because you couldn't see what might be out there in the frothy broom. Your fear would intensify when your radio started to emit static and warning of a monster lurking just beyond your field of vision.
Oh, for sure, Malum. Yeah, the animations and stuff still hold up in Condemned.
Downpour's fog is more of a light mist that doesn't obscure anything within hundreds of feet. They seem to be using it to create what they consider atmosphere rather than just plain old fear. You can see vast distances that cut down on the feeling of claustrophobia the original fog was able to induce.
This game is the most pathetic attempt at horror we've seen in a long time. Did they not watch the making of Silent Hill 2 like the Shazam guys did? The originals were scary because they had a way of
shaking people's heart
The goat.
deeply.
They had a unique way of screwing with your mind by showing you things that were shocking and disturbing, and you didn't know why. This thing, I
know that they're making a bit. I know that they're making a joke, but seriously, Sato Takahashi there's a reason why the man has been a pillar in the industry for as long as he has, because he knows what he's fucking doing, man. Like,
Yes,
it's not
same.
that fucking
Same, son.
hard to kind of like put two and two together.
Is that a stock shotgun racking sound? Oh, this game is full of public domain sound library shit. They use the actual Howie scream. You know, the one that's like a roar kind of. They use that shit in here. Yeah. It's insane.
I don't know what this thing is, but I don't want it any.
Well, that's you need that though to get away from it.
Near me right now. And then they'd mess with your emotions by taking something like that and making it pathetic, so you're disturbed and shocked and you feel bad about it. And it was room after room after room of this stuff. Yep. There was always something new and unidentifiably.
No, unfortunately, there's no Wilhelm scream, but there is a Howie scream, bringing sex and death to Nintendo now.
Messed up or creepy.
Hey, they literally did that with Shattered Memories. The tiger in space, motherfucker.
Every 30 seconds.
That's the stuff that really makes
You're the only one who gets that. I don't know why
Yeah.
no one gets that. Why does it's the little death joke.
Yeah.
Like no one gets it. They're like, why the fuck did he say that? Yeah, because it's a reference to a Kinsey reference to like how sex is death.
Yeah.
And he says that in the opening, but it's like no one gets that either.
Yeah, and I just love that they cheesily photoshopped a tiger with an astronaut helmet at that part. It's like, oh my god.
Makes the psychological aspect of the horror in a Silent Hill game. Walking into a room, seeing something screwed up, and then sitting there for 10 minutes trying to figure out what it means and why it's so disturbing. They did the exact same thing with audio. You'd hear sound effects that had the same effect.
Yep. And there's a lot more of it in the game that they claim is the game's roots.
Yeah.
And they don't reference it properly.
Yep.
In Downpour, all you'll see is a bunch of empty rooms or haunted blood spatters. And you'll hear nothing except that dumb sound that keeps playing.
Daniel Lee, he did what he was supposed to do.
Yep, and he got paid for it, unfortunately.
There is only a 10-second section of the game that Downpour succeeds in emulating Silent Hill through the use of sound effects. During the Dead Man's Hand side quest where you run through an empty sewer until you pick up a beating heart in a jar.
Yeah, the Downpour harmonica, they call it.
The rest of the game is devoid of unique sounds and situations that are disturbing or uncomfortable in a Silent Hill way.
Silent Hill managed to be so disturbing and uncomfortable by incorporating the themes of
sex and death
without actually showing
sex and death.
This is a concept the previous 3 games failed to grasp, and a concept Downpour ignores altogether. Downpour's theme is death, 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 ghost haunted death. These sex dolls are the only reference to sex in the game.
And yet another, now they think that sexual frustration is a core tenet to Silent Hill. Again, extrapolating one small element of 2 and just saying, oh yeah, every Silent Hill game needs to have a sex aspect because of sexual frustration now, so just put it in.
Designed to sexually frustrate. I know.
To sexually frustrate. And who can forget the do some laundry whisper? Yeah, the breathing in Nightmare World Hospital S3 always creeped me out. It's like Maria's watching you and we're in her head. Yeah, just that little clip of the compilation of those sounds is by far and away more interesting than anything in this game. And I'm not even saying that to meme. It just genuinely is.
It genuinely is.
And any outside observer who sees that is immediately going to be like, ooh, I want to try those games now. There's not been anything that they've shown, even though, of course, they're not trying to show it in a favorable light. But watch anybody play Downpour. There's nothing like that in there. There's just not.
And they're the kind of thing that the Silent Hill Wikia labels as a representation of the...
What point did Murphy demonstrate that he was sexually frustrated?
I guess just because he was in jail. You know what they say, like in jail, they'll fuck anything or whatever, you know? Maybe that's what they were trying to get at.
That's stupid and you know it.
I know it is. I'm just saying the only reasoning. That's the only reasoning you could possibly ascribe to it. If having no game is a core building block of Silent Hill, brother, get me the fucking contract and make me the new face of the franchise. Fuck off, James.
Thank
I'm
you.
walking here.
I would totally give it to Gabby.
Oh, 100%. Dude, I'd trust you a million times over the people they gave this shit to.
Which is the Silent Hill Wiki's way of explaining anything in any of the games that looked remotely sexual.
Designed to sexually frustrate.
But the real reason this theme should be included in a Silent Hill game is to add the disturbing element to the death theme, so you can
shake humans' hearts.
Deeply.
You know, deeply.
Otherwise, you get something like Downpour.
This idea of shocking players in a subtle and disturbing way goes straight through the head of Tom Vinhuwalski and comes out the other side as blatantly disgusting. There is a scene in Silent Hill Downpour that is so reprehensible and wrong that we refuse to show it. This scene features their Pyramid Head archetype snapping the neck of a 6-year-old child and discarding his body on the floor while Murphy looks on in panicked horror. It's not subtle, it's not scary, it's sick and evil. They're trying to
I'll make a section of the game that will probably kill someone. At least one person will perish.
use this scene in a misguided attempt to shock the player in exactly the opposite way a Silent Hill game would do it.
As long as you do it artistically, which again, Silent Hill from 1 to 4 do intentionally to shake the human heart.
When Pyramid Head stabs Maria twice, you don't see the spear or the sword physically impale her and blood doesn't splatter all over James's face because you don't need to see that. You hear it and that's enough. When she gets stabbed by the spear, it aims down and you don't see that happen either. You just assume that it happens.
Or you don't see Cynthia die. Yeah.
Yeah, you always see the
covered in
aftermath
blood
of
because
it.
You need to see the scars on her back in order for you to understand what Walter is doing, but you never see it happen.
Yeah. The same deal with all the deaths in 4 outside of the dude getting electrocuted, but that's way different. You know, it's not like they go so gruesome with it that Richard's head explodes and he convulses. Like, that's not how it works. He just dies. You know? It's not that graphic or blatant, even when it's something that is graphic.
It's about subtlety and it's about nuance. It's about understanding that the human condition is built around these comprehensive understandings of certain things. Witnessing a death in a gratuitous manner is schlock. That's just what we come to understand. When you watch a trauma movie, you know you're not watching something that's worth anything. You know it's not worth a value. You know it's schlock and it's garbage, and that's what keeps you watching because it's fun. You get some popcorn, you get a few drinks, and you all watch it because it's gratuitous and it's stupid. That's the point. When you're watching a Silent Hill experience, or when you're watching Silent Hill and what it does, it is not supposed to be about gratuitousness. That's not the point.
Yeah, SH2 and 4 make reference to killing of children in subtle but even more disturbing fashion. Yeah, like the note that says they're letting the kids starve in the cylindrical prison. You don't see a child corpse laying on the fucking ground of the prison because it's not necessary. You can put 2 and 2 together with the notes and what they're talking about.
To see it, you don't
Yeah.
need to witness it. You acknowledging that it's happened, and you see the dilapidation of the structure you're in. You can just make your own conclusions.
Yeah, Billy and Miriam Locane is referenced, like the brother and sister playing in the road when they were chopped into pieces.
Does it by itself?
Yeah.
It does it by itself. It doesn't need to do anything else.
Yep.
Original would provide a
Sorry.
story or
I'm getting
suggestion
passionate
about
again.
this kind of thing, and then let your mind do the rest of the work. Downpour is outright murdering little children on screen for your entertainment.
Yep.
We know technically it's not happening on screen, but it's just above the screen and being silhouetted against the wall, so it might as well be.
Tom Hewlett, Devin Shatsky, Tom
unnecessary.
Waltz,
It's
you have gone
gratuitous.
too far. It's disgusting and wrong, and you should be ashamed of yourselves.
New Silent Hill.
It's not disgusting. It's gratuitous and schlocky.
For the sake of
it's
it,
horror.
right.
I've seen worse horror. I've seen a Serbian film. I've seen Salo. I don't need to know what this looks like. I've seen other filmmakers who are accredited and appreciated to their names do the same thing and be poor at it too. So it really doesn't make one difference or the other. It's just like, why are you doing it?
Yeah.
And why are you doing it in a Silent Hill game?
Yeah. Billy and Miriam Locane. The difference is in disturbing, because unsettling and disturbing is just because haha blood and guts. Looking at you saw is so thin of a line. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Games are not unfamiliar with the concept of blatancy.
Yeah. Like you would never have seen this in a Team Silent game ever.
The way Silent Hill used to handle its symbolism was blatantly subtle.
Oh, hey,
it
it's
would
John
scream
Locke.
out concepts and meanings that you might never understand until you beat the game. And then you might not fully understand what they were trying to tell you until your third or fourth playthrough, if you even realize they were trying to tell you something. Not with Downpour. You can't get much more blatant than this
They
game's
just
imagery.
yell at you with it.
Bars and cages and bars and clocks, prisoners and bars and cages and clocks, and bars and clocks and prisoners and cells and cages and bars and clocks and prisoners? What does it all mean?
Hey, Stamp, what does it all mean?
I spent many nights trying to rack my brain trying to figure that one out, but I think I have it. It's because Murphy was imprisoned. It's because everyone was obsessed with the Showtime original television show Dexter.
They're gonna say.
I spent a
say
lot of
Fox's
sleepless
prison
nights
break.
racking my brain trying to come up with
Oh, I was just quoting the video.
the answer to that question, but I think I finally got it. You want to know what it is?
You never guess
making
it.
a joke. I thought you were making
Because
a
Murphy was in
genuine
prison.
joke.
No.
This guy.
The
Yeah.
development team's skill with symbolism begins to shine brightest when it comes to the game's soundtrack. Specifically, the licensed tracks.
Oh
that
my
play on the radio
God,
scattered
Born
throughout the
Free.
town.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, this next one goes out to Murphy Pendleton, a lost soul on a stroll. You keep on keeping on, bro, and your pal DJ Ricks will do the same. Playing the music y'all want to hear.
You may wonder what the significance of playing Andy Williams' Born Free is.
May you wonder what the significance is in playing Andy Williams' Born Free.
Born free.
Yeah,
It's because Murphy was in prison.
Nah, I disagree.
yeah, don't even try. You'll never get it.
Actually, they play Born Free because
Murphy
that's
was in
absolutely
prison.
right. It's because everybody involved with the game was obsessed with the Showtime original television show Dexter. So much so that they chose that series' music composer Daniel Licht to write the original music for Downpour, which is fine. The music he did, whatever. A lot of people were very upset when they found out that Akira Yamaoka wouldn't be doing the music for Downpour, but as we know from the previous 3 games, Akira Yamaoka does not a Silent Hill game make.
But
they think it does now.
But
Yep.
whoever it was that chose all these licensed tracks thought they were being really clever by choosing songs with titles and lyrics that sound uncannily like they're singing about Silent Hill. It's really gauche.
It's really gauche.
It is.
We have some examples of the songs they selected as not so
Fouge.
subtle representations of Downpour's story. Fouge, if you please.
The song's called I'm Afraid of Storms.
The song is titled I'm Afraid of Storms. Sometimes I get scared, want to leave the lights on, when I hear thunder and the wind's blowing strong, and the rain beats down, it's beating
Down my door. Won't you help me, Lord? Because I'm afraid of storms.
Come on, it's lyrics to a song. It's supposed to rhyme.
By the way, this song it literally sounds like some Rascal Flatts American country slop bullshit, by the way. It's so bad. It's like twangy steel guitar and everything. It's so shit.
What's so funny?
Keep going.
The next one is called Here Be Monsters. Fell in the well. Church rang a bell. Priests, they just tried to help.
But he went straight to hell.
Lost in the flames. Such a shame. Here be monsters again. Here be monsters again.
Come on, no, because when you read it out outside of the context of the song, it sounds corny. But
Yeah.
it's supposed to sound like that. That's mean. The song is not responsible. They didn't think, I really hope that this song is in the Silent Hill soundtrack.
Yeah, they didn't know that it was going to be used this way, but unfortunately it was.
And here be some unscary monsters again. While there was at least some imagination in Hostel coming with their awful monster design, Downpour's monsters are not even monsters half the time. They're just people with goofy smiles. They look like prisoners.
What does it all mean?
What does it mean?
Oh.
We don't really have to make a comparison between these monsters and the originals, do we?
There's no need to.
That's not a conversation we need to have, is it? Because I don't think they deserve to be mentioned in the same sentence.
Even today, most fans'
Here we go.
favorite game is Silent Hill 2.
In my opinion, that's one that's, it's set the bar up here as far as survival horror goes, and we'd be lucky to be even talked about in the same conversation as that game. So, but we'll let the fans.
Don't worry, you never will be.
Yeah.
We'll let the fans decide if it's even.
I got no qualms about telling you, it ain't happening.
Worthy of that praise.
Well, if you're leaving it up to us, I'll tell you right now that
it isn't.
Silent Hill Downpour is not even good as a game on its own, nor is it a good Silent Hill game. It fails both our tests of an adaptation, functional and contextual.
It doesn't approach the bar set by Team Silent's games, and serves nothing more than to cause undue confusion and arguments among Silent Hill fans.
More than that, Downpour is Tom Hewlett's magnum opus, the game the self-proclaimed walking, talking Silent Hill Bible
I love how abruptly, there you flip and go again.
made to prove to the world that he could do better than Team Silent making their own.
There you flip and go again. Blaming
Oh, yeah,
Tom
yeah.
Hewlett. You've crossed the line this time. I've had enough of this crap.
Enough!
What happened to you? You used to be so agreeable.
I just feel like you guys betrayed me. I was looking around the internet and I found this website.
People are dying.
You guys are terrible effing people.
How?
You guys are stating everything as fact and leaving no room for other people's hard-earned opinions. You're
They're hard-earned opinions, by the way.
so
Hard-earned
obnoxious about it,
opinions?
as if you had a hand in creating the games.
You worked
Get
for
over
this.
yourself.
Oh, because we don't say, in my humble opinion, every other line? That makes us horrible? All we're doing is telling people the truth about—
Shut up! Nobody's fully right or wrong. It's not all black and white. You can't hold a monopoly on
Why
truth.
don't you both stop fighting? I can't take the fighting anymore. There's so much strife in this community. People are dying. Don't you get it? They're dying in the streets over your Silent Hill nonsense. It's just a game. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. It is the end of the world.
End of the world.
No, the world.
Damn, what a fucking, I gotta hit the applause for that. What a fucking video. It's a video that never, it is absolute cinema. What a fucking video. It literally never gets old. Holy, what an experience, dude.
We've accomplished some things today, Stamp.
We have,
last
man.
3 weeks, I feel like we have accomplished some things.
4 weeks. This is our 4th Saturday in a row, remember?
Four
Yep.
weeks. Sorry, a month worth of accomplishments.
Yep. Well, as we come to the finale, because we like this for a while, this will probably be the last one, just because Book of Memories is it's kind of jank. It's not really, it's very different. It was way later, and there's really not much substance to Book of Memories that they didn't already cover here.
It's gonna be trash from the get-go.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I hate to conclude things so abruptly, but I also kind of have to be ready to drive someone to work in like 20 minutes, so we're gonna have to call it here. But
Yeah.
I want to ask you, Future, you got any final words, about this, watching these, about going through these, about the points that Twin Perfect brought up, anything Silent Hill related, anything?
I would like to hope that in the future, no joke intended there, that individuals will take the time to understand the material they consume and just be, as comprehensive as they can about it down the line. I think that the things that we love and care about demand attention because they exist, and if you do care about the thing enough to make a video series about it, care enough to do that too. You like something, like it for all you for whatever it is, whatever it may be. If you like something, but know why you like it. Know what matters to you, and then make that the reason why you care about what happens next.
Right. Yeah, there's a big difference between being a fan of something and understanding it on a deeper level, which just enhances your appreciation for it. And I think that's what Twin Perfect really figured out with the real Silent Hill experience. It was partly educational, but partly helping everyone understand what makes the games unique and why the new ones are so inadequate and don't live up to that legacy.
I'm not asking audiences to treat every, flash in the pan video game IP like the next great American novel or anything. I'm not saying Herman Melville should be your frame of reference for the next Call of Duty game or something. I'm saying when you care about something, there's a reason why you care about it, and I feel like you should do your due diligence as the user you are to know as much as you possibly can about it, to understand it effectively and coherently, because the companies don't give a fuck one way or the other. They just care about the fact that you spent money to purchase it.
Yeah,
They don't care any one way or the other.
Yes, the only people that can do the due diligence to keep these things alive and to keep interest and try to share and educate these awesome games is us. The companies aren't going to do that legwork for us, and that's kind of why we wanted to do this. Because even though Twin Perfect put in the work all these years ago to put these videos together, we're able to extrapolate on these videos and go into much further detail since we know a lot of the same things, and we can also share that. And that's part of the reason why I play these so often too, because I love sharing it. One of my favorite experiences on Twitch is somebody coming in and saying they've never played the games before and they want to see what they're about.
Exactly.
So they will stay alive perpetually as long as we keep them alive and we share them and we show people what's so unique and awesome about them. They won't die.
And the point behind all of these stories is that they're stories, and we as humans learn from stories. We learn about the best of us and the worst of us through stories, and we build our moral arguments and our moral compasses around them. There's a reason why this story resonates so well, because it is about subverting the expectations of good versus evil. Sometimes evil is manifested out of something that's good because evil exploits good. There's so much to be had here, and there's so many people who just kind of have a misunderstanding of how that works. and then they have an audience because they use a title and have carte blanche to do whatever they want with that title. We need to be aware of how stories should be told. Should is probably the strong word. How stories could be told better. And we should be aware of that. And the best way to learn that is to read more.
And we shouldn't settle.
Why Silent Hill 2? Yeah, subtlety, nuance, structure. Silent Hill 2, I know people don't want to admit to it, but like Silent Hill 2 is deliberately just Dostoevsky light. It is Crime and Punishment. It is a man struggling with the decisions that they've made throughout the story being told. Yes, at the beginning it's like, oh, I could do this, and I might be able to do this and get away with it. But over time, it becomes something deeper. It becomes something stronger. The Telltale Heart's the same way. There is something to be had there. Their guilt, shame, frustration, all of these things do have themes and structures that can be better told in other capacities, and there have been other authors been able to do it better. And Silent Hill 2 just consolidated it all and made a fantastic story out of it. And the fact that people are so obsessed with it speaks volumes to how important that story is. However, it's not all of Silent Hill. It's one story. It's one.
Right.
Just one.
And we constantly strive to bring more attention to 1, 3, and 4 for that reason. Because 2 has just become this... 2 has just become the universal design language for Silent Hill over the years, whether by accident or by, the amount of fan fiction and theorizing that happens to do with that game. But I try, and I know Future always tries to stress that 1, 3, and 4 they deserve just as much praise. And we try to share those equally because they don't tend to get the spotlight like that. So me, especially with 3 being my favorite, I always try to get the word out there about the amazing things in that game. So,
the best game. Sorry, what?
Agreed. No, I was just going to say, beautifully said. And you know what, guys? That's all I got. So
I'm done. You got to have something. Come on. This is your stream. You got to call it.
Right. That's all I was going to say is, I think that's one of my primary purposes on here is not just necessarily fully leaning into nostalgia and older games and things like that, but Silent Hill is not just a nostalgic older game. I think that there was a lot more to it, and it's universally understood among not just Silent Hill fans, but other video game fans. And just the other day, I saw a Reddit post of a person who was playing 1 for the first time and was genuinely shocked when they saw the crucified body in the prologue, like the first body you happen upon. And I think that, they're still, for the most part, they're very timeless. I think they're still enjoyable. I think they still hold up very, very well. I just hope, I know nobody on the development team will probably ever see this, but for the love of God, Silent Hill 3 Enhanced Edition. That's all I need in life. Give me that, and I'm fucking done. I need nothing else in life, dude, to be happy. But yeah, man, I just want to obviously thank Future for coming on here. We've done 4 streams now, somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 hours worth of content. Actually, a little bit more because every stream's been over 7. So we're probably pushing 32, 33 hours of watching these videos, extrapolating on these concepts, going through the literary analysis, the symbolism. And again, doing these things just reminds me how important it is to me to keep these games alive. And share it with other people, knowledge that may not be that easily attainable. So that's my primary goal. So I've had a blast, and I'm sure we'll be collabing on something Silent Hill related soon. I know we will be, just not in the Twitch space, but I'm sure there'll be other things down the line that we can also collab on.
It means the world to me that you gave me the opportunity to be a part of your community and sit down and do this with you. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you, Chad, for having me and being so comfortable with this weirdo. This guy over here. I'm talking about this weirdo.
We have a super welcoming community. As long as they're not telling me about best viewers on steamboo.com. But I just banned him. Don't worry about that. But yeah, we have a super welcoming community over here, so I knew that nobody would have any problems with it. And you know, we're both so Silent Hill adjacent already. It just kind of was a no-brainer to do this. So no problem. You know, you're absolutely welcome, and it was a pleasure. And you know, with that being said, I believe, guys, it's time to break the chains on room 302. So let's hit some applause for Future. Get some hearts in the chat. And man, I bid you farewell.
Fucked up once. It's fine. Nobody was in.
You're good, man. Appreciate that, Gabby. I bid you farewell, man. I'm gonna hop out of the Discord and we'll be in touch very, very soon.
Yes, we will. Absolutely. Right. Cheers.
Whew. What a stream. Holy shit, my voice is gone. Let's see, who else is on? Do we take a look? See if anybody else is on? Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like anyone that we could realistically rate is. Gummy rated me, and I appreciate that. If anybody wants to join my Discord, we're getting very close to 100 people. We have 97 people in the Discord right now. I would love it if you would hop in there. We talk about Silent Hill and Resident Evil all the fucking time in there. Would love to have you in there to talk, you know, about it and different horror games. And I always announce whenever I'm going to be live in there as well. So if you want to hop in, I'll get your role set up and you'll be good to go. We also have custom color selections. If you want a particular color or title or anything, I got you. I will set you up. And a couple of YouTube channels as well to check out. So with that being said, let's break the chains on room 302 in 3, 2, 1.